For New York Subliners, they had two huge chokes to get bumped out of the tournament at Major 3.
It's because of the point disparity, right? New York, they sit in that 11th seed, only 70 points to their name.
This is a must-win game for NYSL, and really in a scary position to even make the top 8.
And it's Paul again! It's Paul again!
They need every match win that they can possibly get.
They're on the outside looking in the champs.
Crim, this could be the first champ he's not even going to be at. He's the GOAT of Call of Duty.
Don't say that, Jay. Don't say it. It feels like this game 1 is about to be theirs.
After all this struggle, and after all this pain, I'm just gonna keep on fighting. The world don't know my name.
When the Royal Ravens really came out the gates and surprised so many people at the beginning of the season.
The question still remains, what about now? What about the future?
Well, it's time for Gizmo to really show us what he's made of.
The fans of this team are excited to see if he can kind of right this ship.
Gizmo is a two-piece!
A round 11 ace.
And the London Royal Ravens cause an upset.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now?
Nero is flying around the map like Prime Scump here. He's 12 and 4. Look at Nero, he's still going.
It's Nero the hero, over and over again.
It's a casual 49 and 33 from Nero. 5,500 damage. That man was running around shooting suns out of his MP40.
You know they tried to stop me, they tried to bring me down, but now I'm at the top seat, so how you like me now? I can't stop, I won't stop until the top.
It's going to be the debut of our champion from Major 3 heading into Stage 4, the Seattle Surge. Every single one of these players, you could call them an MVP for what they bring and what they do on the map.
Fred's now setting up for the kills. He's got himself an AR. He's got himself 2. Here comes a third.
What a shot from Simp!
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 3-0. Seattle Surge get the job done. Your major champions have not skipped a beat. They have not missed a step, and they have come right back in swinging.
Seattle, they're just flying high.
You in the big leagues now. You in the big leagues now. Yeah. My bare palms something to blow up a bomb shelter. My palms palm blow, aka
1, 2 for Crim, and it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down? Oh my good God!
It's either firm handshakes or your firm hands breaking. Part of my patience as I pound the pavement.
Fighting over Barn, and Hydra gets 2. Hydra finds 1. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece.
These things keep your eyes to yourself, but I know you can't help it. It's the way that I dress, and all the girls say.
So he is absolutely wheeling and dealing death. He gives me 5-1, finds the second.
You in the big leagues now. Yeah, you in the big
That
leagues now.
is that. The New York Subliners, they are looking spectacular. Paul from the top. Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. And it's a massive bit of work out of Crim.
The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
But don't put me in a box.
Finds the first and got the second. Trying to center, can't quite do it, but it's Cammy. On the other side of it, it's King Cammy goes off.
Havok going to 6, makes it a 7. Unbelievable now. Afro gonna get 1. Does, and tries to get out for the second.
You got Kenny in the spot against Vivid. He takes that down. Brett finds another for the game.
This is day 3 of Major 4.
Good afternoon, New York, and what's up, Brooklyn? Welcome back to Major 4 in Brooklyn. Make some noise! There you go. So, hey, all of these days we've been watching some amazing matches, but the one fact still remains, we still have the New York Subliners still making the tear.
And Belly, you can't forget about the LA Thieves or the Toronto Ultra. That's going to be a banger of a match.
But you know what? We really need to look out for the Atlanta FaZe. Even though they went to a Game 5 versus Paris Legion, they ended our Game 5 streak yesterday with a hot 3-0 to end the day.
And the matches are hot, but the venue is even hotter. I mean, take a look at it right now. We're in King's Theater, and the views are spectacular, right? This is a pure experience, but from what we have right now, this is a gauntlet. This is an absolute bloodbath. Champs is on the line, $200,000 for first place, and the crowd is better than ever. But welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is aBeZy. We got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and we also have a guest today on the desk. We got my man Ton, and Ton, we heard about what Nameless and aLLeY had to say about teams to keep their eyes on. Who are you looking at, though? Is it
OpTic looked good yesterday, aBeZy. I don't know what to say. I'm not just playing to the crowd. They did look a little bit better yesterday. We've still got to see how they do. They start from one of the worst positions, obviously, in the losers bracket, but this crowd got behind them yesterday. If they do so again, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's also take a look at the bracket to see how things have gone down. We've had 48 hours of high octane Call of Duty League action, and Major 4 has not disappointed at all, baby. Nameless, the loser side of the bracket is scary, but let's talk about the winner side right now. You see that? Those 4, they're terrifying.
The Cinderella story is still alive for the New York Subliners. Right now, they need a top 2, but it starts with a win against the Florida Mutineers. That is a massive match. They can't afford to lose that and go to losers and give Mutineers those extra points. They need to win and hope they get bumped out. And then Ultra and LA Thieves both pulling off crazy upsets to start the tournament. The winners bracket is going to be nuts.
Right, and even though we've been having a lot of fun out here in Brooklyn, aLLeY, a few teams had to book their ticket to go back home yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did say goodbye to the Paris Legion, but what a way for them to go out in that Game 5 fashion. And we also lost the London Royal Ravens. You know what, Ton? I feel like it's so funny because when you and Bryce talk about EU teams, there can only ever be one good one.
It's not funny. It's not funny, aLLeY. I want them all to be good. It's very annoying. But yeah, Ravens really came in here and fell flat. We were expecting a lot out of them. A lot of people spoke about them as potential winners here this weekend. They didn't bring the fire that we've seen online, Belly.
It is absolutely insane. Seeing Seattle Surge go home as well. Nameless.
Tough, man.
I was high on these guys.
And tough, you know, especially in Search and Destroy. Like, actually had a tough performance, so he's going to have to dig deep and come lead these guys. We know how clutch that he can be. And then, you know, talking about the Minnesota Røkkr, these guys, what a loss they had there. Their season ends with that Game 5 loss to OpTic Texas. And, you know, it was a tough one. It was Game 5 Locate, Search and Destroy, where they had all the edge in the world. They were leading the league in round win percentage on that map and still fall.
Yes, the crowd was not on their side, but let's take a look at the points because the teams that got eliminated yesterday are going to miss out in their chance to go to champs. And Ton, take a look at it. Florida Mutineers are holding it strong, baby. 8th place, 160 points.
There's only one team in that bottom 4 as well, Belly, that can make it out, and it, of course, is the New York Subliners. LAG, Minnesota Røkkr, and Legion all locked in. They will not be in LA in 2 weeks' time. But, yeah, Subliners are the only one who can make the run. It's still possible for them, but Mutineers are, of course, the target for them today.
All right, and also, you see the C right by those teams on the left side of the screen. aLLeY, those are teams that clinch their way to champs to get the biggest event of the year underway.
Belly, there's only 2 spots left up for grabs, and we're gonna find out basically today between the LA Thieves, the Florida Mutineers, and the New York Subliners, who are still looking to make that run, but still a lot of things need to go their way.
And there's a lot of things we need to see as well, such as the matches that will go down today. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what's about to go down. But the first matchup, Nameless, is gonna be loud in here, man. We got OpTic and we got Boston.
Listen, we are kicking it off spicy. OpTic Texas, I mean, the crowd is full. They're getting amped and they're ready to go, going up against the Boston Breach. These young guys playing against the crowd. It's going to be interesting, right? Because typically the crowd roots for Boston a lot of their matches. Methodz is a fan favorite, so he's going to really have to be the leader for these guys. And I can't wait for this matchup as we had it early on in the qualifying stage. And guess who came out on top? It was the Boston Breach, and that boy Nero was popping off in that match.
Nero's absolutely insane. Shout out to the Ohio native. But also, let's talk about the New York Subliners, a hometown team right now, as they're facing off against the Florida Mutineers. And Ton, from the walkouts to Crimsix, Divines, to everything else out there, what do you make of their run so far?
I mean, it's been incredible. They had that one last slip-up, of course, towards the end of the online stage, and came out real shaky in their first game. A lot of people expect them to come in here hot, and basically what we were seeing throughout the online stage, but they were a little bit shaky in their first game, but going up against Mutineers is very much a game that is in their ability to win, and they could win it comfortably, but Mutineers are not somebody to sleep on either.
Listen, I think as long as as Crim keeps his pants on during this walkout, they're gonna be okay. I think he got in his own head a little bit about like, man, I practiced that and I had to mess it up, and then they complete the reverse sweep versus the Minnesota Røkkr, but we can't count Florida out, but I gotta say, from what I've seen from Florida, just shut down Major Maniac. That's gotta be New York's focus. Just don't let that guy start getting on a roll.
I'll tell you what, man, New York, they're gonna really have to be on point when it comes to search and destroy. Like that first search that we saw versus Minnesota Røkkr was not pretty. They got smoked, and then a couple of those rounds as well in that game 5, like they were able to clutch up, but Attach was having his way with them throughout that game. So New York, they're gonna have to be more on point in that game mode. As we know, Major Maniac, he can read the defense easily.
But it's not just Major Maniac that I'm personally worried about, because when it comes to Skies and Big Weight, that duo right there are dangerous. And what we saw with the ARs on Kavutu shows that they are a nightmare mismatch for teams, and hopefully their opponents will be ready for it. But Ton, looking at Florida right now, as long as they continue to progress in the bracket as well, they keep New York out of champs, and also Two-Rail is getting a lot more experience now.
He is. He's looked relatively decent when it has come to this land stage as well. But for the side of Mutineers, if they win this, it puts New York in such a bad spot. They are very much the ones with the targets on their back. Thieves are a little bit further away. Thieves actually just need to win one single game, but the Mutineers just need to go further than what Subliners have done. Just need to go that little bit further themselves. It's not too hard of a job for Mutineers at this stage, but a win against the Subliners would be a true dagger to the heart.
Right, and Nameless, when it comes to their search and destroy as well, Florida is starting to dominate. They're looking good, man. They're dynamic, and Major Maniac was picked up for a specific reason, and it is showing brighter than ever.
I mean, it's been wonderful. Like, these guys are like a top 3 search and destroy team over the last couple of weeks. They've been going off. You can see right there, second in record, and then you can see all their percentages. Like, it is just shot up. We're talking about a Florida Mutineers team that was one of the worst S&D teams that we had. That's the impact that Major Maniac brings to this squad. Like, they've improved there, and they're playing maps that they wouldn't even dare to let through in the veto process a couple months ago.
And just quickly on those stats that we did have on the screen there, their 4v3 win percentage is not looking good, but it's their 3v4 win percentage. They are just clutching up more than when they have the numbers advantage, which makes no sense. But to have that clutch ability is such a huge feeling for it.
No, you're right. And also another matchup that I'm personally excited for. You should be too as well, right? Toronto Ultra, and they're facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves, which is kind of like a nightmare scenario because you don't know what to expect. But aLLeY, when it comes to LA Thieves, we know what to expect. We just can't count them out. But also, they show us a lot of fun gameplay as they continue to progress through this bracket.
Nah, I can't disrespect the Thieves anymore. The last
we
time
can't.
I did that to the LA Thieves, man, all of them popped off respectfully on their own maps. And y'all gotta stop putting Kenny on Berlin. That guy is just literally unkillable on the map. And I really think Octane has found some consistency now as the main AR for this squad. So yeah, this is terrifying for the Toronto Ultra, because not only that, Toronto Ultra, yeah, sure, they're comfortable, they're clinched for chance, but LA Thieves, they are not. So there is that much more pressure added onto this game for them.
And let's talk about like the most dominant performances we've seen in this tournament so far. Like that series is one of them. Like we've had game 5s in basically every series, but in that one versus Atlanta FaZe, they smoked them both. The Harpoons wasn't close. Win the search and destroy, then you look at the control, they're a glide bomb away as well. So that could have been a 3-0 series. Like flawless rotations and holds on some of these hills, just clinical out of the LA Thieves. We have not seen that in a very long time from these guys. Like they've been getting by in some of these matches, like the last major, narrowly edging it out in a game 5 victory. Odds against them, like no, that was a comfortable victory done through the respawns, which is how this team should be getting it done.
That's so funny. The Thieves kind of like gentlemen sweeped Atlanta FaZe right there, like, oh, we'll give you one map. Like, we'll get your hopes up for quite a moment there. But I will say that's also scary for Atlanta, because should LA Thieves for any reason fall in this winners bracket, they're possibly gonna have to play Atlanta FaZe again. And Atlanta FaZe are just starting to hit that run. They're just starting to hit their feet on the ground at 3-0 yesterday. And this is a team looking to spoil their consistent second team placing.
Well, one thing we can't deny is that the Thieves are getting better. Top 4 in these categories this stage. But what about Toronto? Ton, this team, they're dynamic in different ways, off and on, hot and cold. Fun to watch, though.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
I don't know how to feel about it, because we've kind of thought after Major 3 that we thought that they were getting themselves up there. They were getting into a bit of a better position. But then on the online stage, they just turned to the old Toronto Ultra, who we've seen all the way through the year. But since then, this weekend, a big game against the Ravens in the winners bracket, which they were lucky to be in the reverse sweep comes through. a phenomenal game out of them, but it was not expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that series, like, they just had the edge, right? Because they come in, they win the control, and then it's Berlin hardpoint. It's been the one hardpoint all season long that they've had some sort of consistency, and then it's a game 5 search and destroy. Like, Toronto's gonna be comfortable there, and they get that dub. So it'll definitely be interesting today to see how they respond, like, because they go down in series so often. Like, that game 1 hardpoint just gets away from them. If they play, you know, a better respawn team like they are today, when it comes to that control, if they can't take that, like, they could get 3-0'd in this series, realistically. So you need some bigger performances out of these guys. Kleenex as well. I need to see him step it up and play consistent. But, you know, for Insight, the guy was popping off for this squad. So
That's
obviously.
my guy.
And in a sense, I feel like when we watch the Toronto Ultra, they've had so many reverse sweeps lately. This is a team that when we would watch them, when they would get up and ahead, they really struggled to close out. So I'm almost more worried to see what happens when they go up 2-0 in a series to like be unable to close it out right off the bat. But Toronto Ultra looks so much better on land than they do online. And again, like I said, I think they are so much more of a momentum-based team that they know. And from what we saw from Benjamin Bance, it's going to be a hell of a match.
You're right. In between those two teams, kind of like they're both LAN teams that struggled online. But ladies and gentlemen, all these teams are fighting for one big event at the end of this year. And the end of this year is going to be real soon, August 4th through 7th at the Galen Center Live. We'll catch you there. Champs 2022. Nameless, man. I'm ready.
This is the prelude to Champs, baby. I still got 2 more days of this before I can even think about Champs. We don't even know what teams are going to be there yet. But listen, all we know is it's going to be absolute chaos. It's going to be insane. Make sure you guys go if you have the means.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, also make sure you get your Champs pack as well. You know you want to flex with the skins in that lobby. But also, it's about that time to shut down the pre-show headquarters. We have a big game coming up, baby. Boston Breach in OpTic Texas. I can't wait. But right here at Major 4 in New York has been phenomenal. The pre-show is over, and you've caught up on everything that these teams are up to. But coming up next, it's going to be the battle of the green, baby. New York is getting hyped, and we are absolutely loving it. Blowing the roof off this place, we're going to have some phenomenal matches, but the question still remains. Can New York make that run? We don't know yet. But when it comes to the likes of FaZe and OpTic and the rest of these squads, you don't even know what's about to go down. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break to finally kick off day 3 for Major 4. We'll see you there.
Tell me when you had enough. Fuck you, one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything in the beginning of the vicinity.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout. We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali.
Cali.
See you there.
All right, Brooklyn, it's about that time. We got OpTic Texas and Boston Breach all ready and set to take that main stage, baby. But before we jump into that, we got the maps and most. We're gonna break everything down as the teams get ready. Nameless, this is gonna be a very intense match for the simple fact that the crowd has been riding behind both of these teams all weekend long.
I know it's going to be interesting, but we know what side they're going to be on in this series. It's going to be OpTic Texas, and having iLLeY back in the team, they get that first big land W that they needed to get the confidence. But in the maps and modes here, it's going to get a little interesting. Like OpTic and the respawns, at least in this series, have not been good throughout stage 4, and we're kicking it off with a Bocage hardpoint. They lost this last time versus Boston, and that boy Nero dropped 49 kills. Then you look at the Tuscan Control, also lost that to Boston, and they were 1-3 in stage 4, and then the Tuscan hardpoint, they're in a 3-game loss streak there. So the odds are obviously stacked against OpTic once again. But I will say one more thing about this. Shotzzy needs to step it up. I'm looking at him to pop off. There's some tough SMGs on the other side of that stage. What do we know from Shotzzy? This guy is elusive. He can take over games. We need to see it in this series.
I completely agree. And just to touch on the Boston Breach, like, this team was looking disgusting in respawn in stage 4. S&D has been fighting them, but from what we saw yesterday, they beat Seattle Surge in not 1, but 2 search and destroys. So when it comes to the game, dual keys to victory, and what does Boston got to do?
Listen, this map 1 is extremely important. It's one of their best maps. You can see stay in form on Bocage hardpoint, 3-0 record during Major 4 qualifiers. But more importantly, they need to neutralize this crowd so these young guys can get confident and get going in this series. And then they must bring an elite defensive game plan on Tuscan Search and Destroy. OpTic is winning 64% of offenses on Tuscan. They are first in the league.
Right, and also they're gonna hope so that those stats remain true, because they face off against OpTic Texas, and OpTic walks away with a huge win against a good Røkkr squad.
Yeah, and that will give them confidence heading into this. We talked about this team, the underachievement since Major number 1. iLLeY is now back into the roster. They've been in and out playing with ProLoot, but now they've had some solid time with him. We were kind of hearing some things here and there, like they're just trying to get themselves back up and running here at this event. Can they get it done?
Right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what you got for us?
We need Shotzzy to be Shotzzy again. I had a point 8-1 yesterday in the win, and we're just waiting for him to get comfortable once again. We talked about yesterday that it's been a little bit less of the Shotzzy that we're used to in this stage 4. It's just about getting your SMGs back on the same page and get back on Tuscan control form. This is the best control team at the beginning of the season, and they are 1-3 during stage 4 qualifiers.
All right, well, we're about to kick off game number 1 to kick off day 3, and it's kind of quiet in here right now. Brooklyn, we got OpTic and Boston about to take the main stage. Make some noise! All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We got Boston Breach and OpTic Texas. Let's get in it.
Scump fights 2 at the point, flushes him out. Now protects a few players off the run, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss. He cannot miss. Lead, not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Very difficult now. Methodz trying to lock the sound on this right-hand side. Up 2 will get taken down. Still holding this rock.
Does Scump see him? Oh, there we go. Point of view. We can't see him. Eventually, as well, he's going to go down. 1v1. Vivid.
Incredible.
He's going to get the timing at the same time, and that's too late.
Incredible. He has played that superbly. Force on his best, but he's going to do what he can. Up to TJ now. Looks to find 4 on his own. He's got some comfortable quote.
What's up, New York? It is day 3 of Major 4, and it's time to set this stage up. Coming out first is a team in which you don't want to mess with. Make some noise for the Boston Breach. New gas living.
really, for me, it's gonna be all about TJ sitting across the stage from some of his old teammates. I'm expecting that guy to keep composed in front of a crowd that is newly all against him.
Yeah, aLLeY, we'll see if they can stay composed because this next team is standing united. Make some noise for OpTic Texas. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump. OpTic Texas.
And the crowd is actually livid right now. But me, I'm looking at Dashy because lately, Bruce has been off the juice, baby. Catching him and search and destroy, he's been cooler than the other side of the pillow. He's been taking over, and this is the same Dashy that we saw tear it up out there in Texas. But the question remains, are they gonna be the better team in green? Hey, yo, God bless, let's get it going.
Let's get it going, the crowd is ready, and it's time to throw it to our casters. Merc, Maven, let's get freaky.
All righty, yeah, freaky, absolutely. Well, we were here late last night. We were getting nasty, ready for a big one to kick off the day today, and now the gauntlet. You know, we're starting to eliminate teams. We're starting to get into it. Who's going to make the run? Who's going to qualify for champs? And I mean, with this one, it's just really, I don't know. I mean, they just played the qualifier, right? It goes the whole way to a map 5. Give me more so that map 5 magic we've seen the entire event.
Yeah, I mean, the key there, though, is that was with Prelude, right? I mean, that's obviously a brand new Boston team, still a team with OpTic with a sub. Now you have iLLeY back. They're still trying to find their ground, but we saw that map set. Yeah, a lot of Tuscan, a lot of Bocage. You know, the videos come in. You know, the map set's a little bit different than what we saw. But, I mean, we're talking about aggression right out of the gate. You heard the Dash talk about it. On one side, you're looking at a man like Shotzzy. If they are going to play these fast-paced maps the way they have all year, he's got to be better. On the other side for Boston, you're playing with speed. You have Vivid, you have Nero. The X factor, though, is going to be TJ.
Well, hear me out. With the OpTic side, other than the struggles in the qualification, one of the things that stood out for them at the beginning of the year was the ability to come from behind sometimes. Whether it was the reverse sweeps, to win the big map 4 and 5, and maybe the belief wasn't necessarily there coming into this weekend because of the struggles, but you get a win like you did where you have to clutch up in a map 4 or 5. Is it just a win like that can get you rolling in a weekend?
Yeah, I mean, what Seattle would tell you absolutely with what we saw at Major 3.
Right,
you're able to have a tough first matchup that you can clutch through. Who knows what the momentum will do for the weekend.
Yeah.
But you hear the fist bumps around, the crowd is ready. Bocage, map 1 to start the day.
Let's hammer through it all. Let's have some fun to start off this beautiful, delightful day 3 of Major 4. And what better to get the blood flowing than an incredible Bocage. Breach, Texas, here we do battle out the gates. Let's get it rocking, everybody.
Well, we're gonna start with Vivid. He's rocking the auto off the start. Don't expect him to have this for too long. So we're gonna go to the P1, and you know, a big thing for OpTic to start on good side. They're gonna try to control the left side of that mini map as we rotate over to P2. Maybe they can secure a lot of time, but for a boss, it's chipping away, trying to flip. Get pushed through the middle of the map, but a couple of team nades come in, some trades come in, and you know, it's what we expect off the first start.
We'll see what Dashy can kind of do from this power spot, just getting eyes around the hard point. Just nice little 2-0 start, nothing crazy. A little double chow there. Maybe was going to take down a third, but too much to deal with. iLLeY back at it, happy to be with this squad. Expected some big things for him. That's some nice recentering. You saw he kind of lost the aim assist maybe for a moment there, able to recenter and get the kill.
Yeah, Vivid gets taken down as well. He was working his way through, and there you go. That's going to be 3 dead for Boston. Nero, the first man up. He's going to have a one-on-one versus Scump right away, and well, Dashy is going to give him the help, but Nero's going to win that. Now, the pinch is going to begin as Vivid finds another one. There should be a close spawn. It is still there, but Boston, the pressure is here. Nobody's on the hill right now for OpTic, and you'll take that.
I mean,
there's going to be a Methodz into a power position.
Is that really like that one-on-one win for Nero? Just turn some heads and finds an opening, right? The pistol, it's hitting right now, and while the snap was on to hit the shots, but simply too weak to make something happen. But yeah, Nero wins that one-on-one, takes what eyes away from the front of the hard point. You get the close bomb, but it doesn't matter. You get in pretty quickly if you're a breach, and That is a thing of beauty. So props to Nero on that sequence, but it's iLLeY through with a double. Shotzzy to follow it up, cleared out of the hard point. Just 10 seconds left to go, but can you turn these kills into something now? Because, you know, I heard the crowd last time we watched Bokaj, there were times Texas, they're going nuts. It's 10 kills in a row. I see Texas get 1 point over that stretch.
Yeah, someone needs to get the hill a little bit more. Honestly, it's been a thing all year. Just play around an objective. Obviously, they're all so talented, but Vivid right now popping off 11-5 on the other side. We were on board with Nero when he wins that one-on-one against Scump. Scump 2-10. But we're still so early into the game, we know that he can turn around at any moment.
He is one player that we've said this about for years. He will have a start like this. You just know he's going to erupt at some point and bring it back. He's done it throughout the course of his career. Expect him to come alive at some point. But it was Vivid. That was 5 in a row before he finally dropped. Still a 30-point advantage is TJ. TJ, 3 through in the kill feed as he's wiping out everybody on the OpTic Texas side. Finally, Scump able to do it. Now at 3-11, can he get going? Vivid not going to give him a chance right now.
And this is the thing with this Boston team. I mean, 14-6, now 15-6. He's doing it with the auto. He's doing it with the MP40. And while they are up 40 points, as we're going to rotate over to P4, but look at Shotzzy. He's in a good spot right now. Methodz trying to hunt him down. Not going to be an easy one-on-one. The timings do not go Methodz' way. They go the way of Shotzzy. He is just a couple of steps behind him. Shotzzy's going to find a kill. His teammates are going to get 2 more. Methodz now trying to give his team spawns, trying to reinforce back into position.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you're like, Methodz, a teammate, do you not see him? It's just, no, my bad, awkward timing. As a flurry of headshots come through for Dashy. Let me Nero from the top rope, up high he goes, and not enough health to get the third, but Methodz through on the trade to make sure 3 will get wiped off the board for Texas. Methodz continues to hold the angle, now up to double positive, and it's just sort of been this 30-point or so lead. They've held that, but that's not enough.
No, this is your trap time as well. You're going to have one more player trying to push it. That's going to be Scump. He will get taken down on the rotation. iLLeY, he's already pushed up lower side. We're going to have Scump spawn up back tanks, but Vivid is just not losing one-on-ones right now. 16-10, leading the way for Boston. We'll keep our eyes on him. But yeah, Methodz is just hanging out 8-5. They have the lead, but a nice setup here for OpTic. You're going to have Nero working through the back. Scump's going to spot that, give call-outs to his team, but the push is coming through the front.
Well, one thing I kind of want to keep an eye on is, you know, Vivid had the hot start. He goes like 1-5 after that. Scump, we know, started very slow. Does he pick it up? Does Vivid slow down? That might be a key thing throughout the course of this, but for now, we'll watch Methodz POV, and he's shooting lasers, but it's iLLeY that's able to take the top off of his head.
Well, this is the same as P2. I mean, you have the spawns if you are OpTic, but Boston, they do a very good job of just keeping them off the hill. They're not necessarily getting time, but they're keeping the lead, keeping OpTic off of the objective, picking them apart with these autos, and they're going to find all the kills. In the back now, you have a bit of a trap here. It's what TJ was on 5 in a row. Nero, it's his turn to step on up, but this is a great job by the breach.
Yeah, what do you do with spawns, but more importantly, what do you do without them sometimes? Like, what kind of mess can you make it? And that's a terrific job. And a couple of key hard points from Breach just to get it sloppy and get them out of the point is we're going POV to POV to POV, which is the case with Bokaj more often than not, just trying to give you the best of the action that we can. Now to Shotzzy, we will go. Him and Scump, they combo to take out 3, almost 4. Methodz probably 1 bullet, and there's Scump through.
I was to say, he's on 5 in a row. We talked about at some point he's going to turn it around. He always does. Just feels like the map wins the first half. I don't know, the last couple of years just feels, it takes a moment for him to get into it.
It's just hardpoint in general. Like map 1, map 4.
Yeah,
like,
he just get put into the blender.
He just starts slow, and then he gets in the groove. Still right around the 30 to 40 point advantage that they've enjoyed throughout most of the game. When can you potentially turn that into more? It's TJ just sitting inside, so good time.
All day.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't need to shoot his gun, doesn't need to do anything, just pick up the time. Tough gunfight there on the stairwell that Dashy will be the winner off.
Well, okay, so what? First rotation, P2 and P5. OpTic, they had the rotation, just not a ton of time. Another opportunity here. You're going to have Dashy set up. You're going to have Scump in the hill. A lot of mid-map control going their way. Now, can they turn it into a big chunk? Can they get themselves back into this game, potentially tying it up or taking the lead? So far, so good for OpTic.
I think you nail it, OpTic. They've had some good setups. You need to turn that into objective time. A lot of times, it's the comms that's important, or is it the gunny? Let's get to a listen in with OpTic Texas.
Barrels and one's on time. Barrels and one's on time.
What's got take 1 HP. One's 3 barrels, one shot also. Okay, take your side time. Take your side time.
One guy's top barn as well. Get the scrap. I got good on scrap. Cut the barn.
P2 dead.
Well, let's top barn. Almost top barn.
Yeah, we got top barn.
Okay. I'm telling you,
I'm in kitchen. I'm playing my kitchen.
He's laying down my pot. Literally laying down my pot.
I'll see you on right.
Try to search.
Yeah, he's dead.
I saw him.
I'm front house right now.
That's shit. Let's go.
Top house siege.
I'm here. I'm hitting time.
Guys, castle. He does right here.
I'm ironing. I'm house siege dead. Back one. I'm flying away.
He's on time.
Listen in, and what do you know? Scump, what do you say? I'll get back to even at some point, 21 and 21.
Yeah. We're good storytellers. That's what I'd say.
I've seen it for a decade of casting, basically, at this point. He has come alive. You're still down 30, but you needed that without question. And looking a little bit more humid, Vivid on the other side. I'm still having a map, don't get me wrong, but there's been a flip.
Yeah, but the whole time they've kept this lead, that lead 30 to 40 points has not gone away. You're gonna have one more push for OpTic as Shotzzy, he's gonna go on the rotation. You're gonna have a big one-on-one. Methodz is gonna read it. Nice read from him. Inside the hill, Vivid, he continues. 29 kills now for Vivid as he leads the lobby. Nero knows there's being spawning in the back. Nero going for the second, but they are set up for P4. A chance here for Boston now to, put this one within reach of winning. You have a 50-point lead. You have the spawns for P4. This could be the game for OpTic. They need a break right now.
Teams have got better and better at locking this down. Can you get the crucial break? A pick comes behind Dashy. Are they able to follow it up? Now Shotzzy into the point, but it's Methodz through on the flank. He's going to take down 4 in a row. It's Scump that's able to pick up that trade. Scump with another as the king comes alive, making his presence known on the map, and now into the point they go. So the rally you thought maybe coming from Breach, it's now OpTic's turn to hit another gear.
Yeah, needed the break, and they got it. Behind Scump, behind iLLeY now. 27 kills for Scump. She continues to try to hunt inside of P4. But the lead has not changed. And, well, Boston, they're going to get a clean 4 dead. They're going to fly. They're going to try to flip spawns for P5. Spawns come in for OpTic. They're going to have a chance to have a setup. But Vivid, he's just kind of lurking right here. This is what they've done so well. Just keeping them off that objective. They can have the spawns all they want, but OpTic has to get the time.
See if he can make a play.
Oh, he's going to make one.
He's able to do it. I mean, Dashy, I think, gets the angle right after. So the autos will get through on the cross, and Dashy and iLLeY will go massive. But you make it messy again. It's not clean in the opening, and you nailed it. Nobody on the hard point. Finally now able to rally in as we're going on the hunt. It's Shotzzy that's able to chase him down.
That's a big
It's just, can you overcome this lead that's been through the entire game? Can you get over the hump?
It's a big story. Shotzzy at 17 and 29. If you're going to play maps like Bocage, maps like Tuscan, he needs to have more of an impact for this team.
And you see the kills coming through, but again, just nobody in the point for now.
Time.
You spawn up, someone's able to rally over to the hard point, they'll hold their power spots and try to get the time. I think that 30-point advantage is what they have not got past. Are they able to do it now? It's a flurry of kills once again for OpTic. We set up at mid-map. To Scump's POV we go, and it's an awkward one.
And that's props to Boston Breach. That means their team needs are hitting. They're getting their ARs in a position where if they're trying to cross to the hill, they're not allowing that player to get to the objective. Like, even when OpTic have spawns, props to Boston, the way they're playing this map is so good. And you can see in the top now, 25 seconds of the game clock. That is going to come in, and Vivid, he is just using his fists as he takes down another.
It's a multi-kill for Dashy. You'll see pop up in the mid, but it's the 20-second clock mid that is going to be more important. You're right at that 30-point advantage. The point you have not been able to overcome with your OpTic. Now you're going to get past that point, but the play clock going to be so crucial. And this is the hard point. Yes, exactly. Play around it. Keep them out. Don't allow them to get set up inside. Now 10 seconds to go. You got to get back into the point, and Shotzzy is able to do that. Maybe the gun's not hitting. You see the shots off a bit, but can you get some time for your team? Look at the spawns, though. The battle upcoming. Number 2, Methodz set up deep.
Yeah, I mean, TJ, though, he was able to find the first, and that means there's nobody on the hill for right now. Methodz on that cross. He gets 2. This is what they've done. 2 seconds left. 1 second now. OpTic to have to be perfect. Boston just going to get out of the hill. Boston Breach win the Bocage.
And that, like, I mean, there are a couple things we can talk about. I mean, Vivid's monster map, Scump turning it around, but Would you agree probably the single biggest thing is just when OpTic had their chances, Breach just kept them out of the objectives?
Yeah, their AR setup, their positioning, whether it's Vivid and Methodz at P2, you know, yeah, players like, you know, Vivid just getting them off the hill at P5, those were the big moments for OpTic. They had the spawns, but props to the Boston Breach just right from the get-go. Everyone contributing to this map 1 win.
And like those moments where they clear them out makes it even more important because maybe, you know, you hear the crowd getting into it. You see OpTic starting to come alive, making some high-pressure plays down the stretch, but the play clock. And why is the play clock that low? Because there's a lot of time where no one's in the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, the big story here, though, just kind of comes down to vetoes. The auto kind of Berlin hardpoint veto that OpTic is having right now that they're not playing allows Bocage into the series, right? We saw the vetoes come in. Boston, they don't want to play OpTic on Kavutu, right? So they're going to play their Bocage. If this is a Berlin Tuscan, maybe you feel a little bit better, but that Berlin hardpoint, I don't know what's going on in practice, where they're struggling with that, but you know, we go end of the year, that map pool is such a big talking point.
And I mean, we're going, I said something earlier this year where I said, you know, I think Simp is one of the most talented players I've ever casted, if not the most. And a lot of the replies were about Shotzzy because at the beginning of the year, you know, he was absolutely lights out. Now he's been struggling a bit. And do you think, is this just a thing where he was seeing so much success and he was being glorified so much that it's almost like he's just, is it, who do we talk about a lot? Maybe like an Envoy or something. He's just trying to make plays too often, or like trying to
maybe trying to do a little bit too much on the map, right?
And it's just leading to situations that aren't great for him.
Yeah, I think so. And also, like, his play style is one of those where he's trying to find the routes, trying to find the flanks, and I think teams are just able to read it early on in the game. He was just doing ridiculous things, but he could bounce back. Talking about Tuscan, it just feels like early in the year, that's all we talked about was Shotzzy and Dashy on Tuscan.
Well, you know, you talk about that major sports, whether it's like a rookie coming in the NBA or like a quarterback comes in and it's like teams start to scheme for them, right? I guess that in a way, like a little bit like resets with COD every year, just because you know the player tendencies, but it's like new maps, right? A new game. I'm sure you sort of, as the year goes on, you get better at sort of picking up those tendencies and dealing with players.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously the teams nowadays, as soon as you win that major one, all right, what was OpTic doing, right?
Yeah,
what were they doing? How do we neutralize them? What adjustments do we have to make? Everyone's got a coaching staff. Everyone's doing VOD. This is just what happens with the game as the year goes on.
Well, I mean, there have been a couple periods throughout the course of Call of Duty history with the dynasties where a team has been the best at the beginning and the best at the end, but that's not usually how it goes. It's somebody is the best out the gate, they learn the game a little bit quicker, or their raw talent kind of gets them through, and then it's sort of who learns a bit faster or who figures something out towards the end of a title.
Yeah, and make adjustments, or, I mean, it was the big thing with Atlanta FaZe last year was map pool. I mean, that to me is just one of those things with this team right now. When you have that Berlin hardpoint that you're not going to play, it's just going to be the storyline.
Yeah, I think map pool, I mean, we talk about it from the beginning of the year in the veto process, but I think it's becoming far more obvious right now because you think about the sheer amount of Game 5s. I know that's not the single biggest thing. Well, actually, probably is.
There's been some questionable vetoes this weekend. Yeah, this week there definitely has.
Yeah, but like, you know, I feel like the Game 5 speaks to like teams getting more comfortable with that, and you know, you're getting your maps here, they're getting their maps there, you're going the distance to a lot of these series, and it's a big part of it, or it's just a magic. I don't know.
Well, then that's when you talk about that control. And you know, one of the keys to victory for OpTic was they're 1-3 on touch and control their last 4 throughout this stage. When we have that map 3, that's going to be a huge focal point for them. But I will say, with the addition of Shotzzy and iLLeY to this roster, what has been fantastic, the search and destroy, right? There was the tweet from Clay last night about how Shotzzy and iLLeY, their mid-game calls, their mid-game adjustments, it's what you've missed from iLLeY the last couple of stages. You're so happy to have him back for these big games in search.
It reminds me of, it's not the same thing, but like when TJ and Dashy first came on that OpTic team, just kind of revitalized them as a search and destroy roster. It's like you get some players in here that you know are solid those modes. You know they put in a lot more time than your average player. They just love to grind. They do. Can they make the impact? His fist bumps are out, trying to dial it in. And this is where maybe the win you got earlier this week is like, you bring it back at a 4 and 5. You're used to going down in series. You believe in each other.
Yeah, 100%. It's one map. Let's move on, right? That was their hard point.
Just shrug it off, right?
No, we lost by 15 points. It is what it is.
Yeah, yep. The crowd trying to inject energy into this squad to come alive now in the search and destroy. Who's going to be the playmaker? Will it be Big Brucey? Don't know what accent that was. Or Shotzzy and iLLeY make the plays. The king will dominate the map, but right into it we go. It's a quick shoulder, a couple shots out from Dashy. Gets a spot of information, but it is Shotzzy. This map at times when he is in a groove, it is his wonderland. Can he find success in a big map too?
You know, it's a lot about that mid-map control, and then Vivid, he just opens the window. Shotzzy's there, and now OpTic immediately over to B. Thought the nade maybe was going to get some damage in, but that's going to be Shotzzy with the bomb. Him and Scump are all the way pushed up in this 4-on-3.
That's going to be a stun deep that'll get some information on TJ's playing. Way back with the snipe. That'll be bomb now planted. You got to retake this in the 3-on-4. Make it 2-on-4. It's Dashy with the angle. Now TJ.
I don't know he has this yet.
With the snipe.
I don't think he's shot yet, but I mean, retakes with the sniper are so difficult, right? Just pushes like this. But there we go, hit marker comes in. Shotzzy's able to find a second. I mean, he is all by his lonesome. The bomb is down. Yeah, good luck, Mr. TJ. Your old teammate's gonna take you down.
Yeah, I think Scump took one right to the big toe as he was leaping over, but.
You don't need it, he doesn't need it.
No. Well, that might be the one you do need. I'm not a foot expert, but.
Okay.
Your balance, dude. Some toe you need, I think.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a doctor. Bring those toes over here.
No.
3 for Shotzzy in the round, and that's got to be a great feeling for him and the fans in attendance for this team. As mostly bodied in the map 1, could not get anything going. You come out strong in that opening round.
Yeah, similar on both sides, right? A lot of mid-map control for the defensive team. It looks like you're going over towards B for Boston Breach. They're just kind of hanging out in P5, trying to see what they can, get fountain control, try to work these angles. What we've seen from a lot of defensive teams is kind of working that middle alley, getting someone pushed up. Maybe just trying to find that player. Scump just hanging out. 30 seconds already off the round. iLLeY's going to find some info. He's going to find more than that. The wall base hit on the Vivid.
Another key first blood. Now don't give them an easy equalizer. TJ tagged up. He's going to back up quickly. That's going to be the equalizer, and then that's one of those tough ones where Scump is trying to shoot right between both players.
Well, he's trying to go get the trade. He's trying to get the trade, and unfortunately, he runs into 2 players. What was the man advantage is now going to be a round win for Boston Breach, and that's one of those plays where, I don't know, maybe Scump doesn't have to leave that position, right? But Shotzzy gets taken down, and I think Scump's just like, all right, I'm going to go trade this because you made him weak. He gets the call, and he's weak.
And I think it's sort of like I said, like, don't give them a free equalizer. Like, how many times you see you get that clean first blood, and then somebody gets picked, you turn into a 3 versus 3. It's like you almost feel more pressure. Like, I got to get this trade, otherwise we throw away the first blood type thing. And he flies around. Unfortunately, 2 players there to greet him, and we all know that one gets a little wonky with aim assist. So when you got 2 players in front of you, you're trying to split between both. Same kind of peak from Dashy mid-map to get going. Scump is maybe in trouble, but looks like he gets down for now over by P5. And he'll just kind of tuck away. If some help is coming, he's got Dashy on the other side of it.
That's still mid-map control over to Boston. The reason they can play like this is because you do have Nero inside of P5. Nero, he's going to get taken down. Shotzzy with the first blood on offense again, TJ. The snipe just not hitting right now. You still have Methodz in the map, just waiting for the plan.
Think about that from Vivid's POV. He's like, thinks he has a free when he saw it there. Bounces around and nade is to greet him, but now they're bringing this back. It's suddenly into a 2 versus 2, and once again, it's Scump on the hunt for the trade, and that is not an easy fight. That was a bit sketchier than I think he thought it was going to be, but he finally does get there. Now to a 1 versus 1. Scump, TJ, Scump gets in behind, and Scump will get the round victory to Texas to go up 2-1.
I mean, nice shots from TJ on iLLeY and Dashy, but I mean, he's weak, and well, Scump's playing with confidence right now. He gets the call out, those players are weak, he's gonna take that fight.
Dude, that was another one where I was like, it just took a little too long to get there for the trade. He got back to that heady, I'm like, oh God, not again, but.
Especially with the auto, right? Scump's got the MP40.
Yeah.
But we weren't sure how much damage was done to Methodz.
Looked like he had like a bullet or 2, so weak enough, I guess.
But another first blood to Shotzzy leads to another offensive round win for OpTic. A little bit of a slower round here from the defensive team, but they're just going to take A side. They're not going to take mid-map away from that middle church, but Shotzzy, 3rd first blood of the game.
3rd first blood for Shotzzy, and I think that's all 4 for OpTic. They have dominated the early round. You let one slip away. Ham it up and close it out. Shotzzy is just river dancing out mid-map. Methodz sees him for a moment. He's a blur and he's gone.
And this is just what Dashy does. He's just jumping around.
I'm a kangaroo!
As iLLeY finds another one. Just throwing shoulders. He knows how difficult it is to take him down, but Nero does get pushed up.
Methodz now 400 damage in the round. Unfortunately, no kills.
Well, look at that. Look at that. I mean, just the repositioning from Shotzzy to watch top church. Scump's gonna get taken down. Now with the man advantage. OpTic's gonna have to retake over at B.
Shotzzy, a key one again, out to triple positive. Now just have to hunt down Methodz. Does Methodz have a clutch in him? What kind of timing is he gonna find? But the ducks fly together. You'll see all three. They're grouped up on the retake. On it now, able to get the kill and back away.
He's on MP40, but look at this iLLeY, very quick on that flank. Dashy has to wait for his duo, has to wait for iLLeY. There's gonna be the kill. Nice teamwork out of OpTic, just taking their time, playing patient.
Yeah, I mean, solid job for Methodz. You play the clock well, you get the first one bomb, you take no damage.
Well, he had an MP40, he had an auto, he had everything he needed.
Yeah, but then it's just sort of a guessing game. Like, how are they going to play this? Am I going to get double chopped from the front? Is someone going to go long on the flank? But they get there in time, and I bet you those senses were probably starting to tingle, or he was probably going to check that at the moment. But fact is, iLLeY hits it quick, like you said.
Well, and I mean, just to take the time for iLLeY to take that long route, because even, 15 seconds left, he's worried maybe Methodz is going to, rotate back to him, doesn't want to get caught into a 50-50, sort of takes his time. He's able to find it. We talked about Vivid and Nero, what they bring in aggression, but struggling right now, 1-7. Vivid, yet to find a kill.
Yeah, it's like the opposite, right? Vivid has that monster map 1 kick it going here. Shotzzy gets bodied map 1, and he's had a great one. Ripped out of this one, though, but you still have advantage right now. And Scump to 5-2 he goes. Some big wins there mid-map. TJ now on an island, 1 versus 3 minutes to go. And TJ has some heroic efforts. Some clutches in his career, but not right now. Texas continues to roll in search, now up 4-1.
Now it's adjustment time for Boston on both offense and defense. Nothing really working for them. The early aggression for OpTic has just been a little bit too much. The nades have been there, the early gunfights. Maybe, you're going to an offensive round now, you try to slow things down. Maybe you just try to work that A site. But everything they've been throwing at him, nothing's been working.
Yeah, it's like, do you change something if you're Boston? Do you stick to the game plan, just execute better? Let's see what they have to do.
I'd try to slow it down a little bit if I was them, right? These rounds have been decided early from the first bloods. And it looks like it's going to be that. Just kind of spread out, and TJ, he's going to respond with 1.
Just play behind the pick. And a much-needed first blood, because they have not enjoyed many, but it's iLLeY who's got this 4th streak. And he's trying to hunt forward. Scump is hit down to 6th, and the stun connects, and he just gets dropped. I think your call for them to play slow. Turns out you played this, you competed in Call of Duty quite a bit at one point. It makes sense, Joe. Good stuff.
I mean, listen, when you're losing multiple rounds in a row, it just feels like the game is going really, really fast, right? I mean, he goes from 1-1 to 4-1. You're just kind of looking over like, all right, we got to do something different. And on defense, you can't really, you have to react, right? You can't really slow the game down.
The offense dictates the tempo.
Yeah, that is your pace. And, they find that first blood, it turns into, TJ finding multiple and them getting on the board. Because the way OpTic plays this, very quick, right? As soon as they know there's some presence one way, they're usually rotating around the map.
Yeah, now maybe you have OpTic guess on a little bit how they're going to go into the next offense.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yes. We're still going to hit it. Scump once again starting to work up towards this P5 Nero. I think the closest person playing deep. I think he just puts some shots in, gets a couple hit markers, stun able to connect, so that'll slow them down for now. There is a flurry of nades coming in. He hits his as well.
Shotzzy gets through.
Everybody
gets
tagged
through.
up a bit, but Shotzzy with another first blood. The early round Reaper has been on one, and the quick reaction there to back down. Corner to corner, can't dance with death forever. Finally, taken out to a 3v3 we go. You got B-side control.
Yeah, what does OpTic want to do, right? Methodz is kind of waiting. The bomb's going to be planted for defensive side. Or is it? No, it's not going to be planted for the defense. So they're going to have to play this from the plat side, even though you have 2 players in Dashy and Scump all the way in the back. But who's this going to start with? You need TJ to get in Nero, or sorry, Vivid to get in a position. Here comes the fight.
And Vivid there with a big one. Beautiful headshots onto Dashy, rips him off the map.
They're just
25
worried.
to go.
They know the way they like to play this map, right? You're worried about the flanks. iLLeY though on plat stairs. Nobody checks it, nobody clears it. He reads Vivid as well. Just a 1-on-2, 15 seconds left for TJ. 1-on-1, iLLeY goes for the chow. Now he's gonna play his life. There's no time on the clock. iLLeY with the clutch, and OpTic now 1 round away from tying up the series.
Yeah, you miss iLLeY for moments like that. The two teammates playing deep, he's up close and personal, and he makes the plays. Not just to get the 2 kills, but to get out of there. Make sure he didn't catch any pistol shots from TJ. And it's feeling like yesterday a bit, right? Like you have a tough hard point, but then you roll in the search. So far, so good. 5-2, though. You got to close it out. I think it's Methodz always says that 5-2 is like that trap score line.
5-2, 5-3, yeah, they can all be a little bit scary. Again, just kind of slow. You have 2 players watching middle alley in case there's any aggression. TJ, he's just seeing all the nades fly overhead. And okay, you allow the defense to get into spots, but now you can hit those nades. iLLeY was pretty weak, but not taken down. So now it's just all about the shots, all about the gunfights.
Yeah, the one connected well. I think he hit to like 47, but I didn't see where another one went. They weren't able to combo it. And it's Vivid just trying to get the angle. He's still there. Yeah, he's still there.
Teamwork.
Oh, God, they just bait it perfectly, and Dashy makes him pay. TJ's on 5 in a row, but I'm not sure it matters. As the rest of the squad just gets lined up in mid.
We got to take a look at that again. I mean, after this, just between Shotzzy and Dashy, because they find all 3 kills. I mean, Shotzzy was about to get taken down.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Dashy was the guardian angel, 100%. Just protecting from above, and they'll get off 4 in this one. OpTic, they tie it up 1-1. With the dominant search, especially in the early going. I mean, I will see at the end how many first bloods it was, but truly dominant stuff in that regard.
Yeah, 100%, just right from the get-go, and you get Shotzzy going. Just feels like, right, that's their Tuscan map. That's what they like to do. They take mid-map control away from Boston time and time again. Just so much info gained. Boston just, yeah, too fat. I mean, down 1-4, just could not find any success. But
well, and that's been the question mark.
6-2? Yeah, 6-2, 4 for Shotzzy.
Yeah, it matches the scoreline. Shocking. But that, when we casted Breach, kind of we were talking about it a bit, right? Like, this is where they haven't really shown a lot since the team change. They need to work on the search and destroy, and OpTic, they punish them there. But can he get it to another map 5?
And then you have the 2 and 7 from Vivid, but also 4 first deaths. So, you know, we talk about him being that playmaker, the aggressor, but he was given nothing.
No. And I'm sure that's just one of those very frustrating searches. Like, whatever route you take, whatever opening you look for, you're just getting put in the dirt. It's you can't find a groove whatsoever because you're not playing. I mean, he's just spectating for most of that search, but as it stands, tied up 1-1. A crazy map 1. If you missed it, it comes down to what? I think 14 points between the teams goes to the play clock, and it was really Breach with an impeccable job of kind of clearing OpTic out of the point, letting that clock play down just without control. Just absolutely terrific. That on the other side, once we get to the search, OpTic, pristine effort. But now we start to look forward to control, and this is where you were kind of talking about, like, you were very good here if you were OpTic.
Yep.
Been some struggles as of late, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is, what, 1-3, 1-4 in their last couple of Tuscan controls where they were so dominant early on in the year. And then for Boston Breach, not one to shy away from. So they should be feeling confident going into this control. And all event long, this control has been a huge decisive game mode.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we're tied up 1-1 as it stands. It's just the first match here of day 3 for the major. We've got some juggernaut matchups. Teams have been eliminated. Is NYSL going to be able to make the run? OpTic after the tough qualification stage. Can they come alive and show us something special we haven't seen really since that opening major? Will Zinni and the boys get it clicking here at a major? So much coming up after the quick break.
Multi-League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Here we go. We continue on, tied up 1-1. Breach, OpTic continue to do battle here at the NYSL Major. We're going to talk a bit about a matchup here against two juggernaut AR players. When you look at Methodz, you look at Dashy, what they're capable of doing on the map. Obviously, different play style, but their stats crucial to the team.
Oh, 100%. Two juggernauts, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, both of them very crucial to their team. One, though, an MVP candidate. So, no, all right, we no longer have that, but it doesn't really matter because the game's loaded in, and that's all that really matters.
Now I'm a liar. That's okay, though. That's all right. As long as we're ready to get into the action. Commander Zenny talking to the troops.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, look at him. Do you think it's just my love for him and Italian food that has me, am I overgassing this? He's incredible.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he's going to be on the Mount Rushmore of Call of Duty.
I don't know if that's true.
Just to bring up the looks show at the mountain.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, he's got the jawline of Brad Pitt.
Here we go. Boston 3-1 in stage 4.
Thanks for reeling me back in, Joe. I was losing it there.
3-1 on this map. We're OpTic 1-3. But can they get back into rhythm, back into routine, where this was their go-to control map? Here we go. Sometimes it's just all about winning an offensive round.
Sometimes, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you think about that FaZe one yesterday. It's the movement and the hops from Shotzzy as he gets tucked away in a corner. Now Scump is dealing with these difficult fights out in the field. Trying to catch one mid-map, he's able to do just that. Vivid does take down Shotzzy, though, from his position, so he's able to get that angle before Scump is through for the kill.
It's really just both teams just kind of waiting for one to make the next move. I mean, the nades do connect onto that player on A. That's going to be Scump, who gets taken down. So now Boston, they're going to play pretty aggressive defensively over towards this A zone. You're already going to have Methodz pushed up broken. Locking down their middle alley with Vivid. This is going to force them to have to go to B. And now Boston knows this, so it's all about mid-map and P5 control. TJ off of spawn, he's going to go all the way back to B, but OpTic, they know what they got to do.
Yeah, it was sort of like good luck, boys, not 2v4. We're out. You just got to not give them the chance to get you fully trapped. They're able to get through on the cross.
That was almost a trick shot nade that hit.
You're right.
Definitely didn't mean for that to be on purpose, but that was almost sick.
Methodz dearly getting 2 off the site, but he does the damage onto the second, makes the follow-up kill easy, and so far Breach are making it look easy. You're up 5 lives. There hasn't been much of a threat. Yeah, there's not been a threat anywhere.
Just nice rotations from Breach, just back and forth, playing aggressive towards A. No off spawn with the roof spawns that come in. You gotta go right back to B. They don't allow OpTic to make any progression. Now they're gonna go for this. Why wouldn't you? It's Vivid, he's gonna be on 5 in a row, stepping it up from that game number 2. A couple of kills come in. They know there's only 13 seconds left on the clock, so they're gonna try to deal with this now. And they might just do that. This might be a perfect defensive round coming in.
I mean, you get 1 tick, I guess, but...
Yeah, I guess it's 1.
Yeah, about as close to perfect as it is going to get. My God, that is a wall just set up by Boston Breach. There were no opportunities, like just from the get-go. And, you know, a lot of times when we talk about really impressive stuff in Control, it's like that offensive push, right? Like that's what really turns the game. But that's a round that can shift it just based on ticks. Like, that was dominant.
That's a situation where some teams don't like to go for it. If there's a lot of offensive presence towards A, they just give it up. They just play over towards B.
There just never was.
They're going to play for the 2 minutes, 2-minute defense out at one zone. But they say, screw it, we're going to keep rotating back and forth, even with the risk if they're going to go to B. But they found all the kills they needed. Now Vivid, he wants to find a glide bomb.
Yeah, I just don't even think it was ever like a question. They just were never in a bad spot, like not one time throughout the round. But yeah, we'll see if he can get the glide. Not far off of it. Nero had some big kills at the tail end of that one, and he takes the gunny right into this. That'll be the first kill in the round. Another player there trying to follow it up. I think that was Scump looking for the angle as Dashy actually gets the kill defensively. Still all right. I can't imagine you're able to hold them to 1 point of progress.
You love a perfect response to the back. I mean, one take done it in, but they got to hold it for a minute. But that's going to be 3 dead. Now 2 players on at Scump, though. Scump's behind enemy lines. Scump is behind, but Methodz able to read it.
It's like the second he cut to go right, he turned and spotted him. So you take an edge in the objective there off that second tick. Not that it took a whole lot, but they should be able to finish A. Now looking, hunting inside a church. Still have Scump inside. And now they kind of set up this defense. He pushes right out, and he's trying to flank this push. Make sure it gets staggered. I like that. Get the one, get away. You don't need both.
This is what they do so well, right? I mean,
slow it down.
Shotzzy. Usually it's Shotzzy just kind of flanking those pushes by the offensive teams, able to read the map, knowing what they're trying to take. You still have TJ just kind of lurking by his lonesome, has to get to his team, but here comes a push for Boston towards flat side. One, gonna get taken down, make it a second as the autos finding the kills for OpTic.
Dashy, I think, legit had 1 health after that gunfight.
TJ still through.
Yeah, it's like, when is TJ gonna pounce? Is he gonna find?
He found a kill, but he's just waiting on his team. His team needs to get to him, or he needs to make a bigger play. He's gonna go for it through the spawn, and he's gonna find another one on a Scump. But, I mean, all his reinforcements are gone now. He gets taken down, man advantage to OpTic and Shotzzy. This is what he does so well. He's gonna find the last one. Vivid did snap, as he's 12 and 6, but Shotzzy on 3 in a row.
You still have a minute to hold. Ton of lives remaining still for Breach. You've got some ample opportunity here, but just with the time, a couple, maybe 2 4-man efforts really to try and push this, depending on what kind of setup you're gonna go for. It's a big one from TJ in the back.
Nice opener.
Yeah, exactly. An opener to get the pinch through. Nero then from the inside. The snapback is there, but Scump, his double, plays the equalizer around the objective. Methodz got the angle from up top, but you just haven't been able to get like a good 4-man push at this.
No, and again, TJ's the one lurking in the back. But it's about the one player. Usually Shotzzy or Scump still alive trying to make a play. But this time 3 are gonna be dead, but Shotzzy and Scump, they're able to take down 2. That neutralizes the situation a bit for Boston, but they're here, they're still alive as Nero and Methodz. The duo, a tick, about to come in at B.
And now it's everybody kind of off to the races to get back into this. The nades are gonna connect on the Methodz. There you get 3 off of the point, under 20 seconds to go. You regain control, but you do get 1 bit of progress, so you just kind of move the needle a little bit more towards Breach when you talk about the overall objective.
Still a chance, they can still go for this. It's 8 versus 8, there's time.
Take a shot. They have 3 players up now to deal with it. Down to 2 now after the gunfight went from Shotzzy, dwindles to 1. Time now gone. Texas answer with a hole, but it's just not nearly as efficient as Breaches in round 1.
Yeah, you know, a good job by OpTic. Even, you know, just knowing that, like, TJ's behind them, they did not allow Boston to get pushed to him. They did not allow that P5 area right outside of radio.
Yeah,
they didn't give that up.
They just didn't seem too worried about him.
Right, it's just one. What, is he gonna cap the thing? No, just leave them.
Now, if they get smoked in the front, that becomes a problem, but they never did, right? They were able to stand tall, just kept the focus there. Terrific job, and TJ, I think the whole time was just like, do I go? Do I chill? Do I go? Do I chill? Like, wanting to get involved, but kind of having to bide his time. Good team nade through for Texas. 3 in a row for Shotzzy. Man flew it on up top. It's awkward, but he's able to snap. Hipfire will connect. Streak continues. There's number 5, Shotzzy. He's dancing around the map. The movement is there. The pistol is out, and Nero is down for the count. Oh! As Shotzzy just dancing around the map. Up to 14 and 10.
Really now locking things down. Vivid went for a retake over towards A. Him and Nero are gonna get cut. Now look at this already. You have 1 player pushed up at B. That's gonna be iLLeY. Has the help of Shotzzy. A lot of forward progress here for OpTic.
A little different than round 1, Joe.
Yeah, they go for that retake at A. It's a bit of a gamble, and this is what happens. You're down 6 lives as Boston. Things are gonna slow down, but you gotta hold this for 2 minutes. Not easy to do, especially with that life count coming in.
What's up, former duo? TJ pushes through for the kill. It's gonna be a long 2 minutes.
Shotzzy hits 2. Shotzzy hits 2 again on a pinch. He's just gonna pause the clock for now, why not?
I think any amount of time they can pause this just allows them to play around the lives. And I know it's gotten a little bit closer after that recent sequence, but you're still up 3. And this isn't all that different than the situation we casted yesterday, right? But it's a slide through for Scump. Like he was on a slip and slide, just rolling on through, hitting the shots.
Yeah, buns of steel down that staircase.
Ah, yeah, it's tight. Huh?
Nice.
Now iLLeY. The squad starts to push up. Shotzzy, Roman. There's one up top, able to snap. You have 3 here. It's been paused. Not through to the first bit of progress, but you still have so much time to work with. Minute 15 now, under double-digit lives. Just 9 to work with if you are Boston Breach. Slowly, through this battle of attrition, they're being bled out.
It's a sub again, though. It's Scump behind enemy lines. Him and Shotzzy are finding the openings for Breach, and they're the ones to open things up. A chance here now, up 5 lives. With a minute left, it's going to come down to a bit of a TDM here. Boston have to slow the game down, but they are just in, 3 of them are in Church Alley right now.
It's like you almost need to do what you did in the hard point, like keep them off the point, let the time go down.
They're just not winning their ones, though. Yeah. That's the difference. They are not winning their one-on-ones because Scump and Shotzzy are here, and they are uppercutting them in the face.
20 on the board now for Shotzzy. There's a little slide cancel to the forehead as Scump comes around the edge. Another one-on-one win. Zenny trying to be the difference, and they will get 3 through, but it's just going to be 2 lives. It's all going to be on Vivid and Methodz to try and take it down. Now 20 seconds to go. What kind of effort do they have? iLLeY makes it even tougher. All on Vivid through the top rope and into the dirt. Texas now eliminate that. I mean, it was a brutal round 1, right? You got nothing going on offense. You wipe that slate clean.
Now the pressure on Boston to have to win an offense of their own. But to me right there, that was just like prime OpTic with what we saw earlier in the year throughout stage 1 and other times throughout the year. But you're playing your life in power positions around B on attack, allowing Scump and Shotzzy to find the openings, to cause chaos. You're pausing the clock. It doesn't come down to the objective. It comes down to the life count. They're able to win it.
What a massive round. That could end up being, it's a flurry of people forward. And you go 2 for 1 towards B. So the spawners coming up from OpTic Texas, that's right where they're going to be heading. That'll allow TJ to kind of set up
He's just watching the clock right now. That's all it is.
Yeah.
He wants his teammates to roam and find kills. Basically do what OpTic did. Drain the life count down so much where the 2 minutes that come into play give them that advantage. But his teammates get taken down. You have iLLeY all the way pushed up with Shotzzy. They're going to probably give up A. Looks like Shotzzy might be able to push. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about making a play. You can see the green arrows kind of turning around. Does Shotzzy find that one player?
Keep an eye on the top of it. Here we'll hop to his POV. He just doesn't see him tucked away. So an opening for a moment here for Boston Breach. That'll be A done. 2:10 to go. No quick transition, though, on to B. Now you get set up defensively in your spots if you are Texas. Vivid trying to roam. Not roaming anymore because, of course, it is Shotzzy, the roam king. That is able to put him down. It's a flurry of gunfights, though. As we get towards this objective, TJ tries to get around the edge, but iLLeY wisely going to back up. Just hold that L trigger.
That was just such a big kill. You do have Vivid trying to work around. You have Methodz trying to stay alive radio side. But they just get taken care of. They get cleaned up. Vivid's behind enemy lines. TJ, though, in P5. They're just going to leave that player again. You control P5. You control this attack. And that's what's going on. They know there's a player behind them. Screw it.
I'm just kind of curious if Vivid tries to, I don't know, maybe do something TJ didn't, like get a little bit more aggressive play. Maybe more for a
They're trying to hunt him down. They're trying to hunt him down.
This time it looks like they are looking to deal with them, and they're able to do it. Like right as Vivid reacts. Already there for the angle, so the backside of the push has been snuffed out. A minute to go. 16-16 in lives. We slow down for a moment as everyone takes a breath and looks for the next push for Breach. Where's the kill gonna come from? You get one on the other side of it. Scump traded out quickly. Nero, 4 HP. I didn't think he was getting another. He's on 4 health, but he's able to take down one. TJ's still there, but it's Shotzzy again, who after a bad map 1 has just been terrific.
And again, it's one of those multi-kills from the subs of OpTic. They don't allow a play to develop for Boston Breach. Well, it's only 11 versus 13. The big problem here for Boston is just the clock. It's the clock right now. You have 2 players trying to push the pinch. That's going to be Methodz through P5. Comes TJ and in Nero. Scump, he's going to be the next man up. Just trying to stay alive, and he does.
It's likely it as far as pushes go. You need to get a nice sequence here. Pick up a couple of kills in a row. They're able to get 2, but there always seems to be an answer. It's a double though for Methodz. Last guy, mid-alley. It's going to be Dashy. The chow is on point. Methodz able to win it, but he can't quite get away with his life as the spawn is coming in close. Now 8 seconds left to go. Vivid letting it rip. The last guy here just trying to pause the clock, but it's a teardrop there from Dashy that's able to rip him off the map. You've got a shot. You've got a shot. The bullets are hitting. The nades, what are they coming in? Is now Scump. He's working around the flank. More to go. They're lining up in front. There's the nade that's able to hit. 2 on the clock. Nobody close. OpTic with the map 3 win. They won an offense.
And I think what OpTic does so well on those defensive rounds, even when it gets close, I guess I would call like crisis management, right? You know, they don't allow a Boston player to stay alive, pause the clock. There's a 2-piece that comes in from Shotzzy. Then at the end, they don't panic. Scump's able to find the route. The nades hit. It's just those, the comms have to be so good in that moment because the life count's there, right? 6 versus 5. There's only a couple of seconds left, but they wait for one another.
I mean, you just need to not completely blunder your nades, not somehow miss a... I mean, the callouts are relatively simple in that situation because they're usually around the objective, but not to blunder something or lose a player where you get 2 or 3 piece. But yeah, that's just not panicking, handling business. I mean, there were some shots there for Breach.
You saw that scoreboard, just a balanced effort across what was such a dominant round number 1.
I mean, that was one of the more impressive defenses you're going to see. I mean, you barely touched the objective that time. And to think that they've then come, improve on it, and win an offense, that's pretty impressive.
And then it's just sort of these plays in this offensive round. It's Scump, it's Shotzzy putting the pressure on. You're allowing a player to get on the objective, pausing the clock. iLLeY staying alive, Dashy getting newest spots. That's what OpTic does so well, baiting the nades out, and well, they win. Behind the slice?
Yeah, I mean, was it just kind of their roaming subs that were the difference? It just felt like, you know, whether you'd see Vivid in that spot or TJ in that spot or whoever it was that might get him behind. Well, I guess more Nero. TJ was kind of posted up in the back with an auto, but they got more value when they got in behind enemy lots and found those openings. They won a gunfight, maybe 2.
And you know, a lot of that is on the ARs, though, to not get naded. Because as soon as those power positions open up,
let's put a trophy down, Joe.
In radio, I mean, you can just leave those players in the back. It doesn't matter. So those guys staying alive, keeping the pressure on, it doesn't allow players off spawn just throw nades. They can get spawn killed. Just beautiful teamwork from OpTic.
So after the gut-wrenching map 1 loss, one that goes right down to the clock, it's a convincing map 2 win. I mean, it's a tight Tuscan. I know it doesn't go to the 5th and final round, but there are some incredible rounds there for Breach, and they had shots to get it to the final one. They don't, but you bounce back, you get the dubs. Now talk to me a little bit about Tuscan Hardpoint.
Well, I mean, for, you know, both of these teams, for Boston, it's sort of, do we play Gav or do we play Tuscan? That's sort of the decision. And I think, you know, earlier in the tournament, they had that choice as well versus Florida. They let Gav go through, and they lose that, right? That did not go well. They have that same discussion. What map do we want to play OpTic on? It's going to be Tuscan Hardpoint, which I think is probably the better call with the roster they currently have.
I mean, it feels like they're like the opposite of Florida, when like Florida, it feels like they have like 3 natural ARs. Like they are one of the few teams that has like kind of 3 natural subs.
Well, and OpTic as well have been so good on Gav throughout the year, right? I mean, Simp can pull out that 3rd auto. Seen Shotzzy do it. Shotzzy can be so impactful with that MP40. So it's just, again, sort of the veto decision, the map pool that comes into play.
I mean, either can be tough, obviously, but you like the Tuscan.
Yeah, I think I'd like probably prefer that. But here's the thing for Boston Breach. They have not played an official Tuscan Hardpoint with this roster. Throughout stage 4, they are 0-0. So this is going to be brand new for them. Obviously, they've practiced a lot.
Yeah.
I guess the one good thing for them, I mean, they're shooting pretty darn well, right? The slaying wasn't anything crazy in that map 3.
We see Susano popping up on Twitter. Shotzzy, Scump duo going crazy with the routes. Yeah, I mean, they were finding the openings. They were taking the routes just to give themselves one-on-ones or just shooting people in the back. And that's what you kind of nailed it. I think we talked about it with FaZe a little bit yesterday. Like when the ARs are in good spots and they are holding it, it gives you the freedom to roam. And when you have that freedom and you don't think a bad death is going to penalize you, you can take some risk, you can take some gambles. And sometimes those lead to just resetting them over and over and over again when they can't get a good push.
It's the idea too of just like playing your life, staying alive. You know, that's what they were so good at in stage 1 was playing their life. Everyone was trying to mimic that gameplay, especially well, it did come to just the life count. Wasn't around the ticks, but even more so, you still see it in their gameplay.
Oh, this theater, this crowd, this has been brilliant. Oh, look at the smile on. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, you're on camera, big guy. How you doing? Oh, we're still dabbing? I like it. I think I'm too old to dab, but that was sensational stuff.
Oh, that guy was jacked, dude.
Oh, yeah, no, he would just throw me through something that would break me. It just
somebody
crunch
fly
my
him
bones.
to champs, dude. Hey, mate, fly that guy to champs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna fly him to champs?
Me? No. I'm part-time now.
Yeah, me too. Sorry. Someone else will get you, though.
Miles? All right, let's get focused. On the hard point is OpTic. Look to seal the deal and continue through this loser's run. No, it was not the start they wanted at this major to start the loser's bracket, but they continue on. They continue to fight. But Breach, you gotta bring it back if you're gonna get this to a 5th and final map. Will TJ be the hero? Who is going to step it up? It's Nero's nades that just line him up. I think another player weak is TJ puts in a couple bullets, and that's all 4 quickly off the map and right into the hard point. Go Boston Breach.
Yeah, you gotta have this decision when you're spawning on that side of the map. Do you just want to go through, you know, through the hillside? Do you want to take the middle of the map away? It's just kind of 50-50 depending on the call. But they try to all push through the ruined side. The nades on point for Boston is the first 25 seconds or so going to go their way.
Yeah, you know, you're trying to retake this. A lot of times you want to retake from mid, but off the break, it's just sort of a... Hopefully I can dodge these nades. Maybe they miss one. But they're on point. There's Nero already out to 4 kills behind the big start. Make that number 5. As they get set up for the next hard point, it's Dashy playing deep, who's able to locate Nero, who's trying to push through, but that's a 45-0 scoreline after the first hard point. So that is a very successful start if you are Breach. Now, can they do what they did so well in the map 1? Very different map, but can you make it scrappy? When OpTic is set up, can you get them out of the hard point and make them make difficult decisions around the objective?
Yeah, it's a little bit different on Tuscan than
yes,
Bokosh.
100%.
But yeah, that was the big thing. They are making it messy right now, but Methodz the last one alive. That's going to be all dead. Scump finds 2, just going to get on the hill, but now the nades. Can the nades connect off a spawn? Not yet. And Shotzzy's like, I'm out.
I think it's like, you know, we've always talked about that ability to get people out of the point when you're coming from like the bad side or bad.
He's still getting gunfights.
He is
literally across the map.
Going nuts. Dude, look, right now around the point.
He's on the other side of the map now. You never know where he's going to be.
But it's even more a thing now just because the no trophies, right? Like you have way more abilities. Get people out of the objective. Like you know where people are going to be set up.
Yeah, so you gotta keep switching up your spot when you're on that objective, but talk about 45 points, look at that, 53, a perfect hold for OpTic FT2.
That's one way to answer back.
Yeah, back and forth battle though. Nero 9-5, heck of a start for him. Make it 10. Ooh, over at P3, the first 10 seconds go the way of Boston. This has just been a battle so far.
Yeah, heavyweight fight, just trading blows. That did not look like fun. From Scump's POV. He didn't deal with him kind of hopping in, but hit down to 4 health and trying to hold the back side of it. But Vivid Nero, they're going to surge forward. That's going to be everybody cleared off the point. Really just one remaining there will be Scump. So where it was a trading of long successful holds, now Boston able to get a break and get in and split the time.
It is a little bit different because usually we see breaks. We see breaks here on this P3, so heck of a job done by Boston, but OpTic, they fight right on back. Now it's a rotation over to P4, church side. So we're gonna have Methodz and Nero set up, and Vivid, he's just gonna be hanging out, dealing with the rotation for OpTic off his spawn.
Well, that's what when the spawn change came in, you spawned so close there, right? You're just able to rally right back in. Sick. 7 points now between the teams. As bullets soaring everywhere. We go to Scump now in church. Nice little bunny hop movement on point for the second child there too quickly to get recentered. Now Shotzzy's turn. He likes to dance inside of church. At 9-11, he has had such a resurgence after that map 1. Can he find his groove again? Methodz trying to make sure that is not the case. Now up to a 20-point advantage as Boston Breach trying to build this back up with 30 remaining on the hard point. This has been a solid hold inside.
And this is when you need TJ to come alive as well. I mean, Vivid and Nero is such a fun duo to watch. I'm just they can take over a game, and they're doing it here. But we know when you're playing one of the best teams in the world, you need all 4 players on point. TJ, he's got a minute 11 in the hill. So you got a nice hold there at P4, but it comes to this P5 area where the rotation controlled for OpTic.
Yeah, you'd like the kills to get up a bit, but yeah, he's soaking up
I'm
time.
just saying, at some point, it could come to that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, you're not wrong. Now, to the madness. Inside the P5, is everyone trying to look for an opening? Can he find some success? Is that a teammate? Is that an enemy? I've got no idea. I'm just shooting in front of me, trying to hit everything through walls. His Vivid repositions for a second. He's got a teammate here to work with. He finds the angle onto Dashy. He likely needs one more bullet. Back in we go, but it's a double chow there from Shotzzy and Scump, but Methodz, he is ready for it. Still down 20, a double from iLLeY. Not going to change much around the actual hard point for now.
Yeah, they're just always finding the kills, Boston. I don't know where iLLeY was like top broken, then drops bottom fountain to find the double on the rotation. Nero, beautiful shots onto iLLeY, but Shotzzy is there over at P1. So it's going to be a 30-point lead throughout this first rotation. A lot of points on the board for both teams.
Boston Breach battling for their tournament lives, desperately trying to get this to a map 5. Let's hear the comps to elicit it. We go.
Yep. I'm gonna try to go mid. Nice. He's our side, close left. I needed it.
I need their side you.
I need their side you as well.
Let's go.
Nice. Our side dead.
He's not their side you, not their side you.
Our side you. There's two their side you. One's going mid again, bro. Yep, one's gonna go mid alley.
Nade time.
I need no time.
Nade outer. He's bottom church, top church.
He's close outside, I'm pretty sure.
Top church, mid top church. Front fire, top church, guys.
Oh, dude. Our side you. There's 3 on hill.
I'm gonna go top fire.
Close. One shot, our mid alley. He's on mid, he's by low fire. Maybe low fire.
I don't see him top right.
Maybe Shotzzy. I need no time.
They're gonna be cutting me right. I'm trying to go right there.
Send you.
Yeah, right, Dashy.
I need their side you.
We gotta kill him. Streaks, mid truck. Okay.
One's right on
mid truck and one was on streaks.
Dashy plat.
Ender done.
Nice, Dashy plat. Dashy plat only for 7.
Okay.
He probably backed up. He's gonna play streak. I'm gonna nade plat. Nade plat with me, yes.
I don't have a nade. I'll be bump church.
It's an OpTic lead now. Nero finds some kills through, but I think you heard some frustration. Some maybe swallowed their mic at one point. Not sure what that was.
No, you heard the kind of 4 dead, like, shit. Like, all right, we gotta regain. Because they lost spawns. They lost 50 seconds. The lead change comes in. We saw how good OpTic were here at P2 the first time through. Boston needs a break, and they need one now. But you can just see in the kill feed, it is all OpTic, and this is what I meant for TJ. Right now, 5 and 17. You need everyone to step up on the Boston side, or their tournament is done.
They are getting smoked. You gotta dig deep right now if you're Boston to give yourself a chance. TJ, let's tack another one on. Looking like he was in the WWE, just trying to leap off the top rope, but the triple negative he goes. Just nothing working right now. So what, 50-point advantage, next hard point pops. This is big for Boston.
It was 100 to 130. The next rotation pop, the beginning of that listen, that's 90 points in a row for OpTic Texas. And now at P3, it could come down to a one-on-one. Vivid wins it. That was huge for Boston because Shotzzy snuck through. Shotzzy, he gets taken down. Boston, now a good setup here at P3.
TJ's finding a few kills in a row. Now glide bomb in. Vivid blown to smithereens. So nobody in the point here for a moment. They're trying to clear him out, and iLLeY will take the fight in the back, catches him right as he starts to sprint. Nero pushes coming. Shot's gonna be on point as he finesses the fountain at +5, but can't get around the edge. And all this time, nobody in the point is iLLeY and Dashy continue to win their ones.
That's huge
and
trap
pick
time.
them apart.
Yeah, huge trap time there because the way Church plays out, you know, it's going to be so back and forth.
Well, it was pretty good for Breach last time.
But it looks like TJ's going to hit a nade, so that's going to get him off. But still, down 40 points. Nero, 28 and 22. This man has played so well throughout this series, so well throughout this tournament. Trying to do what he can. You know, Tuscan, it always feels like it comes down to that third P1. Might be the same story here.
Always.
As Boston has just been locking this down. They needed a hill to get back into the game. They found one.
Yeah, this is where they were strong. Not the easiest one to do. And now you have the numbers, and now you have the swarm if you are Texas. The 2 players playing inside gonna have to go huge, and Vivid and Nero do absolutely that. is just 10 points. Now separating the teams. Dashy looking for that opener, but Vivid still tucked away in a corner. It's been 4 in a row for Vivid here. He's been absolutely sensational around the point. Now up to 5. You get in, 15 seconds left. Scump slows down that heater from Vivid as well, but you've really made sure Texas have not gotten much time. Maybe a couple seconds here at the end, but that's really about it. As TJ now maybe found his groove.
Well, on the rotation, though, iLLeY was the only player there. OpTic, they kind of fought for the scrap time, which, you know, tends to happen on Tuscan. Over to P5 now. The nade fest is going to commence. 207 to 200. Boston trying to get it to a map 5. OpTic trying to continue on in the tournament. Methodz locking this down alongside Vivid. A pinch, though, coming in from Shotzzy. Boston reads it, though. They read it. The comms come in. Dude. And Vivid is taking over.
I know his stat line's not that insane, but the number of kills he's got in the hard point in crazy scenarios, the multi-kills have been terrific for this edition of Boston Breach. What has Vivid got left? Because Nero, he's got something in the tank as he's now at 32, but an opening to at least contest. Onto the head goes Dashy. Here comes TJ. He's lurking. The reads there from Scump, but TJ wins a gunfight, now up to 16 after the slow start. And what do you know, Joe? We've got about 10 points that separates the team. We're 2 of P1. This is the make or break on Tuscan. Here we go.
Yeah, and sometimes it just comes down to that break, right? Can Boston hit the nades? OpTic, they go rotation early. Shots are gonna open things up. The tension building. Now for Boston Breach, how many more attempts do they have at this? Maybe 1 or 2? The nades off a spawn coming in. Nero is gonna open things up a little bit. Staggered though is Boston and Dashy with 2, 10 seconds now. OpTic just 10 seconds away from moving on. They gotta go to Boston Breach.
They're trying to go, but they're locking it down. OpTic putting them on skates as they hold inside. You get in for a moment. Is that going to be enough to survive? Now, you can't quite win it here if you are Breach, but the rotation is going to come in. Just 3 points needed for OpTic. But look at number 8.
Scump's going for the win.
Scump's going for the win.
Right now, he's going for the W.
Scump's going for the win.
One-on-one for the win.
For the W. Scump finds the kill. And that's one of those situations where it's like, you got to play like that if you're trying, because you got to rotate, you got to get the time. But do you see it? It's a heads-up play from Scump, but it's also like a bit of a gamble. Like, he loses that fight, then maybe you don't have another player on rotation for the fight. But the fact is, he finds the angle, he finds the kill, he comes up clutch, they get the dub.
Yeah, I mean, TJ's thinking, do I leave this? Like,
yeah,
do I have to leave this? Right? He's just put in such a tough position. But Scump says, it's my time, it's money time, baby. Wins the one-on-one, you just saw him lurking. Well, I'm gonna go for it, I think.
You and I were like screaming at the same time. We're gonna stare at the minimap. You see every arrow darting to the next hard point. He just turns and starts to lurk through.
He's kind of like, I don't know, dude. Like, I might just win this game. I might just win it.
He did. He got the win there, and you get 35 out of Nero. He has a monster back map. TJ starts to bring it back after the really bad start, but just not enough. And once again, for OpTic, you get everybody, and that's been the big thing, because that couldn't be said for the map 1, but you look at the last 2 respawns, that has been the case. It has been a team effort.
And I mean, obviously TJ 18 and 29, but he's right around the damage as the rest of his team. They were able to bring it back, but that P1, P2 second rotation, the 90 points in a row, they just could not find a break Boston. That led OpTic to that win. I mean, they got back in at that church, but comes down to that P1 as it always does.
Yeah, no, their church holds were great. I mean, Vivid and Nero were just popping off there, and there were so many plays you had to love from Vivid at the end of it, but just not going to be enough here. That'll be the end of this tournament run for Boston Breach. Yeah, no, we've got a crazy day ahead of us, but OpTic again, it's like, you know, you keep believing. You lose that map 1, we can bring it back, right? We can bring it back.
Well, I think it's just a little bit different because, you know, in the past it was, all right, we lose map 1, like we're probably going to lose the series, but their search and destroy is there once again. They're trusting in their search and destroy. They have iLLeY, that caller, that mid-round adjustment maker. He's doing it.
He was desperately missed They've been waiting for him to get back into this lineup to regain some of the madness and success they found early in the league. We've got iLLeY on stage.
For OpTic Texas! Man, iLLeY, this crowd loves you. It's been a while since you've been back on land, but you come out, you get a big, important win. How you feeling to be playing on the main stage again?
You already know, I'm feeling good. It's been a while. It's been like, I was out for like 2 months, and just playing on land, it's just a different feeling. It's, I just feel comfortable. It's just my,
yeah.
It's nice. It's different, especially with the crowd like this. This crowd has been insane.
Man, so you guys looked comfortable, okay? Now, first map, you guys fell down, but y'all bounced back into S&D, won some important rounds on control. What was the game plan to really lock in the series against Boston?
I mean, it was honestly just playing our game. We know how good we are when we play our game. We're the best team in the game, and we're just gonna keep doing us. I'm back, the unit's back, so yeah.
New York, they say they back, okay? iLLeY, any shout-outs you want to get to this crowd and to the OpTic Texas fans out there?
Shout out to all of the green wall, and especially this crowd. This crowd has been insane. This has probably been the most insane crowd I've seen. You guys are actually incredible. I appreciate you guys.
Keep rocking it out, New York. That's gonna do it for me and iLLeY. Belly, break it all down.
All right. With the backs against the wall and the tournament life on the line, the Boston Breach said their prayers, but in the end, it was iLLeY that answered, and the Pope blessed them with a flight back home to Boston. OpTic Texas moves on, and Nameless, Boston Breach are going home.
Man, the Tuscan dominance, and I mean, the veteran plays in the end out of Scump, man. The risk-reward play to take himself out of the rotation and what was going to be a crazy ending to hit the scrap time and get that kill. Just a wonderful play out of Scump, man, but risky as well.
Actually, matter of fact, that is our Scump play of the game. aLLeY, we all saw it happen. The King took over, and he did not look back.
Not at all. Seeing him take that route through mid while everybody else, you saw all of Boston committed to that rotation, and this is just that veteran play. This is just a play that you expect out of the King, out of a player like Scump, who has been doing this for so long, to be like, there are 7 seconds on that point. Quick maps, we need 3 to win. There is 1 player on that hill. I'm going to hit this route. You see he does it slowly, right? He's checking every single corner. He's going to hit that contest. TJ isn't able to turn in time, gets the kill, and that just wins him the game.
Yeah, in turn. You were sitting right behind me. It was a back-and-forth battle. It was absolutely great. Nameless, man, how you feeling?
Man, listen, if Dashy were to lose that gunfight and Scump also dies, they would have spawned out, which is why it was just so risky on the side of Scump. Like, could have costed them the game, but wins it in the end. That's how confident he is. Those are those veteran plays. He's like, yo, let's just not even go to the end here. Like, I'm going to end it right now.
I love it. Tom, what is your takeaway, man? You were sitting with me in the crowd.
I was screaming to the
electric
observers.
Was it?
The observers couldn't hear me, but I was like, go to Scump, go to Scump, go to Scump. You could see he was coming around. You knew what the plan was. In those situations, you always know there's only going to be one guy. There's always just going to be one guy, but you're very right. Risk v reward, the risk pays off to get the job done. But overall, I think in the whole of the series, it just feels like they're starting to heat up a little bit now. It's kind of getting there. We honestly had pretty much zero expectations heading into this major, aLLeY. I think you probably agree, from OpTic. But they start to heat up, and now they suddenly throw their hat into that ring as contenders for this event, because we know how good they can be, but they now have suddenly heated up and found that form that we expected of them after Major 1.
It really started in the Control for me. Control was their best game mode. I mean, they were literally unbeatable, especially on Tuscan. In that map and mode, disgusting. And then they kind of lost their way during stage 4. They were 1-4 in Control heading into this. They were seriously struggling to get on their feet after putting iLLeY back into the roster. So I feel like that Control was a big confidence booster for the likes of the OpTic Texas, because now they're feeling comfortable once again in this series. It's not every single mode. It's kind of a 50-50, respawns a 50-50, S&D can be a little bit of a 50-50. Now they might be back into that Control dominance that we have seen previously.
Right, and moving forward, talking about Boston Breach, we have to give them their flowers. Currently knocked out in the event, we will see them again, but Nameless, man, team change, a brand new addition to the CDL this year. Boston Breach did everything you would want from a new addition to this franchise.
Hey, look, man, lessons learned, right? Like playing a tough match up there in front of a crowd that is against you. I don't think Boston has had the crowd against them like that yet. And, you know, these guys had a great stage. They improved in a lot of things, and this is a good roster, right? The roster change works. I think that this stage has proved that, but, you know, hoping they can make a run at champs. They are locked up to go to champs. It's about practicing until then.
And we were having the conversations, we were having meetings beforehand talking about the run that Boston had. And we had it very feasibly in our minds that Boston could have slipped so far down. So after the stage that they have, they've made it to champs now. Yes, they'll be disappointed right in the second, but they have done so well to find themselves in the position they do.
I'm expecting Boston really tear it up in champs, especially with the new addition that we've been all raving about. Vivid and Nero, they're so fun to watch, and they put up a good game. But looking forward, ton, we have another series. You won't be on the desk for that one. Toronto versus Los Angeles Thieves. Yeah, you're going to be commentating. All right. What are your honest expectations? Take the EU-UK bias out of it.
There's no bias there. I don't know what you mean. No, honestly, I think it's hard because I think we didn't really have too many expectations for either one of these two teams heading into this event, full stop. Didn't see a good stage out of Ultra. Thieves have kind of been hit and miss all the way through the year. So now they find themselves in the winners bracket semifinals, a top 3 placement guaranteed for one of these two teams. Both of them are looking at this and saying, this is very winnable. This is our route to a really good placement this event.
Right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the points. And aLLeY, I'm going to need you out with this one. Boston Breach are eliminated, so they are going to stay put. But OpTic Texas sitting pretty in second place at 255.
And this is kind of like a lock-in, right? Nero Ravens have already fallen out of the tournament, so Atlanta FaZe is locked for #1 seed for champs. I believe this is going to be Texas OpTic. Probably locked in #2 for champs as well. Maybe Toronto Ultra could play spoiler if they win this upcoming matchup. But again, Val, there is still 2 spots left to get into this top 8, and the amount of pressure that is on the LA Thieves. Granted, they're in winners, so they still got their double elim to kind of fall back into a net on, but for them, this is more than just trying to win this tournament. This is trying to continue your Vanguard season.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket as well, as we're about to jump into the Toronto and Los Angeles game. But to see how everything has been done, the loser side of the bracket has been very scary, as the 2 remaining teams nameless in the elimination round 3 are OpTic and FaZe.
I know, that's just wild, man. And looking at this Ultra and Thieves game, like, whoever drops down for that match will play OpTic. But yeah, like aLLeY said, if Thieves win this, they go to champs. They punch their ticket right here. Like, you don't have to worry about anything, right? So this is a huge game for them going up against the Toronto Ultra and Search and Destroy, where Ultra's coming off a Game 5 victory. They look good and comfortable there up on land. So gonna look at the LA Thieves to show those improvements there. The respawn looked fantastic. Search and Destroy in the last one looked good as well, but we know they can be consistent in S&D.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, we saw Insight this morning, and Amanda's looking good, but ladies and gentlemen, we're about to shut down the devs for the first series of the day. But coming up next is an even better one, okay? We have the Los Angeles Thieves and the Toronto Ultra, but the question is, who comes out on top? I'm thinking Bance and Kenny and their electric play. This event in Brooklyn has been phenomenal so far, but once again, shout out to OpTic Texas for running away with the win. I'll catch you on the other side.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for.
Methodz and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Centraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What's going on, Brooklyn, and welcome back to Major 4 out here in New York. My name is Belly, I'm the host, and we just got off of a very hot series. OpTic Texas were able to eliminate the Boston Breach, and they move forward. But welcome to the desk. We got...
He's tall.
What are you doing here, man?
Allie, I look like a giant.
You like to eat your vegetables. How you doing today, man? How was that last series?
I'm not usually allowed up here. I think I got lost and stumbled up here. But no, the last series was a blast. Dude, I was sweating afterwards. Like, it was intense. We were screaming. We were having fun. And then to get here, this is the first time I've gone to the desk. I had to get through a sea of, like, all the OpTic fans that were going out. So
It was craziness.
It was nuts, man. It was fun.
Wild.
It was fun. They're making the run. They're making the run.
All right, well, we also got aLLeY and Nameless right here on the desk. But hey, let's jump into it, the maps and modes as well, because for this matchup right here, we have Los Angeles Thieves and also Toronto Ultra, a team that tore it up on land. But aLLeY, from what we see right now, how you feeling?
Now listen, on this opening Tuscan hardpoint, we've seen both of these teams play this map one, and I'm gonna tell you what, they both went very different ways. Toronto lost it by 1 point to the London Royal Ravens, where the LA Thieves beat the Atlanta FaZe over 100 points on it, and so already, I think I have some favorites.
I gotta say though, that triple Berlin in the middle is so good for the Toronto Ultra. I feel like all season long, we've been watching them win Berlin, and here's some stats here. I mean, Berlin S&D, they've won 8 out of their last 9. Game 3, 4 out of their last 5, and then Game 4, 8 out of their last 9. It's just a weird series here for the LA Thieves because they get rid of Bokaz when it comes to the hard point, and then they get rid of Tuscan when it comes to the control. So it's tough. You have to play those Berlins. So Ultra actually, in my mind, have the edge here in this series.
All right, well, the one team that we are going to start off breaking down are one of the hottest teams in this bracket right now. The Los Angeles Thieves, who would have thought it, right? They tore the Atlanta FaZe apart. And Nameless, this team is seeing red, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was hanging out with them earlier today. I mean, they're vibing. They were going over VOD, getting ready for the day. I mean, they're coming off of a hot win. Like, I mean, in terms of victories, that was probably the most dominant victory we've had here in Major 4. It was a 3-1 victory, one glide bomb away from dominating in the controls.
And the first time they beat them, like
it would have been a 3-0. Like, the revenge, it's come full circle now. And I think the biggest thing for these guys is everybody had their moments. Like, every single player popped off in that series. But for the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what do they have to do?
I'm looking at Kenny. There's 3 Berlins in this series. I know you said that it favors the Toronto Ultra in that favor, but it specifically favors one player on this roster, and that's going to be Kenny on the Los Angeles Thieves. And be prepared for Ultra slow neutral setups on Berlin S&D. Ultra setup neutral, 47% of rounds on Berlin, and winning 67% of the time.
What? So, Toronto Ultra going to be facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. And Maven, you and I, we never really talked about Toronto's, but it's a bit different than what we've seen last year with Toronto being at the top. But right now, they're trying to reclaim that.
Yeah, it's like where Thieves are trying to finally click with this roster, with the expectations. Ultra trying to get back to that, right? And there's no bias here, even though I'm now on the Ultra podcast, but I love these guys. I feel like a lot of people want to root for this team just based on European squads and the history of Call of Duty esports. There wasn't a ton of success, and they have been this success story. It's just been a very frustrating year, and we've talked a lot about, I'm sure, like, who's the play caller, who's the shot caller when you're struggling right now with this title. It's got to be so frustrating. It's got to be.
Yeah, and for the game field keys to victory, they have to find the rhythm in hardpoint. I feel like all season long we've been saying that, man. These guys sometimes play a little bit too strategic, need to get a little bit more mixy, and then at times get broken easily as well. And then hill setups are critical versus Thieves on map 1 Tuscan hardpoint. LAT, they lead the league in break percentage on Tuscan at 36%.
All right, so now it's time for predictions, and I'm gonna start with you, Nameless, all the way at the end right now. Will you rock with the Toronto boys or LA.
I think they get 2 of those maps in the middle. It goes to a game 5, and I mean, Ultra on land, game 5 S&D, like, they're going to take that.
Game
so I'm
5
going with
is
Ultra.
game 5 is such an easy guess this event. I actually love it. So,
Fair
Toronto
enough.
Ultra for Nameless. aLLeY?
Gosh, I don't want to do LA Thieves wrong here at all because they have impressed me far further than I was expecting, but with the triple Berlin, though I have all the faith in the world in Kenny on that map, I have to go Toronto. It's just, they have been lights out, and they have 3 in the middle of the series, and like Nameless said, head to a game 5 at Desert Siege. You have a player like Insight, I have to go Toronto Ultra.
All right, Maven, how you doing, handsome?
I'm thinking Thieves.
You thinking Thieves? Well, you know, these will look good on you, by the way.
I ain't never worn glasses ever.
There we go.
Do I get to wear these?
Yeah.
They're not going to fit on my head.
You're going to look like the smartest analyst out there.
Oh, do I look like a Call of Duty analyst now?
There we go. There you go.
Do I look
LA
like Joe
Thieves.
DeLuca? I look like a college math professor.
Kind of hot.
But a hot one.
Yeah, big time, right? But
listen, I'm thinking Thieves because the pressure is on them. Like, they control their destiny right now. They get a win. It's got to be frustrating when you don't control your destiny. They do. They can do it. Backs against the wall. They're going to show something.
I definitely believe in those players as well. But
do I actually look hot?
You look good.
I think you do.
Thank you.
I'm rocking with the LA Thieves as well because what they did to Atlanta FaZe shows that LA Thieves mean absolute business. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talk and predictions right here on the desk. Let's jump into the game. We have Toronto Ultra and the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's get it in.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling. Ow. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary. For the Røkkr. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the Røkkr, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
New York City! Are you ready? We got another winner bracket matchup coming up. And coming to the stage, looking to run up another dub. Make some noise for the Los Angeles Thieves. We got Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy, your Los Angeles Thieves.
Coming off of a dominant victory versus the Atlanta FaZe, these boys have been running it up. Everyone popped off in their last series, and they got a tough match ahead of them versus the Toronto Ultra. With a W in this match, they secure a spot at COD Champs, and I know they want it right now. Guy, let's bring out the Ultra boys.
Let's bring them out. Brooklyn, make some noise for the Kings of the North. It's the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Benz, Cammy, Insight, and Kleenex. The Toronto Ultra.
A team struggling to find consistency this year. You still can never count them out. The reverse sweep king so far. I wonder what would happen if they went up early in the series. But Blaze, these are two teams that get better on land, and it's time to find out which one comes out on top.
It definitely is time to find out who is going to come out on top of this series. And to cast it, I can't think of two better proper lads to do it. Bryce Tunn, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Blaze. Yes, we are here and we are waiting for this game. Two teams that look pretty much on the ascendancy. They're looking for top 3 here at the major. For LA Thieves, a win will secure their place at the championship. For Ultra, maybe just proving some of the doubters wrong.
And look, I mean, the conversation for this game has to be how average these two teams have looked for most of the season, but they kind of pick it up when it comes to LAN and they meet against each other. I think both of these squads will be looking at this game as a very, very winnable one. But when that is the case, we usually get a banger. I think both these squads will be coming into this with some confidence. I think I agree with the desk for the majority of that one. I believe that, for me, Toronto won the veto process. There's a couple of maps in there that look very, very juicy, but how good Kenny looked yesterday is kind of a cat amongst the pigeons in this one. So I'm interested to see how it breaks down.
Yeah, so this is why this game is interesting to me, right? When you look at these two teams, both good teams, they've obviously proved that by getting to this point, and you could see either of them go the distance. But, and this is a very large one,
isn't it?
They are inconsistent. Most of the way across, neither of these two teams have shown anything but glaring weaknesses all through the year and in some of their game modes and in the way they approach and play this game. For Ultra, respawns can still be a problem. The rest of the hasn't looked as lights out as it has been. For Thieves, we know that sometimes they look great and they can take on just about anybody, and other times it looks like they've forgotten how to play the game. But none of that matters now. Into this best of 5 we will go. Top 3 on the line, winners bracket run for both of them. And we will have to find out who is the better team at the major.
Having a look at the averages you see on the scoreline there in terms of how teams are playing this game. Very, very close across the board for both sides. But I think I'm going to be keeping an eye on the break percentage. Thieves are very much there as the #1 team on Tuscan for finding breaks on hills. This is a map that Thieves, I feel, will need to win if they want a chance in this series up against Toronto Ultra. Day 3, New York. Here we go.
All right, straight to the Tuscan. And on to P1, you can see all the bullets flying around as both teams try to get it at the moment. It will be Ultra. The first little bit of control, but Octane eggs down Bance and opens up that mid just a little.
It's right inside, and we'll be looking to try and flip this one around. I'm very curious about the matchups here as 3 kills will go over towards the side of Toronto Ultra. All year long, we've been singing the praises of Benjamin's band, specifically backstage, haven't we? We've been fighting for it as much as we can, but Insight's a player we want to see a little bit more from. A lot of the LA Thieves fans will want to see more from Kenny, like we've seen yesterday. A couple of kills may break things open. Octane with the kills to follow through. Rotations are there for the side of LA Thieves with 20 seconds to go.
What I really like from Thieves there is they knew exactly what Ultra were going to do. They waited, they bided their time, they cut down anyone being aggressive. And Envoy's now found 3 in a row. The rotation will go to Thieves.
Yeah, it's going to be a slight lead for Ultra as we head over towards it. They'll get the better of things over towards P1, although there'll be some scrap time from Envoy there. But the double challenge comes on through. It's kind of a trade as Insight will take down Cammy. A little bit of a weird one here as Ultra now get a little bit of control over towards the church. We talk about those grenades from Ultra, and the break may well just come on through. It's only Drazah left, who has found 2, Bryce.
They certainly have. He's holding off Ultra at the moment. They know it's not secure. They are going to be looking for him, and Crimsix will eventually find him, but more pressure coming through. The Thieves have bodies, and they are going to go down eventually. Only can they be left, and Crimsix eventually cleans him up. Ultra will take control.
4 kills coming in for Crimsix there before eventually he does fall. Drazah did such a good job at staying alive over towards Plat, but nothing too worrisome so far for the side of Thieves. Ultra inside the point. Crimsix kind of been inconsistent through the air, hasn't he? He's the one that puts up a lot of damage for the team, but we haven't necessarily seen the numbers from him. Drazah will find 2, Octane will clean it up. That's the spawns. Now going over towards Ultra for P3. Thieves will get the scrap time, but maybe at the worst possible time.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth between these two. Realistically, the points at this time don't matter. We're going to see whether Ultra can hold this and get back, but already a couple of kills going against them. It's going to be map control they are losing. And Drazah could be the catalyst. He's trying to get towards it. Look for the first play. There's a second. It's going to be there, and it's Drazah again. 8 and 4 now pushes in. Ultra had the spawn, but they're not getting the time.
No spawns to tiles for the side of LA Thieves as well. Envoy gets on a swivel immediately. There's Crimsix. The pinch was set up for Ultra. He stayed alive so long over towards that side, but the spawn comes in for the side of Thieves. The break comes in for Thieves. The lead now over towards the LA Thieves.
They've done a really good job. They're finding the kills in the key areas, and now they've got to get past Octane. He already says, nope, I've got 1. I'm going to get out of here and stay alive, and he's going to get found. But they're doing enough work. The LA Thieves will have control of this scrap time as Ultra maybe try and make 1 push for it. Envoy stays it. So now Ultra will have to go towards Church.
Yeah, just having a little look for that scrap time. We see a lot of teams do that. over towards P3. You still get the spawns back over towards Church if you fall because of how far back the LA Thieves would have been in that scenario, but never mind. Ultra don't get anything going there. Thieves with a slight lead as we head over towards Church. Ultra trying to lock this one in. Good shots from Octane. Insight just about surviving. 2 and 6 from him. And one of the big things for Insight, a lot of people criticizing his respawn. So far he's been pretty decent in the major, but he's going to be stepping up here. Coming in the point. Can't find the last kill. Thieves may well find a break.
Well, I was going to say, it felt like Thieves were kind of winning the majority of the slaying around these points. Well, this game is looking like it's going back towards a tie. You can see the pressure now coming in. Thieves looking for an outside field. Already bounced on one, but he's not going to find the second. Cammy tries to hold it off, and he does again. Cammy 12 and 7. It gives the time a little bit more for Ultra towards Church, but P5 is on the cusp.
And it feels like Ultra pretty much won every single rotation, and Thieves have been breaking successfully enough to still be in this game. Cleanix will find 2 though, that's an important bit of scrap time, but rotation this time will belong to Thieves.
Now, the infamous Thieves P5. They've done it before, usually on the last rotation, but can they do it now? They know how to work this hill. They know how to get the time. Ultra will be trying to solve a puzzle, but Envoy's already got 2 towards the mid. They have pushed out in every direction. You cannot find a way through Thieves on P5.
And this is when they can then start expanding out. They want to get over towards that side of the map, kind of setting up for P2 when we do get there. They'd rather have those spawns, but they still have to be wary inside the point.
Well, they've lost a couple of kills here, Thieves, and now the pressure's really on them. Let's find out how they are feeling with a listen in.
Challenge gets at you. That's all you think. We should probably reset. Top blue, Jamie, pretty weak. Top blue. Neither you said. Can we neither? I need top blue, actually. Top blue. He's probably statue or statue. Are you? I need top blue again, out of the play. Top blue. Are you pillar top blue? Pillar top blue. Spawn blue. I'm looking over you. Oh, good. Oh, wait. That's fine. Mini statue. I'm with
Well, the Thieves are spinning, even with losing a little bit of control towards P1. You can see Ultra have managed to find their way in, but Thieves are breaking. With a 3-point difference, I think it's time to change the tempo. Let's listen in. Toronto Ultra.
I'm going their side. He's on their side. Drazah mid, nice. Run back. Yeah, run back. Good hit, Church. I'm running away. Yeah, what's you to Church?
Yeah, I can't really hold it, bro. They might just hit it.
I've done it. Could be deep. I'll get deep. Big hold here, right?
Yeah, I got time.
Look around right now, Toby.
I'm in green.
Could be green right now. I don't see green. I'm hiding in the back.
Yeah.
Try getting full green.
Yeah, I'll try. They might just break from top.
In the stop front. 1, 2 back. One more. Let's do one shot. Let's do one front. One shot on the tank. And Octane's back. Let's front. That's one here. Look out. Nice, you should. This one back. Go hit you close up, Toby.
No, I'm running away.
Got green pinch.
Give me Church. One pinch.
Yeah, I'll get the alley. He's one out, didn't he? So deep. One out.
L.
Nice one. Let's go, right?
Back kill.
There's 2. Hey, L. Where's he gone? Big kills. He's going to be on time. Nice one. Good. Already on.
Go top.
Well, there goes the difference between these two teams. A little bit more calm from Ultra, but it hasn't paid off completely. The LA Thieves break in there at the end and try to take this scrap time as Ultra still fighting for it. The problem being is they have knocked off the spawn. P3 is up in 8. And Ultra are miles away.
Yeah, Thieves get the majority of the time. P1, P2 have rotation towards P3. It's a disgusting gunfight win from Cammy. Drazah's got a job to do here though. We'll fight 1, we'll fight 2! They're not going to come in as Octane will take him down. I think he would have fallen anyway, but it's a good hold from the Thieves so far. Bance has found a little bit of a purchase, but he will get taken down. It feels like Ultra's starting to panic just a little bit. Those comms will be calm, but the gameplay not necessarily. Kills starting to come through for them, right?
A lot of nades coming down. Phoenix eventually finds his way into the point. We know we're going to see it, and that's another team kill nade coming into this game. Envoy finding Bance as well. The LA Thieves, it's another team kill nade. And this may be the pressure that's mounting on both of these squads. They fight tooth and nail to get into P3. It is only going to be a few points between the two of them. But towards the end of the game, that means everything.
Kills coming in for Drazah. Is it going to be enough for Octane to find some as well? Trades coming through left, right, and center, but it will be Thieves for the final 13. As we move over towards Church, Ultra had a decent amount of time here over towards that side last time around, but Bance is already on the flank. Can Thieves find a breakthrough? Here's Bance. I love that kind of play from him. Shuts down radio. Good rotation out of Ultra. They have complete control.
Yeah, he's done the work there. Sometimes the root man gets paid, and now they're going to try and hold off the push. LA Thieves spread all over Tuscan, looking for the opening. 2 going field, 1 coming through radio. Will Ultra deflect this? They're slowly but surely. They are tightening their grip around, and they're looking for the player towards the back, and the pistol's not going to be enough. But it is going to be Ultra to walk away with the trades. Kenny's going to try and do everything he can towards bottom Church. Finds a second, but it's not enough. There are not enough Thieves bodies here to break it.
They can't get there quick enough as Ultra just continue the pressure from the back. Envoy will find the kill on the Cami. The breakthrough the front door is going to be the way for Thieves here. 200 point mark has now been breached. But the kill's starting to flow for Ultra just a little bit. Kenny trying his best to do something about it. But last time around, Thieves was successful. P5 and P1. They may have to do so to finish the game.
And that's the rub. We head over to P5. Something Thieves have done over and over again. It's going to pop with them behind. They want this hold. They have the numbers and the position. Ultra will have to find a way to crack this.
Look at the man on the flank once again. Thinking about trying a strategic break here. If you're Ultra, you have time on the board. The grenades are there to butter them up, and here comes the pinch. Bance is from one side, Insight and Cleanex from the other. It is like an SAS operation as Ultra find a way through. Envoy's the only one who can answer back, but it's a clean break from Toronto Ultra.
Envoy saving the odds. The rest of the Thieves are coming. Kenny found another one. It's just Cleanex. He's got up and alive. And down he goes. They've got straight back into it. The fights are kicking off, and Thieves have found their way back at this point. They cannot win it here. When Cami gets 2, and now they're getting the time. Both teams are going to have to think about P1.
Thieves have to challenge this because Ultra could have momentarily still won it here. Thieves inside the point though, 10 seconds to go. Nobody wants to give anything up. My God, Cleanex, the tissue is an issue. But the issue for Ultra, the rotation's in for Thieves. The best P1 team on the game in terms of holds and breaks. They may just need to be here on P1.
Well, Thieves are stacked in P1. Kenny finds the first blood. Ultra are waiting. They want the execution. Bance finds the first. They're in. It's contested. The Thieves are trying to hold. It's a fight all the way through. Drazah and Kenny and Cleanex all going for it. Cami finds one more. Kenny looking for it. He loses the gunfight. And now Ultra are in. It's going to have to be the LA Thieves to push with 15 seconds as Envoy finds his break. And they keep going. Bance finds 2. Cleanex finds another one. Cleanex finds a second. And Kenny's left alone. Kenny! What are you doing?
Going off in the right moments here for the side of Thieves. They're 10 points away. Both teams can win it. Insight found a flank behind. He's been taken down as well. The Thieves are running it up. All 4 members of Ultra go down. Map 1, LA Thieves.
And it's not ice in the veins you need to worry about. It's fire and fury from Thieves. Break after break, gun after gun. And Kenny, a man who has been slandered on every social media, slapped his name out of people's mouths today.
He's not just done it today, he did it yesterday as well. The man is on a mission here in New York. A lead for Thieves. What a game, number 1. Tuscan is throwing up some hellish maps here this weekend. And my goodness me, I mean, try and break this down as best as I possibly can, but it was absolute chaos. And that's the thing, when it gets so close towards the end of these games, there is tactics, there is very much that communication that needs to be in there. But for the most part, it's screw it, get on the hill. Kills start to come on through, and honestly, I thought Insight did such a good job to flank right behind, but here's the start of the Thieves comeback. Envoy finds the pick onto Cami, and keep an eye on Kenny. Number 3 on the map, goes through mid-map, finds one, and here comes Bance, and he gets absolutely spat on.
And that's the difference. If he had that, he would have had the cut. He would have the opportunity for Ultra to flood into the hill. That one gunfight, and you never want to put an entire game on one gunfight, but it was a difference maker. Ultra would have had control of P1. They could have got through. He would have had the cuts. And that's just sometimes how Call of Duty rolls.
It's how the cookie crumbles occasionally, isn't it? I mean, of course, there is other moments here and there that could have went better for Ultra, but Kenny in those moments, that's when you need your star-studded players to get the job done. Huge moment for the side of Thieves. They absolutely needed that map number 1 as well. We talked about the map set. We feel as if Ultra won the veto. They would have been going into this as the underdogs. It's a very, very close game once more. But having a look at that, it wasn't just that final moment from Kenny. 23 non-traded kills with a 32 and 29. And so far ahead of absolutely everybody else in the lobby in terms of damage at 4,228. Phenomenal, phenomenal map number 1 out of Kylo Ken.
Yeah. Sometimes the difference is measured in tiny amounts. And also got to say, Envoy, first blood onto Cammy there, just kind of opened it up for him as well. There was lots to unpack around that P1. But also, silver lining, great play from both teams, I've got to be honest, all the way through. I will say I felt a little bit more comfortable for maybe Thieves when they went into P5, when they went all the way to P3. Like, they looked like the better team. I think the benefits for Ultra were things like Church and some of the breaks they were able to make.
So Thieves typically on P5 and P1 do very, very well. P5's kind of been the story all the way through their Tuscan career, so somewhat in terms of Vanguard. But P1, we were talking about it there during the broadcast. They're the best team at breaking P1. They are the best team at holding P1 on Tuscan. And that is where they got the job done. And another thing to mention here, an important one, Thieves need one more win here, just over the whole weekend, to secure their place at Champs.
They're looking for it, and they're looking for it with style. In fact, I actually had an opportunity to talk to some of Thieves before we got into this. They were in and around the green room, and they said they're not really worried about qualifying for Champs. They're worried about winning this event. They want to win it. They want to win it now. Nothing else is really acceptable.
Yeah, well, of course, I mean, Thieves, the caliber of squad that they are, the caliber of franchise that they are very much a team who will be saying to themselves every single time, we have to be there. It's not even a question. The thoughts of all their fans, the expectation from the fans will be there, and they should be there, let's be honest. They only need one more win to guarantee it. It would take something for them to be put in a bad spot. They are definitely in the best spot out of the 3 teams who are still have potential to find those last 2 spots. But with a win to kick things off against Ultra, they are very much in the driving seat here.
Well, from the hard point to the search and destroy, here are our top performers and what we can expect to see going in. It's going to be Envoy and Cleanex, currently 1.12 for Envoy, a 1.14 for Cleanex.
Let's see what Cleanex can do, because he had a really good game number 1 there as well. Just couldn't quite clutch it up towards the end. But search and destroy, it's a very different game mode, Brycey. We know that. As we head over towards our side of the Atlantic somewhat, and over to Berlin. Can Thieves keep this one running? As far as statistics go, though, it works out a little bit better for Ultra, as you can see on your screens. 4th in offensive, 9th in defensive. Not necessarily the best, but it's better than Thieves. But those first blood win percentages are there from the Ultra. Can they get the job done here and tie the series up? They've won 8 of their last 9.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need to get back into it. And already you can see the pressure coming in. Thieves determined to block anything that comes towards A.
Gunfights coming in. Cleanex, we highlighted them pretty much immediately. Has to be good here. Oh! Nearly line up for him. Drazah will find a kill, though, and it's a 2v2.
Now, how do they play this? Ultra have the opportunity for a rotate, and Thieves are trying to figure that one out. Octane will have the information. Looking anything, any hint of Toronto on this map. And they have split now to try and figure this one out. When that goes down, they're going to know exactly where they need to go.
Here's the preferred site of Toronto Ultra, and that's coming to fruition here as that bomb will go down. What's the retake here now for the side of Thieves? Gotta find a pick. Look how far back Ultra are playing, though. I wouldn't have expected them there inside top 3. There's a call out you don't want to hear, but when Octane's in that position, it works out 1v1.
Octane's now looking for this last Ultra player, trying to figure out exactly where he could be. And that last player will be Benjamin Bantz. Neither player has any idea where the other is now. It's been enough time. They have to think about the bomb and have to think about what they can do with it. They checks it! Oh! And Octane hits him with a clean slide cancel. Absolutely gunnied. And we got to see that one again. Just appears and he dies.
That kind of took my breath away. I was just like, Bantz has got this one. Absolutely drilled him.
Not even close.
I mean, Octane was laughing. He was just like, I'm just the best, apparently. My goodness.
Well, 1v2. Clutch there.
Octane opens it up for the LA Thieves.
Only time that Ultra have lost this map of their last 9 visits has been around 11 against OpTic. So very much a strong Berlin team. They will not be too deterred by that round number 1, but it's going to be a fast hit here for the side of Thieves. It's one they do prefer. Drazah will find the first blood in the pants, and it's going to go left, right, and center. It's going to eventually be a 2 versus 2.
Well, the initial trades have kicked off, but Kenny's going to try and make a difference, and it's now down to a 1v1. Octane versus Insight. Ultra have subbed in their main man.
Insight now looking for the picks, but the bomb is now in the hands of Octane. That notification would have been there for the side of Insight. He knows what's going down. Can Octane do it once more? The challenge is there! You can't chal him! You cannot chal him! Undefeated at 1v1 so far. My goodness, Octane!
There's an old meme in the Call of Duty competitive Reddit. It is your boy LaRue shredding. And the answer is yes.
Dangerous, dangerous times for Ultra. And these are some of those moments. You're 2-0 down, both being 1 versus 1. What kind of thing do you take from that? Do you take, well, okay, we've been there or thereabouts, we've just been clutched on? Or do you get disappointed? Do you let it get down upon yourself? Knowing this Ultra side, they will not do the latter. Push over towards B is looking the more likely. Ultra do prefer a neutral kind of setup. 67% of the time they win them, but first blood, again, over towards the Thieves. Envoy finds Cammy.
Dan's going to be trying to look to see if he can get this one back, and unfortunately, not going to be able to see him. Envoy gets it, and now Ultra will have to clutch a 2 versus 4. Insight finds the first.
And the thing is here, though, if Ultra had the bomb, that's absolutely fine. They're going in for the pinch, and, well, it may not matter anymore as Octane just continues his reign of terror on Berlin. But the bomb was dropped over towards B. Crimsix has a lot of work to do here to prevent it being 3. LA Thieves are walking through Ultra here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty simple for them. Obviously, there have been a couple of 1v1s, and it could have gone the other way, but just not missing the shots they need to take. The Thieves, off of a very tight hard point, have got a pretty good lead so far on the Berlin. 3-0. Ultra, obviously losing 2 1v1s, but they will not be happy because it doesn't matter. Bant hasn't got a kill. Cammy hasn't got a kill either. Octane hasn't got a death.
It's big deep breaths here for the side of Ultra. That's what it needs to be. It can be these games of search and destroy. Just a couple of 1vs don't go your way, and these sort of situations can present themselves. It'll be a hard hold now for the side of Ultra. For the Thieves, it is pretty much one of those things where they do go for that neutral setup for the most of the time. They struggle with the aggressiveness that sometimes is needed on Berlin. But the neutral setup's been working for them so far, looking for a pick as best as they can.
It's been a long time for Thieves here. They've burned a good amount of it. They're looking to try and figure this one out.
Not that first blood.
Well, it might be a second as well. Drazah! Gonna take him down. Ultra will have to be in a clutch position once more. So much pressure, and I think they know exactly where Insight is. It's now a 1 versus 4 for Bants. And he is not close to getting near this. And a lot of guns of Thieves to take him down and lose the first gunfight. Thieves take another one here on the S&D. It's 4-0.
This is very dominant. I'm having a look over towards the stage to see what the body language of Ultra is saying. Doesn't like much has been said, really, between the team at this moment in time. They're just getting blown out the water, Brycey. For all that map number 1 is close, this has been not very close at all.
Bit of a speed run for LA Thieves. Octane 5-0, and there just haven't been kills on the side of Ultra. Keep an eye on those streaks, 5, 2, 1, and 3. Cannot find a gunfight on Berlin.
11 uncontested kills so far for the side of Thieves.
It's a different hit, it's a different hit. It looks like Ultra may be trying a little bit different in the playbook. They've got bodies, they're stacking over at the moment. Kenny opens the door, Kenny makes himself known, he's trying to go for the pre-fire, hasn't hit, Bant's gonna go and challenge as well, gets him down the first time. First blood for Ultra. They found something.
Keep an eye on Insight, playing the man on the island as he so often does. He'll be making a slow transition over and hoping his team can hold down this site. It is the favorite of Toronto Ultra one. They're going to send it towards 1. Here we go. These gunfights really do matter as Envoy can find nothing. Insight now kicks into gear. Thieves need to find something.
They're looking. They're trying to figure out exactly where they are all distributed, but they are in the site. Ultra are not got anything. Envoy's found 2, and now LA Thieves have the opportunity. They have the ability to try and find something. Cammy's jumped in, but he gets taken down. Insight in a 1 versus 2, and he's running. He's sprinting. He needs to be in the right position for this as a player. And Envoy wins LA Thieves are up 5-0 in the S&D.
They can do nothing wrong here at all. Envoy finds 3 on that retake on the outside. He knows where Insight's going to challenge from. Beautiful search and destroy from the side of LA Thieves.
Well, Envoy's on 6. Octane did eventually go down.
He can be killed.
It is not pretty reading if you're an Ultra fan.
And bearing in mind, 8 of the last 9 times that Ultra have been on this map, they have won it. There is a different Thieves coming to this game right now. Ultra need the full sail to tie the series up. And based on how some of these rounds, they have not been close. The first 2, yes, that last one maybe, but other than that, Thieves have been cruising.
This is where it goes a bit quiet on Berlin. Ultra hoping to find a first blood this time and not give it away. LA Thieves looking to get it down, but it's Kenny on Cammy. And Drazah takes down 1 as well, down to a 2 versus 2. But Kenny gets it down to a 1 versus 2. And Bance will be the last alive. He will be called out, and he will be tickled a little bit there by Octane, and he has to run away. There's another Thieves player there. He has the information, but does he have the ability?
Octane's seen him. Or did he? Did he? Spans found a way through here. Octane's already got the read on them. The shots are in. So's the 6-0. That was not even close.
Well, chalk up another thing that I didn't expect to see happen at this major. LA Thieves blow Ultra out of the water. It is not close and it is not pretty.
And that is a dagger for Ultra. Going over to one of their more favorite maps, it has to be said. And before we go through anything, 6-0. Look how dominant that game is. Vance, Cammy, and Kleenex managed 4 kills between themselves in that game. And it was just as one-sided as it possibly could have. Yes, okay, look, it starts off the worst possible way for Ultra. 2 1v1s, you lose them. It's a very, very different scoreline. A very different scoreline heading into, well, the midway point of Search and Destroy. But you don't win them, you lose the next 4. That's a GG. We're heading to Control.
Not an awful lot of good takes away there for Ultra, but LA Thieves, I will say, the first bloods are probably what made the difference. They broke Ultra, they put them on the back foot time over time. There is only going to be one small silver lining for Ultra. The majority of their wins, I think, this stage have come from reverse sweeps, so maybe they're just going for it again.
Well, we've seen plenty of map 5s here in New York, of course, so I mean, maybe we're seeing another, but from what we've seen in that Search and Destroy, it doesn't really give me too much hope for the side of Ultra. They need to wake up very, very quickly. Control next. They need to switch it on very, very fast.
They certainly do. Map 3, Control is just on the horizon. It is winging its way here to Major 4 in New York, to this beautiful, beautiful theater. But what happens next? Close on the hard point, but a mile apart on the S&D. The Thieves put down Ultra 3-0, but do Ultra regain? We'll all find out after the break.
Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here in this beautiful theater in glorious New York. And speaking of glorious, we have a map 3 to come, but it is going to be LA Thieves in the lead, 2-0, and coming off what can only be described as a one-sided S&D.
Oh, it was a smoking, Brycey. It's as simple as that. Thieves looking so solid on Berlin in general this weekend, and they get to show it off here on the Search and Destroy, a 6-0 against Ultra after a very hotly contested map number 1. So it becomes very, very interesting now for the side of Ultra. We have seen them reverse sweep quite a lot recently. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps in this place. I do wonder if that's now maybe on the cards. It's going to have to be for Ultra if they want to stay in this winners bracket.
It's weird because we shouldn't ever really be talking about reverse sweeps like they should happen. But for some reason, the CDL has decided to go all the way to map 5 over and over again. So it is potentially there on the cards this time. We'll find out though, because Thieves look pretty good. And they could shut this right down on the Berlin, make it a 3-0, move themselves into top 3. But Ultra all the way down in the losers.
And that would give them so much confidence heading into what would be a winners bracket final, by the way. They will await if they do win, of course, up against the either set. Oh, hold on, what's going on in this crowd here? Oh, we got a crowd going against each other. You're split down the middle, like a little bit of a mosh pit and stuff. Well, I don't know. Anyway, map number 3.
Well, the crowd is having fun, and so are we. Let's find out how P1 goes down originally. Of course, we're going to go in for this for the point, and Thieves want to make this push early. And Klinek cannot find a player. He's going to go down as well. That's a huge amount of kills now. Inside, he's going to have to try and hold it down. He finds the first, looks for the second, doesn't matter. Cammy backs him up, and Octane runs away.
And for Klinek to then flank there, yes. Oh my God, he doesn't find the kill. Insight does onto Octane. I think that's the first gunfight I've seen Octane lose in about 15 minutes, but nonetheless, good clear up by Ultra there. After a good, solid start to the attack for Thieves. Now looking to head over towards B. Ultra will not try too much over towards this. They'll try and keep them up as long as they can. Sight on a 3 spree though, what can he do? Well, nothing. Octane finds his head and the time just keeps on ticking for Thieves.
Benjamin Bats hitting the route, finds a kill first on the Drazah, and the rest of the team swing into action. There are drawbacks to this play. That spawn already coming in is going to be one of them. Octane going towards Ticket. Ultra has to be careful. As Bats makes the play, he's got them out of it, but they've given up Ticket control. This could go very badly wrong.
And Ultra push nobody down Ticket at all. As you mentioned, nobody towards train tracks. But Thieves don't know that. They pretty much have an open door here. Insight through secret. That hipfire is absurd, but he gets it nonetheless. Insight is frying at 6-1. They clear them out, but that was a little bit haphazard, I want to say, from the side of Ultra there, leaving a lot of doors very, very open.
I'm going to go with the word dangerous. That could have gone very, very badly. A trade towards LA Thieves would have worked. And Thieves going to have to settle to get into B first. Drazah may make himself a little bit of an issue. You can tell Ultra probably realised their mistake. They are worried and stacking.
And if I'm Drazah, I stay alive as long as possible here. Do you even take those shots? You do. The rest of Thieves are going to start heading over in just a second. Trying to be a pain. That would be a big gunfight to win. Can't quite get it. Insight with the important one for Ultra. Envoy now the second one here to try and push around. I mean, look at this map. It is split all over the place. It's already Envoy and Kenny round on the flank, so Ultra have to stick a twist here.
And he's gotten Kenny's trying to hunt him down. The rest of Ultra pushing forward, but Kenny and Octane, they combine. They're still looking for the player that went out secret. They know he's around this area somewhere.
Simon.
Inside, he's going to be looking for it. Finds one, doesn't need to. Kenny finds the second, but Kenny's in. And Ultra are fighting for this, and somehow they clear it off. LA Thieves feel like they're doing everything right, but just not finding the Ultra players.
Ultra are kind of just clutching up time and time again here. They're not putting themselves in favorable positions. They're just kind of just running forward and seeing what happens, it feels. Klinek now just trying to stay alive. Kenny will find 2 off the rip. And the lives now start to come into it. The game may well slow down as the trade going to be there on Octane as he will freely move forward. Vance will find it. But once again, on the flank is Thieves, but once again, Ultra deal with it.
These are such big gunfights for Ultra to win. They are really struggling to hold back the tide. And now they have the numbers. Klinek finds the first one. The Thieves want to get into this point. Envoy could be the difference maker. Drazah finds that kill towards outside Ticket. 4 lives remaining for Ultra.
Envoy on the flank once again. Can't land the shots, but here come the rest of the Thieves. Cammy will find a fight.
Vance will find one back. It's been traded left and right, but there's only 2 players left alive for Ultra, but it might be all they need. 2 versus 4.
They're looking for these players. It's a 2 versus 4. You're right. 12 seconds is what you need to keep an eye on, though. Can they hold them back? Looking for these players, and Envoy wins a fight. It's all now down to Insight. He finds the first one on a Drazah. 3 seconds. Here they come. Envoy slides in, stops the clock. They get the kill. LA Thieves walk away with round number 1.
And I'm just curious what the play call was there as Vance moves out the site in the 2 versus 4. Maybe just trying to find a position halfway up the map, but Drazah was waiting for some aggression, sees him, calls him out. It's an easy kill in mid-map, makes it a 4 versus 1, and it's always going to be difficult from there. But Thieves just kind of had their number all the way through. Felt like Ultra had to clutch so many times to have even remotely a chance in that game. Thieves now over towards the defensive side. They are the team who are best at preventing captures on defense on Berlin. Number 1 in average time left after opponents capture the first one. They are really good at keeping teams offbeat.
Oh, Insight gets a couple of kills, but he's alone. That won't be ticket control for them. Octane may swing into action here looking for these players, but Cammy catches him before he can. And slowly but surely, B will start to go over towards Ultra, but it is not all they want. They want a bit more control on this map, Ton.
Having a look for it as best as they can here, Thieves themselves, to try and bring this back. And you can see immediately what Thieves are doing. They've got Kenny all the way over towards dockside, locking down the train as the rest of the team trying to get a little bit busy inside the point. B retaken by the side of Thieves now. Ultra have to do it all again.
Vance is running for his life. They don't have any purchase here on this one. You're right, Thieves just making themselves an issue as Clear tries to get through, and Envoy shuts him down. Octane gets another. And Ultra at the moment, it's not even about getting towards B, it's just trying to get some kills on the board. They are struggling.
Really hard for Ultra to keep up with this pace. Thieves have just come in a different breed today.
Best part about this for LA Thieves, not only are they squeezing Ultra and putting them in this spawn trap, but they haven't given away the ticket spawn.
They haven't given everything away. That time keeps on ticking. The kill's starting to come through from Ultra. 19 seconds remaining. Vance will find another, and I wonder if you're Thieves there, do you maybe just give that one up now? You've done the damage, Ultra down on lives. The time is not on their side. You overextend though, and maybe think about it, that kill might be tantalizing enough for them to make a push here to stop B being captured.
Drazah's going to try and make a hero play. Looking for him. He's going to get cut down. It's not too big of an issue. He is going to respawn. The damage has been done. So much time has been wiped away from Ultra. Cammy's going to try and make a play, but they have to get the right trades. LA Thieves are in a good position.
Berlin holds his breath as the next kill. May well work out for one of these sides to gain ultimate control. Cammy will find the fight onto Drazah. Look at this push now, coming in for the side of Ultra. Very standard, we see it quite a lot. The hit through fire. Octane needs to win his gunny and does so. Gets out, staying alive, the best thing you do. Inside can't find that fight. It looks like Thieves are holding on.
Already you can see Ultra having to adapt to that. They have won the gunfight. Vance is going to go down. Envoy's going to get it. Cleanx towards the back. Huge fight going on towards Ticket and his Thieves. Envoy is chasing Cleanx. He's been Standy. He is going to go down. 34 seconds. Ultra spawn miles away. There may be one last chance for them to grab something out of this round.
And lives really shouldn't come in with a minimal amount of time that Ultra have to do anything here, but the flank is starting to come in. Vance on it, already dead. Kenny clears them out. Everybody from Ultra is just keeping on dropping. Inside, 15 seconds to go. I don't think they'll get anywhere near it. Thieves surely will lock in round number 2, and for Ultra, this has fallen apart very, very quickly.
Well. LA Thieves 2-0 up in the control. 8 straight rounds from them, technically. Envoy is 19-9. He was frying in the hard point as well. Huge amount of kills, important kills, and the time in the hill. We go back to respawn, and he goes back on top.
You'll let a couple of teams backstage will be asking League Ops, can we just ban Berlin in general against LA Thieves? This moment in time, they are looking lights out. 7 spree for them, 19-9 for Envoy. What are they going to do in this attack? They'll want to close it out in 3. It will give them so much confidence heading in to what will be a monumental winners bracket final, but they're not there yet.
First deflection coming out of it. Octane going to try and make a nuisance of himself. He's come around the back. It's an instant gunny. Cammy goes down. And Ultra have to react to this. There may have been one more push coming in from the Thieves. They've lost the players and they are going to settle. You're going to see some pressure coming in from Ultra.
And for Ultra, this is from the absolute brink. They will have to bring this game back if they want to see a winners bracket final here this weekend. Thieves looking to stamp their authority. Here in the King's Theatre, they are having such a good time with things up against Ultra. Kills starting to fly on through now for the side of Thieves. Little B purchase coming on through. Kills in though for Cammy. Ultra not with too much control, but Cammy's doing his best to find some.
They really haven't been able to get much going at all, and they know that any little weakness will be pounced on by a very hot Thieves team, and it is going to happen again. They've got a ticket spawn, and it's a deflection by Kleenex. He saves Ultra maybe a little bit there. Cammy going to go through it eventually. He's going to be gunned down. Thieves will be looking to get onto B.
Feels like Thieves. Everyone's kind of just taking their turn to have a hell of a map, and this time around it's Envoy at 23-10. Seemingly unstoppable at the moment. Inside the next one in his sights.
This man got homing bullets, just absolutely destroying people. And keep an eye all the way. Kenny towards the back. It could be a problem for Ultra. So much pressure is now hitting them towards fire.
But the spawn will come in from Ultra down into low FI, so they would know that somebody's in and around the flank. But do they know that it's Kenny here as well?
Well, they're checking towards the back. They just don't know where Kenny is. And I guarantee
they'll think that's it.
No, they won't, because they will have not seen Kenny for about an hour.
True.
Most teams should be tracking players, and they will be looking for him. They found him, but he's found insight, and he's in, and Ultra react. They have to go away. They have to give up the walls. Kenny tries to hold down Ticket, but the door has been opened.
Kleenex finds a fight on the Drazah. The door was open, and it will allow Thieves. Oh my God! What was that?
Envoy's feeling it. They're winning it again. Drazah fams too. The Thieves are moving. They are trying to put this squeeze on now. Kenny. Again, can he be the hero? He's going to stay alive. He goes for the chow, guns him down. Drazah finds one as well. Kenny's still alive. LA Thieves are here. They're in numbers. Kenny goes for the last one. Why not? LA Thieves are in. LA Thieves are in. Kenny's still alive. Eventually going to go down because of Envoy, but Octane is loaded, ready. The gunny is up. The human turret. He's cutting Ultra to ribbons. And Envoy is here as well. It's the second tick now for Thieves, and they are looking to end this any second. Ultra are dead, buried, and gone to the losers brackets.
What a performance from the LA Thieves. That is not just a win, that is a dropping. A devastating loss for the side of Ultra, but Thieves come into Saturday with an infinite amount of confidence that will just keep compounding. What a performance from the LA Thieves.
If that doesn't say a lot about the Thieves, they've moved in the top 3, and they put on a little bit of a show today. Serious performances from every single player. Envoy, we highlighted him. Octane, we highlighted him. Kenny was on his bandana stuff, and
Drazah's still chilling. He's still chilling.
Drazah was still making 2 pieces. The problem is everybody was shining. It was hard to give the credit where it was due. But Ultra did not look like the team we thought they might be coming into it. That was 0 and 3.
Yeah. That was exceedingly flat, I want to say, from the side of Ultra, and they will know it. Map number 1 doesn't fall their way, but since then, Thieves do not miss a beat. 9 rounds in a row, whether that be Search and Destroy or Control. Ultra after map number 1 were nowhere to be seen. You're pointing at something, Brycey. What am I missing?
Envoy again. We said it. Half point, he did it. 27 and 13. A monster. A myth. Man about the major. LA Thieves have just sent shockwaves rippling backstage. Nobody is going to want to play them now, but good enough from us. It's time to go down to the main stage. Let's go on with Blaze with Drazah.
Thank you so much, Brycey and Tom. Run it up for 100 Thieves, New York, as they come out on top. Drazah, 3-0 victory. You guys progress on in a winner's bracket. How you feeling in this moment right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. My teammates are insane, and Ken dropped like, he was on like a 10 spree or something at the end of the P1 that really set the tone for the series.
It truly did, right? And so let's talk about the Gunners, okay? Let's talk about Kenny and Envoy. Envoy going 2.0 on that last map. Kenny absolutely frying. What makes you guys so special this event?
I feel like our practice, we've really worked hard on, playing together and team shooting together. I think we really showed this event that we can just, like, when we're playing together, we're almost unstoppable.
Is there anyone you're looking forward to playing this tournament that you haven't got a chance to play in a while? Are you ready for anybody?
No, I'm ready for anyone. We have New York or Florida, so I'm excited to see who wins that. And I just want to thank you guys. You guys are the fucking best.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Drazah on the main stage. Belly, take it away.
Brooklyn is loving it, and showing love to LA is absolutely exactly what we wanted. But when it comes to Toronto Ultra, unfortunately, their stay in the States have been revoked, and now they're going back across the border. And the Los Angeles Thieves moving on. Welcome back to the desk. Belly, we got Nameless, we got aLLeY, we also got Maven. But Maven, I gotta ask you right now, dude. LA Thieves, man, who are they right now?
The team we wanted to see when they first formed, like the talent they had, and I think Drazah kind of nailed it. Listen, no one seems to have figured this game out exactly, but what you can do is play together. Even if you're not making the right choice, play together, and they seem to be doing that.
Right, Nameless, man, how you feeling about this series?
That was dominance. The best they have looked all season long. I mean, those guys crushed them on their best S&D and their best control. Absolutely fried them on the offensive control. They get control of the point, secure it. In the search and destroy, that was 6-0.
Yeah.
2 1v1s off the bat that Octane just gunned his opponent. Like, LA Thieves look terrifying this tournament.
This is a statement event for the Los Angeles Thieves. aLLeY, we're talking about dominating FaZe, dominating Toronto Ultra, and then when they were slipping in search and destroy, they have a performance like this.
I mean, we talk about the amount of pressure into this match, right? Like, Champs was on the line for this squad. A lot of teams would fold under that pressure, but this LA Thieves squad, they made it look easy, Val. I'm terrified to, like, go against them anymore, but also if I pick them, I don't want to jinx it.
Well, I think what's interesting is it felt like they were doing the opposite for a long time. Like, they were folding under pressure. Like, the expectations were so high for this team, and they were collapsing. Now they're living in the moment. And if they've overcome some kind of hurdle, it's the right goddamn time to do it.
It's right. And no, the one guy that surprised me the most, Octane. Octane was so up and down this year, but the fact that he's lined it up, did you see the search and destroy?
Of course I did. I mean, if you blinked, you might have missed it because it was a very hot 3-0. But I feel like Octane, for me, has been pretty consistent this year. I mean, search and destroy across the board was a struggle for LA Thieves. So I don't really want to point on one player on the squad as to whose fault that is. But obviously, they bring in a new coach. Their search and destroy is starting to look better. We kind of just pretend that Atlanta FaZe series didn't happen, and you look at it across the board, they have been getting better in that mode, and now they're getting back to stage 1 hardpoint dominance, getting back to their control ways. LA Thieves, I'm starting to think they might take this, Val.
Ultra, like, it's not like Ultra have been great this year, but they just made them look bad.
I was just about to say that usually, like, in every single post segment, there's one key moment in a series, just like, oh, it went the other way. You know, and this one, no, Thieves were gunning them from start to finish. I mean, even at the end of that hard point, Kenny, with the 2-piece that he got, rips the guy off the heady in P1. Like, every single situation that Ultra needed to win a big gunfight, it went to the way of the Thieves. I mean, the offense on control as well in point. Like, the guys are just on point.
You're right. The crowd is actually getting a little loud right now as the New York Subliners are getting ready on the main stage. But let's take a look at the Scump play of the game where, Nameless, Kenny, dude, Kenny is on another level.
I think this has got to be the play that I was just talking about. If it's the end of the hard point, like, we see Kenny just do the impossible. He's going to be outside of P1 here. He wins a gunfight on the statue and then wins another one on the heady. But here's another 2-piece he got. Gets a kill, turns on Bance to get the final couple seconds here in the hill. Like, this guy was frying. A lot of people question his SMG play over the last couple of months. Well, it took some time for him to get comfortable, and you can see, man, this is a man on a mission trying to prove everybody wrong, and he's done so.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the points as well in the Call of Duty League, because with that win right there, the Los Angeles Thieves clinched their way to go to champs next month. Maven, this is what we play for.
100%. Like, it's just like you controlled your destiny, you got the win, you got it locked in, and now I'm just hoping this is not one of those things where a team gets hot. Like, we've seen a couple of times with different teams. I'm hoping this is like, they've found their rhythm, they found their flow, even if there's still some question marks and decisions. Like, if the comms are there and they're doing it together, none of us question the talent of this roster.
Absolutely.
Like, it's stacked from top to bottom. Show us something.
All right, show us some. So, Nameless, any bow you want to put on top of this series right here?
I mean, yeah, that series is incredible. We got to talk about what's left. So, listen, it's Mutineers versus New York. Like, only one.
Yeah.
There is only one that can make it to champs. This match is so important. If the Mutineers win this match versus New York, even if New York go through losers and win the tournament, Mutineers would still be over them in champs. So, New York has to win this. Backs against the wall. The crowd is going to have to get behind them.
All right, Maven, you are not going to be on the desk for this next series, but New York Subliners, they going all the way?
They got a chance to do it. I mean, the bracket's set up for them to make this run. What does scare me a little bit is like Mutineers have kind of played spoiler with the crowd, like they with the OpTic wins, right? Like the crowd is against them. They've been these villains. They get booed every time they go on stage. So I do think they're ready for this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you on the other side and see if the New York Subliners can continue this Cinderella run story. Things have been phenomenal so far, and what we just saw on that main stage, the most dominant team this event are the Los Angeles Thieves, making light work of Toronto Ultra. We'll catch you on the other side for the next series.
LADU and NYSL are giving away tons of prizes all weekend long. Grab your friends and join the Major 4 Metaverse event in Decentraland for your chance to win. Visit nyxl.com/do.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brooklyn, wake up and let's get ready to make some noise as the New York Subliners are about to take the main stage against the Florida Mutineers. We've had 2 games so far that's been incredible. I got fans yelling behind me. It's pandemonium. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that we have a beautiful desk right now. We got Standy, the New York representative.
Come on, man.
We got iLLeY, we got Nameless, and Standy. In esports, there's no better story out there. New York Subliners, one of the biggest names in all of Call of Duty, are going for their last ride to make it to champs. Question is, can they make it?
The Cinderella story for New York is still on. This series versus Florida is everything that they have been working for all year. They know that they're currently down by 30 points, 30 to 40, but this win, you have to go out there and get it, because with LA Thieves just getting that win, pretty sure they clinched it. So there's only one more spot left for champs, either Florida or NYSL. This match is so much on the line.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and modes as well. iLLeY, I don't know if you've taken a look yet, but I want to hear your expertise about this. Kicking things off on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Obviously, I see this map set, I see no Kavutu. Instantly, I'm thinking the New York Subliners right off of the bat, but I do get a little worried when it comes to search and destroys, just because Florida has Major Maniac and 2Real. Major Maniac has been absolutely disgusting this stage, and 2Real, although struggling in respawn, has been one of the lifelines for the Florida Mutineers in search and destroy, and then the respawn. If Awakening and Skies can get on the same page in these close quarter matchups, it could go either way.
Yeah, we've seen Florida at times have been very good at Tuscan Hardpoint. I mean, statistically, it is their best hardpoint. And then when you get to that Tuscan control, control's a game mode New York has been up and down in. I mean, they're 1-18 on offensive rounds when it comes to Tuscan control, which could be tough for them if they don't draw that defense when it comes to the very end. So could get a little dicey. I feel like a lot of people are writing Florida off in this series, but you could never write Florida off. They played spoiler all year long for some of the big name teams.
2 of the teams that have been rocking hard with this year, and they're going to go against each other, and champs' lives are on the line currently. But let's talk about New York right now. Steady, the one thing I can say about the New York Subliners is that they have not been gifted easy games. But the beauty of this roster is that everybody steps up like Kismet did last time.
Yeah, and that last matchup was everything for this NYSL team. To have a reverse sweep versus a team like Minnesota Røkkr, another roster who was trying to make that run to make it to champs, unfortunately they get taken out yesterday. But if you're NYSL, when you get a victory like that, a reverse sweep, especially in your hometown, it just does a lot for your momentum. So they just have to carry that forward and know what the task at hand is. Simply, we gotta make it the champs.
Yeah. And for the game field keys to victory, you need your ARs to bring in more slang versus Florida. The NYSL KDs in the win. I mean, Crim was a .83, Paulehx with a .79. Like, I feel like they were so amped up coming out from their walkouts, they weren't able to calm down and focus. So can't let that get to them today, because I'm sure it's going to be a grand entrance. And then also, feeling good on the map 4, Berlin Hardpoint, and stage 4, New York has been 4-0 on that map. Florida 1-4, and NYSL is starting good side. And I think the statistic is what, 63% of the time the team wins starting on good side, which is a significant difference. So you have an advantage there.
Right now, one advantage that definitely rests in this lobby is the fact that Florida just manages to keep surprising us in one way or another, right? iLLeY, when it comes to this squad, we've talked a lot about Major Maniac. We saw what they did on Kavutu with the AR play. And this team, as long as they stay in this bracket, I won't bet against them. They seem to always get better and find a way on land.
They always find a way. That is the Florida Mutineers. Like Ann said earlier, they have been playing spoiler all year. And for them, they just need to win this match to go to champs. But on the other side of this, New York has a long road ahead of them, even if they get the dub. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, obviously it's the search and destroys again. We're looking at Major Maniac and 2Real, who have completely transformed this team from 10th in the league to 2nd when it comes to search and destroy, and fast attacks on that Berlin S&D. Florida is winning 78% when going fast A, 47% on slow A, so obviously a larger advantage, but also you have to keep in mind, these teams are doing VOD review, so don't be predictable on the map.
All right, so here it is for the third game of the day. Let's break it down with Pick'ems. Crowd's getting hyped right now. Players are stepping up on the stage. Nameless, what you got?
I'm gonna go with the New York Subliners, man. I believe in the dream, and honestly, I played against Crimsix for so long. This guy gets it done, and they're in their hometown. They gotta make this crowd proud, man. So I believe in the story. They're gonna do it.
All right, aLLeY, do you believe in fairy tales?
Absolutely, I do.
All right, so you rock with the New York Subliners in this match against the Florida Mutineers.
You don't even have to ask me, Bill. I'm going with the New York Subliners.
All right, Jay, I want you to give it to me outright, man. Why do you believe in New York to go all the way?
Why do I believe? They got the GOAT on their team. They got the most winning player of all time on their roster. He's trying to make the Cinderella story happen. I think New York come out here and they make a statement. A clean 3-0, handling the respawns. They're going to clutch up in the search and destroy. Florida are not going to have an answer.
All right, so on me, obviously, I'm rocking with the New York Subliners because they have the best storyline out there. But the thing is, Nameless, if there was a player to watch on this squad, who you got?
It's Crimsix, 100%. It has to be Crim. I mean, this guy's been playing forever. To not see him at Champs would just be awful, man. And I know he wants to make it there with this squad. He's gonna go off.
Right now, Standy, when we talk about the Florida Mutineers, we've talked a lot about Major Maniac and how much he's changed this team to where one game mode is just significantly better with that bump. New York is coming out right now. You know what? Jay, let's make it quick. When it comes to Florida, who's gonna be the player to watch for you?
It's gotta be Too Real. The SMG is on the other side. And Hydra and Kismet, you have to be able to match that intensity because he's gonna be the guy. You have to be doing it in the respawns, stepping up for your team to have a chance here.
All right, aLLeY. So the thing is, when it comes to the Florida Mutineers, when it comes to the maps as well, I don't remember if you said, do you think they have an advantage or a slight disadvantage against Envoy?
I would say slight. I also just want to get this out. Could you imagine if Jay said Florida was gonna win?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Come on, man. Imagine if just like, I know it would never happen, but like, I thought it was so funny. Anyway, about the maps, Florida Mutineers, I think they're definitely in the back end of this, even though the Hardpoint Tuscan, that is technically their best map statistically. On the likes of New York Subliners, the sub duo that you have, unfortunately, Too Real has not found his footing in respawn whatsoever. He's made a couple of clutch plays near the end of the game, and sometimes when you're doing SMG work like that, when you're being a dirty work SMG, that's just how the ball rolls. But Hydra, Kismet, like, he's doing the dirty work, and he's getting kills, and he's slaying, and he's in the engagements, he's in the mix. So I think there's just a very large hill for Florida to climb.
All right, well, right before we get, well, you know what, I was gonna take a look at the bracket, but forget that. Let's go ahead and get this game underway, baby. We have the New York Subliners and also the Florida Mutineers. Let's go ahead and see if NY can complete the Cinderella story. Let's go.
Maniac. Hold him off for the time, Too Real. Not expecting the angle out of the rookie.
Get two, but still awakening on a 4. Whoa. Here from Florida.
Let's go, New York City! It's time for another winner's bracket matchup. And coming to the stage first, looking to weather the storm, make some noise for the Florida Mutineers. Give it up for Awakening, Major Maniac, Skies, and Too Real, your Florida Mutineers.
I mean, the crowd's certainly making some noise. I don't know if it's what the Florida Mutineers fans wanted, though, but I'm going to tell you what, guys. I'm looking at the Pillow Man on the stage right now in Too Real, looking to pillow talk his way through the New York Subliners into Champs. And I tell you what, if I'm on the other side of the stage looking at that, I am certainly checked, Blaze, but you got to bring out the home team.
We gotta bring them out. We'll see if they can pillow talk this crowd, but it's gonna be difficult. We about to see a sea of yellow. Make some noise for your New York Subliners.
see the goggles out. He got the night vision on. He's not messing around today.
That's not it. That's Crim7.
Oh, Crim7. There you go.
What are you doing?
New York got a 6-man on the roster as they take the main stage. The storyline is here and the run continues. NY versus Florida. Yo, aLLeY, I can't wait.
Make some noise for Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, and Crim7. Crimsix to the stage! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your New York Subliners!
And this is New York, and we're going to see if they can continue on with this excellent run. 4-1 in the online qualifiers, but land is where it matters most. Paul, Kismet, Hydra, Crimsix, these names can go down in history if they can make this happen.
And you see Crim, the leader for this team, giving them a nice little pep talk, getting them prepared for the biggest match possible. They're going to be ready.
All right, Miles and Chance, let's see if NY can pull it off. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Belly. This is it. This is Judgment Day. This is the most important match of both of these teams' entire seasons. And we're going to throw it down in basically what feels like a one and done for what could be their whole year.
I mean, dude, this is it. The most important match they have had all year. It's insane the way it's like come to this, that the two teams on the main stage. But make no mistake for New York, they are still so far down in points that they need this win or it's done. Even if they get this win, they need a little bit of extra. They still have to place top 2. They still need Florida to lose in this series if they send them to losers bracket. So things still need to fall their way. And for Florida, that means their fate truly in their hands. Florida, you get this, you qualify for champs, you get top 3, you keep going. And of course, even if they fall to losers bracket, they win one series in losers, well, New York is then forced to win the entire thing. And if Florida win 2 down in the pit, well, they secure their spot that way too. So it is a battle right now. Florida technically, I mean, it's really all in their hands.
It is all in their hands. This is not quite the final chapter in the champs run in theory, but we will see what happens. New York a win here sets them up fantastically. Florida, the same thing. We'll get more on that later as the series develops. But for now, it is going to be, without a shadow of a doubt, an incredible competition here. Kings Theater in Brooklyn has put on one hell of a show. The walkouts are insane. You name it. Every match so far has been unbelievable. Not too many 3-0s this time. This is going to be a good one, no chance. We had a look at the maps of Mo's a little earlier. A very, very different mix either side. We're not seeing Bocage. We're not seeing Gavutu.
Well, I got to be honest. This map set that we have is purely godlike for the New York Subliners. They could, if they hand-picked it, you'd have gotten a bunch of the same maps. And these guys did play in week 1 of stage 4. It is 4 of the 5 same maps. And, well, New York, they beat them 3-1 then. They're looking to 3-0 them now. To Tuscan we go. It was a 250 to 246 victory for the Mutineers just a few weeks ago. It was an incredibly tight game, and I'd say for Florida, they need this map again.
You need it. Real bad. Here we go. We're putting it all on the line in just a moment. Sadly, guys, we have had a lobby drop. Oh, I know. It happens. We cannot stress the importance of the match. We cannot stress the stress of the situation. I know. I went from 6 to midnight. It's all gone now. Don't worry. We're going back in a moment. Let's talk about the series, though. Tuscan start things off. No Gav, no Bocage. It's a good square up, but as you said a moment ago, solid setup for New York.
It really might be a situation, well, on the flip side for Florida, where their only way they could win this is a 3-0, and even then the maps at the front half are still not great for them. The Tuscan hardpoint, again, it was a 4-point game that Florida was able to win, and I think if they're anyone is going to be successful, it has to be Awakening for the Mutineers. He is a top 3 player on this map. The guy can drop bombs, but even if you get that level of production, it's not like New York are going to be scared on the Tuscan. Both of the hard points, New York, are phenomenal. So I think really this might be the Neslo kind of series is the way it's shaping up. Florida Mutineers might need to get that 2-3-5, but let's just pretend, hypothetically, we go to a map 5. That Desert Siege has been the Subliners' bread and butter. So we get to find out from Major Maniac, it is truly never chalked. Yes, indeed, in my mind, is going to be their path to victory. Of course, you got to kick off with that Tuscan again. Awakening is the player on my mind. And on the flip side, honestly, Dealer's Choice, all of these Subliners players, you know, are going to show up in front.
Nothing matters more than this series right now. Eyes forward, eyes on the horizon. Champs is a distant memory. For now, it is just all you need. A couple of hard points, maybe a search, maybe a control in there, and you can book the tickets, essentially. Mutineers, same thing. Win this, you punch your ticket. There's only one spot left to grab. One of the teams on this stage isn't going. We're going to find out who that is in a moment. Almost ready to get into map number 1, Tuscan hardpoint. The players are in the lobby. The tension's in the air. New York, are we ready to go? A few more seconds. We're almost there. It's been an unbelievable time here in Brooklyn. The King's Theater has not disappointed. The memes, the dreams, all the genes that have been creamed on the journey. Here we go. Brooklyn, let's get it. Map number 1, Tuscan hardpoint.
You talk about a moment as intense in this. Meanwhile, Crimsix and Crim7
and 7
having fun on the main stage, trying to keep things loosey-goosey, nice and relaxed before we get into it. Florida Mutineers will be starting out on the technical good side, at least for the opening break for the first hard point. Of course, New York, well, they might be set up for the good spawns towards New. You have a strong opening break from either side. You can dictate the pace of the map. You do not want either team to come out of the gates hot. We'll start with the GOAT, see what he can make happen off the rip, see if he can start taking names.
Here we go. Chapter 1 of this exciting series is now upon us. New York Subliners decked out in the yellow. The Mutineers, they will be the white arrows on the minimap. And so far, it's an opening for 2Real to maybe get in from behind and cause some serious damage.
I mean, hey, you lose the opening break, you don't get the hill time, but maybe the flip is something that you will take. It's not best case scenario, but 2Real trying to make something happen, but Crim again there to shut him down. Crim, honestly, 2 for 2 with headshots.
Snake Charmer takes care of business there now, over to the mid-map. Coverage all good. Mutineers trying to get back into the point, and for now it's Awakening, the man we've talked about who needs to be a big piece of the puzzle for the Florida Mutineers. And so far he is being suppressed. Subliners now providing that aggression. Spawns though, still in the side of the Mutineers going into P2.
Little moments like that though, I mean that's a big win just for a 10-point swing. So Subliners having the strong P1, Crim now trying to work the break in. We saw the first map of the tournament. Crim started slow, they still got the win. Well, now he's starting hot, already 5-1.
I mean the break's already on. We've got space now for the Subliners to break into the Mutineers hardpoint. There's a contest, gonna come to a quick close. Flying forward though is Kismet. Another instrument there in New York's success in the series the other day, and in at the point we go for Paul, trying to find the win. Skies with a nice 2. 2Real takes care of Crim, finally gets himself going. 35 remaining here on P2. The battle's gonna come to a slow close. Final 30 seconds, Mutineers in the driver's seat.
And New York maybe taking one more attempt to try to get him out of the hill, but they're losing every gunfight along the way. Kismet, last-ditch effort, nothing. Scrap time will be theirs, and, well, maybe not actually, because they're losing the spawn, so maybe now you have to fight for the scrap, because that rotation not looking fun. New York at least able to potentially collect these final 10 seconds, but Florida, well, they're getting kills like that. They're getting set up over towards New. It is a 20-point game going over towards this Fountain Hill, and for the moment, Florida, all their bases covered.
That's Fountain, far left-hand side of the minimap. Florida Mutineers, they're first in. Hydra is going to be in an interesting position and maybe get the fight going, but for now, it's a 2-2 split. 2 through middle, 2 coming through the P5 side of the map. Major Maniac has already taken care of 1. 2Real's in a position to get 1 more. Oh, whoa, a big win. As Hydra can't quite get the gun up fast enough. Mutineers in control of the hard point for now.
They read this too. Major Maniac actually spawned close, but he still read the roof side spawn, even though Crim spawned right behind him. So now only the top side of the map is going to be open. Paulehx, the leading man on the charge, able to break through the hill. Question is, how long can you stay alive? The support is not there. He is going to be surrounded. Snaking his heart out, but eventually they're there to take him down. Florida has strung together a very solid Fountain Hill.
Hydra's trying to make his way forward now, getting to this hard point. Once again, big tags into the first, and oh my word, Major Maniac holds the irons, gets the kill. Final 10 seconds of the point should go the way of the Mutineers. Across the map we go to Church now. Say a prayer. As the lead will now change, Mutineers will be up front. Big 2 out of Crim. As forward they go, hard points open, New York's in business.
And P5 is not going to be fun to try to cross it. Crim got the 2, Paulehx next in line. He can see through walls, and he can get the 2-piece as well. The clearance on the hill is golden. Florida has to take a hike, and they got the angles covered. 2 ARs posted on both sides. Right now, the perfect setup for the Subliners.
Big nades come through. Crim's gonna be the lone man on this side of the map. But for now, here we go. Hydra keeping the backside covered as well. Into the church come the Mutineers. Hydra's up first. And a second! The clear-up crew is there. The Mutineers are all down. Subliners hold.
They just funneled them through. You had the ARs posted on both sides. They try to cut through mid, and the readjustment was perfect. Now they're trying to make it mixy. 2 players coming in through the field side, but Hydra has the front on lock. You try to work your way through the back. He will be there for the help. It looks like Subliners on church. This is going to be a damn near full 60. Ooh. Hydra going to get shut down before the streaks, but that is as good as it gets for the Churchill. A perfectly held point.
Skies closes out the spree. Over to P5 we now go. No one from the Subliners in position to get this one. Mutineers, if they can keep these kills up on that side of the map, they might be able to keep this time going their way and get themselves into the lead once again. Bit of a mountain to climb for now. They've got the time. Major Maniac once again, the Lord of the Rooftop. Ooh, shots are in. Cool, the crossfire from Skies. The Mutineers remain in control of the point for now.
And he's so on point. He's so on point with reading these roof spawns. Oh. Major Maniac collects another. A player goes down low, but Skies should be at least good for the trade. Connects on Kismet, shuts him down. He's now 1 of 5, but the battle commences for P5. Not easy, no streaks for Skies. In the Hilltop York, they take it away. Hydra bullies his way through the front.
We break back. Kismet has well control. Final 20 seconds here on the point on P5. You have to make that northbound journey directly to the top side of the map now. And that is what the Mutineers are going for. Hydra finds himself in another 5 spree as he is dicing with death right now. Big Weight's gonna be the next man in. No kills had. Crim's there to back him up. It's 17 and 10 out of the French Phenom early on. Over to P1 we now go. Second set.
Oh, and they're gonna pick him apart too. Oh. There's one, there's number 2. Headshots coming through in New York. They win that rotation, making that look easy.
New York currently in the lead. They've got P1. Here's the setup. Let's go for a listen in.
Oh, wait, I got one. I got one hit. Another one hit. Major one shot. There's side you, church side you, one shot. I'm nading that. Caesar laying down. 2 out of I'm hitting right now. I'm in outer, be careful. Two there, inner ground. One's weak, Major. Trying to snake me, I'm 1 shot. Major's weak, got me. There's side you. Just lay down, He's out. One's ground. One's on mine, outer on you, Paka. I got one. Outer down. Nice, bro. I'm putting go. I'm ready back. I'm dead in the back. Around the back together. I'm back church. He's gonna play the tank, okay? He's stunned from the stairs. He's not on the tank. Side to the tank, evade it. No, he's out the back right. I'm coming side of the tank. I don't see him. In map, totally maps. He's really maps. He's back. On the heady. To the back. On the heady. And one's he's 1 shot. One's flowers or something. He's laying down close to rope. Yo, don't
And these comms are so intense. I'm pretty sure Hydra just called that in French, Chance.
I mean, he's getting in the mix, and now they are getting back in the point. They are looking dominant on Tuscan. What a way to start these series. They want to put him to bed as quickly as possible. I mean, they got the break over towards this new hill. They have built themselves a massive lead. A couple players fall, but even for Strap, number 4, Crim, he's trying to make sort of this late play on the hill just for those final few. That's a 5 spree, but we go back towards this Fountain Hill. Florida had a decent hold last time. This is where they have had their only success. Now it is the requirement for Florida. If they want to get back in the game, you got to do it here. But Crim, it looks like he is not going to let that happen.
Awakening the man to get the job done right now for the Mutineers, locking down top fire. That was a good P2, now in a P3 transition now for the Mutineers. Field side is where the battle will rage. Awakening once again. He is the man, the tippity top of that fire tower, raining down upon every one of the subliners. Into the point we now go. Major Maniac once again, the back line. Solid as a rock, as reliable as gravity right now, as 30 seconds ticking away. Crim finds an opening. Crim's in, looking for any more as the coverage there. Its boys are in. It's Hydra and Kismet in the feed. The break is on.
They stopped the full 60, but now can they get the scrap? Florida, they're going to fight for this too. If you make the investment to fight for 20 seconds, you better make damn sure you get it. They get shot down. The lead gets bigger, and look at that rotation. It is Paulehx playing sneaky in the back. Churchill last time, New York was perfect. They're looking for the setup again.
Hydra is on one today. An absolute monster performance as Crim backs him up. Backline not safe. Paul though, saved though. As the play is still alive now, the Mutineers with an opportunity to get into the hill, but the problem is it's Crim in there. Can he deal with this attack? A few angles opening up. Kismet from up high, brought down. Big Wake catches two. As the Florida Mutineers are not out of this yet. Here's the pinch onto the point once again. As Big Wake, as Demon Joe starts to light things up. The break is good. Mutineers are in.
Only way is if they fry. Gonna need a couple clean 4 downs and the perfect rotation. New York, decision time. You want to send a player on rotation? Do you hit for the final 13? They're going through the front. It's all 3.
Here we go. Sky's lining them up. Paul might be the first man. 20 seconds. Good to fight for. The trades are good. The backline's open. 2v2 here on the church. Kismet gets the kill. Kismet gets the second. Locks him down. Final 10. That's it. It's the game. Unless TJHaly can get in there and contest for long enough. He might have just done it. That's good enough for now. You gotta hold this one down, but a single second's all you need. Crim might be the man to get the job done.
29-19, but he gets shut down right there. 2 more seconds. That is all the Subliners need. Number 2, Hydra, he's taking the route. These players inside of green, they want to take their time.
Whoa.
They are waiting for this pinch. The nade might be the opener, but Hydra's made his way around back.
Slow and steady. What you gotta do is get in there. Mutineers, they are thick as thieves. Shoulder to shoulder. Inside that hard point. Hydra can't get it done. Major Maniac running it. 2 real from downstairs, all good. He spots a few. Guns to the bottom of the stairs now as you line up for the hit. You find one, but Paul's got himself in on the stairwell. No, Major Maniac, where's another? But Hydra finally makes his way forward. And my God, the trades upon trades. The scoreline slowly closing. This is one of the most sensational P5s we may have ever seen.
Solo chow after solo chow. Subliner starting to crumble. Florida now winning on this rotation. Awakening biding his time. He gets dropped.
That could be
and with this, he'll about to pop right now. Number 3 is first. New York, they got the rotation. They got the dub.
And that is it. The soak is done. My God. What an opening hard point between these two teams. We're leaving it all on the line here, Chance. This is it. Subliners take map 1.
They did get dicey. They started dancing with death. A couple solo chows coming through, maybe feeling the pressure, but on that rotation, they had it on lock and key. Florida forced to sprint, and New York taking full advantage. And I like the different dynamic of what these guys brought to the stage. When they opened up their tournament, what happened? One of the dopest walkouts we've seen, but Hydra and Crim both started double negative. It took them so long to get a feel for the series. What do we see this time? Crim 7 gets brought out. We have the hype speech from Crim before of making sure everybody settles in. And what do we see this map 1? Both Hydra and Crim absolutely fried.
Yeah, Crim was backstage with a couple of cucumbers on his eyes, listening to Enya, just being real chill and zen before going out there, and it showed. The gameplay was there. Crim, 29 and 23, big damage from him as well. Huge work in the final moments from Hydra. 24 and 20, 28 and 24 for him. It was an unreal performance. But again, a close hardpoint and an insane P5. You got to give it to the Mutineers. They held it down, but Subliners, that was a 1-by-1-by-1 play. That is not good enough to make a run in this tournament against these kind of teams, though.
Well, long-term, certainly not, but honestly, they really did just build themselves that comfortable of a lead, right? So I think maybe they're just thinking, it's easy, we get this in the bag, and maybe feeling a little bit stressed out. I gotta say, for Florida, pretty nice reads, right? Making sure, like Major Maniac winning that gunfight on Hydra over towards P5. A lot of the things they were starting to put together were impressive, but I just think it was pretty much straight off the jump. New York, again, just 2 on point. Crim and Hydra all in the mix. I mean, Kismet, a normal game for him where he goes positive and still collects all of that hill time. So that is purely just the Subliners at their finest. And again, it is just a map set that is phenomenal for New York. That is a hard point that they have been 7-3, now 8-3 as a roster. Later we get to Berlin where they are also 8-3. And it's basically all of the exact same maps that they played against Florida back in week 1 of this stage. I mean, that was a series where Subliners won 3-1. The only map that they dropped was the Tuscan Hardpoint. Clearly, they've improved.
Good stuff. Start the series off right for New York. Mutineers now bounce back, maybe on here on Berlin. Search the story coming up in just a moment. Tuscan control, Berlin Hardpoint, of course, Desert Siege. We may have to throw down in that map 5. This tournament has gone that way every single day, nearly. We have been blessed by a couple of 3-0s when we needed them the most, but for now, Chance, the coaches are on stage. Final words going into the set.
And I'd say for JP, the coach in New York, or one of the coaches, analysts, whatever you want to call him, his job is pretty interesting because you have so much data on Florida Mutineers on this map, but not with this roster. Like, Mutineers were actually a very unique team when it came to Berlin Search and Destroy. They're actually the best team at being aggressive with the A hits on offense, love getting the bomb down, and that is where they sort of like made their success. Not a lot of love over towards that B bomb site, but now you have 2 new players in the mix with a completely different dynamic for the team. So I don't know what JP is exactly going to tell these guys with that sort of limited information, but it's definitely going to be fun to watch.
Got to play your own game. That's the only thing. Just see the plan, execute, try to make the reads when you can. We've seen great mid-round adjustments from many, many teams in this tournament late here in the Vanguard season. You better be damn good at every map and mode, because when it comes to champs, there is no prisoners, no mercy. For now, the Subliners, getting the champs is the operation. That's the mission objective, right, lads? One at a time. As Paul, one of the later additions to the squad, we've seen him tweet time and time again about this, and I've banged this drum hard that he's been so devastated that he couldn't get onto this squad earlier in the season. The difference he made for that team was fantastic. It's, again, instrumental in their victories and in their success to get them to this moment. Can they keep the miracle run going?
And Paulehx, in my mind, like, he has been their best player. He is S tier at the very top of his game, so he has been lights out in Vanguard, and especially so in Search and Destroy. Paulehx, one of the league leaders in this game mode, and always got to keep an eye on him, but there are obviously shooters on the other side as well. This is honestly a pretty devastating lobby of just non-stop S&D grinders. Both teams have that potential. I don't know how much I can read into the smiles, so I can see what direction these Mutineers playing are facing again. They love hitting the A bomb site. Ordinarily, that is where they have all their success. But with 2 new faces, you might see things getting mixed up just a little bit, and they're leaning over towards B, but hey, Subliners ready for it. 2 players got the stack over on the site.
Quite a safe, quite a conservative hit. Whoa!
Goodbye.
Okay, see ya. Good read, good nades. Crim's going to try to answer back. Threads the needle. Turiel's going to get the plant. Subliners know the play's on, but without Hydra, we'll see how they fare. Straight in towards the site we go. Kismet's on the outside, throwing shoulders now. Dancing through the woodwork. Kismet wins it. Turiel stuck in the mud over there. It's a 3v3.
Well, no one's actually going to flank to clear out these clutch spots, which means you have to just do this with the gunny. I don't know if they know Awakening's nearby. You know Major Maniac's in the back, and well, they got the intel. Now it's about winning these gunfights.
Skies finds 1. You got 3 major spots to take care of, and there is simply nothing you can do. Mutineers, perfect setup. Take the round.
I mean, it's impossible. That is impossible to break down. Great snakes being thrown, impossible gunfights win on the backside, and it is simple as that. I mean, you just have good nades on Hydra, get the bomb plant instantly. Literally, just a perfect round for the Mutineers.
True snake pit, this matchup. From start to finish. Hey, man, when it's all on the line, the gloves are off. Subliners now on offense. And dip a toe towards the middle of the map, watch the cross, count the players, count those shadows in the distance, and see where to take that bomb. You know what? Screw it. We're going to be.
It's Major Maniac, actually. Normally it's your main SMG that plays around sight, but it'll be the playmaker for the Mutineers instead. And no stuns connecting, so they're confident to try to get this bomb down. Still a 4 versus 4. Major may be trying to pounce. Stun's not going to connect. You see number 3 gets the bomb down, gets out of dodge. A true 4 versus 4.
Turiel could go huge here. Peeks the door. Patience will pay off. Kismet's there. He gets tagged up. He stays alive. The pick is good. Gets out with it. Teammates are now showing up, find the kills. 25 on the clock. Good shots at range, but not enough to take down the Major. And Sky's now keeping the spree going. 3v3.
It's just no time. It's just no time. Hydra's going to connect with the next one for Florida Mutineers. You got to stand near the bomb, and you have to gun him down, and nothing you can do. Crimsix is there. Efficient plays for New York, and I think Florida, what? Opening break, go plan on B. Easy piece, win the round. New York says, hey, we can do it too. A little bit more aggressive in their setup. You had Kismet making plays, but neither team on defense able really to show anything to stop that B bomb plant.
Same, but different on the attacking rounds. Now both teams up by 1. We'll see what happens now. Mutineers, they'll be the bomb carriers once again.
And look at the adjustments. They love the A hits, but because of how dominant they were on B, Subliners basically triple stack it. And maybe number 3, Kismet, can be quick on the rotation, and Crim actually finds the blood. He does get traded, but no flanks coming through yet. And this bomb, so much pressure on A.
Pressure's on A, but they can still make their way across B. They can still transition across. Here comes the double nade. Hydra's gonna make the read here, surely. Beatdowns are on. Trades are there. Falls down the 1v2. Oh, Lord. Gunny was there. Major Maniac once again. Nerves of steel. Mutineers take the lead.
Just perfect on offense. Again, you saw like the triple stack coming through. It's some extra nades, it looked like, for the Subliners. Could be thrown on the cross to make sure you can't go for the B bomb plan instantly. And while they're doing that, all Florida is doing is getting all of that map control by the A site. Good coordination, double hitting outer. And it has just been perfection on these offensive rounds. See if New York get the response.
Hydra will be the bomb carrier now, and it looks like we're going to A as well. So a bit of a mirror matchup now. We'll see if anyone can find the difference. The thinnest of margins right now. Major Maniac continues to find the success. 5-1 on a 3 spree now, and that is the first blood. Into the site we go.
Awaken to be the first player to spot this. He's the one that got tags on Hydra. Even in the 3v4, they're going for it. They're planting that bomb before they get the pick. And Crim, he finds a pick on the cross. How good is Crimsix's reading, though? Because there's a player on the full flank. He's able to at least get another, but number 6, the flanker, it's Major Maniac right now that is trying to make the play. Him versus Hydra.
Major Maniac could win the round right here for his boys. Right place, right time. What does he see? Not quite enough yet, but he's going to try to make the play happen now. Clock's still ticking. 25 before that bomb goes boom.
And Subliners, they've cleared out the other side, but this is not the spot that they actually planted for. So Florida Mutineers, they've cleared out all the clutch spots. This might just be Gunny straight down the middle, but that doesn't make it easy to make this read. But Major Maniac, the protector, he's trying to protect his boy. You can hop this bomb. You know where the last guy is. And the bomb doesn't even get stuck. Skies isn't there. The mind games. New York outplaying them. They hit the different side. I think Florida Mutineers, they cleared out so much, but they were just so uncomfortable. Like, where did they go? We know where they planted for. How come nobody's on this flank? And by the time you figure it out, there is just no more time on the clock. 4 offenses in a row.
It's a great switch up there. The Major's nerves of steel will come to a close, but 6 and 2 before he gets brought down there. Not a bad look. We'll see what happens now. If the rounds will continue to go the way we predict. Florida Mutineers now on offense. This is a big nade from Crim. I think that might land. That might deal some damage at the very least. It does. TrueReal gets tickled by it. Into the bomb site we go. Hydra, he'll be the man to defend.
Well, it's just the difference between the first round. You don't get blooded. Hydra's gonna know. TrueReal right on the other side of that door.
Oh my God, he's right there. He can't see it.
No
TrueReal.
shot.
TrueReal, what is happening? He's gonna try to slide on forward. The door gets blown to smithereens now. Crim finds that first blood in the background. And Crim says, fine, I'll do it myself. Skies, though, from the backside of train, might get the pressure on. There's a 1v1 happening over on the A-bomb site as well. Because, man, this is a tense Berlin.
Awakening, he's trying to make the play. Paulehx trying to gun him down, and look at this swarm. Paulehx calling for help, and he got it. Leaving Skies in the 1v3. They know where he is. And he does not have that bomb, and he does not have time.
The York sticks together. The teamwork is there. Crim, last man, holding the fight down. Now it is a 1v2. Skies, he's doing what he can.
He's on the wrong side of the map. I mean, he's just running out of time to make anything happen. And if you try to go for the kills, these players are split. That clock is ticking. He's going to get spotted by number 3 out this window, and Kismet takes him down. Your first defensive round 1, and Crim is the man that makes it happen. He is a first blood machine on certain maps. He delivers on Major Maniac. Hydra buys enough time to stay alive to get Crim to kill TrueReal. And I know he got beaten by Skies, but hey, picked him apart early on. New York now with the advantage in the game.
The difference has been made. We found it. Subliners on offense now. It's been flawless thus far on the O's. 1D. See what they can do to add to the pile. 2-man hit now from the Mutineers straight towards the A-bomb site. But we are going for it. Might be all in. They've cleaned through. Trades are there. Hydra versus Awakening. The Rattler gunfire. Oh my God, Awakening. Oh my word! The second punch doesn't do damage. He somehow stays alive in Skies, so it's now flying for his life. Hydra! He killed Paul! What? Oh my God, it's a 1v1!
This would be a 1v3 where Major Maniac makes magic.
Oh my God. Crim. Major Maniac, well, that was the ridiculous series of events now, so 1v1.
And so much time, too.
Oh my God. Major's checking everything. Crim spots the top of his cap, and now it might be on. Wait, Major! Shots are in! There's nothing left to throw at one another, and the timing could be here now. Flying forward, Gunny's up, 30 seconds!
Oh my God!
What? What was that? I would love a replay.
Bro, the GOAT versus Magic Mike, could you imagine? What is the finesse? Like, did he crouch and get it like someone shot in the head by his teammate? Nearly unreal 1v3.
Nah, dude, what was that?
Crim with the stones, though.
Holy. Okay, we go again.
It's a neutral setup, too. I think Florida, a little bit tougher to play with confidence in this moment. They're taking a route to lean over towards B. It has been left undefended. Hydra no longer playing in sight. Sniper shots getting rung out, but this has been given up for free. Bomb will go down, number 3 on the flank. You talk about openings on the map. Kismet may have found it, may have found the angle, but now Awakening buying time for his teammates. But Paulehx able to get that kill.
That's that classic New York Subliners teamwork. We've seen them do this. You hold a player from the Mutineers down, the other one comes in and gives them the hands. Major on the flank, though. Sweet child of mine. He's playing his patient. Great work. Less than 30 now on the clock. Got to get this going. This guy is trying to find the tags. The pressure is now on the Subliners. They are flying forward. You still have got Major in the back line, just in case. Skies! 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 What a 3!
What an unreal battle we have on our hands.
What a search this is.
I mean, that is a situation where after Major gets the pick on the flank, he says, hey, I'm going to be the safety man. Skies, I'm going to let you just make the play. Sky said, that is not a problem, boss. I will take care of this. 8-5 for Mr. Bueno.
I mean, you knew that Major Minute was in the back the whole time. You've got to deal with him. You've got to. You saw him do it in round 1. It's been a Vanguard classic all year long. Skies plays him like a fiddle. 8-5 now. Subliners flying forward into 8.
Real's played a couple different corners. This one brand new. That door got open. Real able to strike. The 2 kills go their way. Finessing his life, gunning him down, and already Paulehx eviscerated. You think Florida Mutineers might be on a little bit of tilt? Not so. 2 rounds back to back, and they just slammed them in this one. Major Maniac able to pick up 2. 2 Real starting to get a little bit hot. And all of a sudden, we are right back to a tie game.
I mean, the crowd can do what they can say what they want, but that boy is frying right now. He's having a good time. Major Maniac 10-4. Big Wake hasn't had to show up too much, but that's absolutely fine for now. The Mutineers, they've equalized. As this building search and destroy. Man, this is a fun one.
And once again, this like chess battle. Florida Mutineers just keep going back and forth. And look at the coverage, man. Skies gets to play in the angle P5, but he does get gunned. Crimsix gets that first blood. It'll be a 3v4, a clutch situation for Florida. And for the moment, it's only Hydra trying to work the flank, but now a 2 versus 4. But this is Major Maniac, and this is Awakening. Not easy from York.
Oh, Awakening gets caught on the mantle, and that's the round. That's the round. That's the defuse. And that is map point. Decisive rounds back to back. One more round. And the New York Subliners go up 2-0 in the series.
And Crimsix like a blanket. When you need him, he is there. I mean, literally showed up map 1, absolutely dominant. When you need the first bloods, when you need the difference maker, when you need to not get 1v3 clutch on, he has been there for you. 9-6 for Crim. One more round to go up 2-0 in the series, where again, this map set for the Subliners is beautiful. An advantage like that, it'll be feeling sweet. They're leaning towards A. They're very polite, closing all these doors. And they're taking things slow. They're trying to bait Mutineers into a mistake. They get baited. They get gone.
That's disgusting. Hydra's first blood. Major now trying to get on the bomb site. Kismet's there. Kismet's got the gun up. Major's having to back down. Last man alive. And that's a 2-0 in a series for the New York Subliners.
a massive advantage with these maps, and New York seems like they are in their bag. That is the perfect play call for that final round. Be like, dude, this game has been a slobber knocker. We have been getting after it. Let's corner up. Let's play a little bit sneaky. In for Hydra. I thought they had the drop on him, but he brought the gunny on the day. And by the way, again for Crimsix, man, 11 kills, leading the lobby. 3 first bloods out of the AR on a map like that. We've seen world champs already fall out of Vanguard, not qualify for the big one. It would be the first one Crim has missed ever. And he's looking like that is not gonna happen the perfect way for New York to start this series. And the maps that we have after this, that is 3 maps in a row that Subliners have already beaten Florida on, and they only need 1 of them.
Sweet child of mine. There we go, though. Not to rest on his laurels. Crimsix runs the show, takes over there on that search and destroy, and now the crowd knows what's going on. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, history could be made. Will the Subliners complete this historic run and make that journey to champs a tiny bit easier? Or will we see what has happened so many times here at this very major? The reverse sweep, the comeback may be on. Only time will tell. This is a CDL. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
It is anything but smooth sailing right now for the Mutineers as they find themselves down by 2 in this incredibly important series for their run towards champs. We got one more though for the New York Subliners in this control. Chance, can they do it?
Well, can they do it? Yeah, have you seen them shooting today? That is the easiest question to answer of all time. They've been frying. I mean, Crim has been lights out. Both the maps, Hydra has been like, it is literally clear cut across the board. New York have just been gunning them down, and they've played Tuscan Control before. They beat him last time. Admittedly, it was still round 5. It was still a close game, but at least based on momentum, it is looking just clear cut for the Subliners.
Unbelievable run so far. That last Search and Destroy was a wild one. We'll see what happens now with the Control. We're going to be diving into Tuscan for this one again. Charles, we looked at the maps and modes beforehand. We've talked about how great they already look for the Subliners. However, the further into the series we go, it gets even more dangerous for Florida. If they win this, it's tough anyway.
Yeah, look, it's a tricky situation, but Subliners, you know, their fate is not perfectly in their hands, but right now they are doing all they can because, keep in mind, Florida, even if, like, New York win this series, will still have the advantage in points. Subliners still need to get at minimum top 2, and if Florida start making a run through the losers bracket, they can just guarantee it from that direction. So if I'm New York, you try to bury them, demoralize them before sending them to FaZe, give them no life, and honestly, I think we're taking care of business. I think you saw the stat, right? Crim was a 0.8 just the other day. Right now, shoot with a 1.3. I mean, he brought the strap, and I'd say for Florida, you are just looking for some sort of momentum. And hey, a couple smiles on the face. We know it's never chalked, but for Florida, it is definitely a long way to go.
Florida. Victory here secures them the spot. Never before has a more important matchup been for the New York Subliners. Seal it here, Mutineers. That's the goal. Push it for that game 5. Do the unthinkable. We'll see what happens as we now load into map number 3 here in this incredibly exciting series. Here we go, Brooklyn. Map 3.
Oh, look at this. It's a B hit, too, right off the rip. It is Florida Mutineers. They know the situation. This is time to pull out all the stops and make the play. They're getting met by Kismet, but Kismet gets dropped, but the team kill's gonna hurt. Makes the stack impossible, and they got cut down. It was an interesting idea. Looks like New York there. They just made the read.
Too real. Finally taken care of on the back line. B's gone. You're still going to hold on to this one if you're Major Maniac. The play is still afoot. Scrim gets dropped. No one has composure quite like Major Maniac. This is the toughest spot they've been in so far in the season. And that's 3 sweet kills. Crim's the last man on the point, but he's going down swinging. He takes care of Awakening. There's the contest. Hydra's there as well. And the play is falling to pieces. Mutineers back to the drawing board.
Crimsix just putting in work, man. And honestly, they're still defending over towards A as well, so they might get funneled into Hydra. Trying to get this timing right, and well, doesn't quite get it. Does get chopped down, so the opening is there. A lot of players working the flank. Kismet gets caught, and looks like Crimsix might just be next in line. Still trying to make this defense over towards A. And Crim, he's going to find it on Awakening, so right now, New York, they have a pretty solid amount of map control. This is as good as it gets for defense.
So far, so good. Woo. Crucial win there for Kismet. Mid-map, Crim, 6 kills in a row. Looking for that glide bomb. And he is on the hunt, on the prowl. Hydra takes care of B. You've still got, there he is, Awakening. He's now the tip of the spear.
This is number 7, by the way, like in a row. If he gets this gunfight against Major Maniac, if you get the glide,
whoa!
Crim 7 delivers.
Wait a minute.
And he's just trying to let it run.
Wait a minute.
Number 8.
Wait a minute. They get 2 segments. It's not over yet, though. Paul can lock it down here. Paul can lock it down. Major, he finally rocks up at the last moment. Seals it. 8 seconds on the clock. If he finishes the capture, it's done. We get another minute to work with. But you've not got a lot of lives for the Mutineers.
But you don't have a lot of lives
at all.
Subliners either. So it's a bit dicey right now for both teams, but, well, with that one coming through, now a massive advantage for New York. Put him down. 3 lives to go. This round at TDM, New York has dominated.
Posted up. Hydra spotted him. And Hyde, wow, Major Maniac, what a win that was. There's 2 of them left in the round. There's 40 seconds. There's far too many New York Subliners players to work with. They take round 1. And Big Daddy Crim. An electrifying start.
I mean, he got the upgrade. Maybe the OG was just a prototype. Now he's like trying to take it to the next level. Again, he has had a phenomenal series. 1.0 already, 11-2 off the rip, has the glide. He's shutting down 1v3s. He's getting the first bloods when we need him. Crimsix right now, Mr. Do-It-All.
We haven't called him the Crim bot in quite some time. Let's face it, he's had a couple of rebrands, C6 in the 2020 season. Last year, not great. But this year, the Miracle Maker. Hydra, what a shot. Pressure's now on towards A. Bad timing for Hydra there as Awakening. He's going to be all good to go. Looking for that first segment at A, closing it out.
Making good reads too. 2Real guns. At least the nade for 2Real is able to get the trade, but now for New York, gets the slow capture on A. Trying to maybe just whittle them down on lives. Kismet is behind enemy lines. And I think they're happy just to look for these extra kills while Crim doing the slow, dirty work, that progress today. Third tick nearly coming through. Awakening trying to pounce or make it Major Maniac. He is going to fall. Extra minute on the clock and plenty of lives for both teams. Let's see how New York approaches.
It's such a different round. They're the complete opposite of what we saw in the previous. Hydra fighting forward. Subliner is starting to work with a bit of space now. Securing the high ground. Major Maniac posted up. The rest of the Mutineers now line up for the hit. Here we go. Nades are out. Into the point we go in the slow and steady capture. That's a great throw from Hydra. Major crosses over. Here's the fight, and Kismet lands it. Oh my word. You've now got a bit of space to work with if you are the Subliners, but you gotta get these kills.
That is the gunny and a half right there. Don't want to challenge guys, maybe not until you heal. He's only got 5 HP, and he got surrounded as well. You see the idea, Major Maniac loves to play that Godhead glitch in like that little middle alley, so they're going for the nades to take him down. So the idea is there. The execution, not quite. But still plenty of time. A few more opportunities, and bad timing from Awakening, and, well, then bad timing from Crim, but
Crim!
Now he's starting to work that flank.
14-4. Looking like an 18-year-old out there. He's absolutely putting the Mutineers down now, but 20-20 in the life count either side. A minute 20 on the clock, and the Mutineers, the defense still reigns supreme. Not letting go of that streak just yet. Kismet trying to keep the fight alive. Skies is up next. Oh my good God. What a win.
Oh, now Paulehx trying to make plays, jumping over top, and can't even drag one down with him. Actually, well, the nade does connect. Keeping things. Mixy, the gunny from Hydra. And this might be number 2. Actually, 2Real connects. They still maintain that P5 pressure. New York consistently trying to work this flank, but Skies here to make the reads. Stuns and nades out. Paulehx trying to make them weak, and Skies trying to get out of dodge. That pressure is coming.
Take a corner, any corner. Here we go, Skies! Woo! Nearly gets the second. That's enough space now from the back line for the New York Subliners to try to make their way forward. 2Real up front as he is starting to come alive here. Not enough to get the job done once again. It's Crim. It's 16-6 for him. Ridiculous run from the go.
And once again, I mean, dude, P5 has just been completely shut down by the Mutineers. Middle of the map, completely shut down by the Mutineers. The only avenue of attack has been the flank, and there has not been a single time where it has been close to successful. Defense holds strong, and all things considered, pretty much evened up in this game. One more try. Kismet does get that opener, but they are getting flanked. This might be the perfect flank from Awakening. He's going to be behind 3.
Timing.
Crimsix up front, though.
Timing.
Starting to make moves, but you see the flank comes through, and, well, cleans them all up.
It's Awakening as he has started to heat up. And we know what Demon Joe is capable of. The Mutineers, they run a tight ship. They're on defense. They level it up. And now we swap sides.
And just for the long term, well, 2 things happening right now. One for Florida, you want to get Awakening that glide bomb. He is on a 6. And also, you want to try to burn the glide bomb on Crimsix as fast as you possibly can. You don't want something like that to appear in round 5. And they know Hydra's up top. The nades connect, though. The nade from heaven lands on Awakening's feet, shut down the glide, and Florida Mutineers run. It won't be made easy.
The perils of Bloom and the MP40 shown there from 2Real, a little shaky, but they stay alive. Florida now first segment of A cleaned up well and truly as Crim continues to be daddy. Taking care of business. Skies, he's now been cleaned up as well. One segment gone, they do not get the second.
That's actually an important round. Now Florida has to make decisions. Awakening getting kills through Church. And this might be a B hit. Paulehx right now, really the only one purely on defense, but in the spawn is Crim. The slide cancels of a young man, and the trades for Florida may or may not come through. Kismet dancing with him, Kismet causing problems, and that is phenomenal teamwork. As New York, that B plenty secure, holding strong on defense, and
whoa!
A's looking problematic as well.
Kismet just clotheslined, Awakening now. Forward he goes. Keeping A safe. Great nades there coming through from Florida. Cooperative effort there to land them. Now you're looking towards that second segment. Get things going here because the offensive rounds have not been that good. The Subliners have been running it. They've got 3 players in mid trying to happen towards that A side of the map. Second segment gone. Here goes the third. At a minute.
Players scoring up as well. Yep, Hydra, challenge 2. He is going to fall. Interesting timing potentially on the flank as well. Major Maniac may be able to ground back, but he gets caught. Kills traded back and forth towards the middle of the map, but I'd say for Florida right now, a moment of a bit of a disconnect, right? A player towards the middle of the map, other guys trying to go through P5, and P5 is not exactly open. Kismet gets spotted, but he shuts him down, and you try to work the flank for Florida. Awakening trying to cause problems, but the play has not yet come together. And right now for Mutineers, the synergy is just not there.
I mean, it's one step at a time, but that final hit of the hurdle, they just don't make it. Bad luck from Awakening, but a bad timing now. Subliners of the life lead by only by 1. Crims are going to change that. The Rattler gun fires, the automaton rings empty now. Here comes the next hit. The Mutineers lining up. The Mutineers trying to make their way forward, but Crim is there. Into the jaws of the goat they go. Chews them up. Hydra joins him. Awakening, though, not quite out of the fight yet. Finds himself 2. Picks up a couple of weak players. And that gives the members of the Mutineers some space to work with. Forward, they go out of spawn.
And look, the solo plays from Awakening have been great, but still yet to actually get on the same page with his teammates. And now he's grouped up with 2Real, working through Church, and they're trying to clear out the plat side of the map. You see the nades connecting to do damage, but for the Subliners, no one's yet to fall.
Paul made tough stuff, but not tough enough. The nades come, 25 seconds. Here come the Mutineers, flying out the top side of radio. Shots are good though from Crim, no kills, plenty of damage. Send in Kismet, here he goes, flying in. Hydra joins in the kill feed. Crim's looking for the final man. Here on the point, it is going to be 2Real, trying to stay alive in the back alley, and this should be it. However, he stays alive, he gets it, and the clock is stopped.
The cutoff man though, Hydra's cutting off the reinforcements, so one man is not going to be able to capture this fast enough. He is going to stop the clock for a bit, and maybe buy his teammates time, but with only 6 on the clock, you basically just have to flood it. Awakening has to fly, and unless he pulls a miracle, and he's not able to do it, Subliners get the next round.
An expensive round. Mutineers showing different looks. Match point.
And keep in mind for Crim, it is worth it. You know, if the situation isn't perfect, maybe don't call it in, but if you need to look for that extra tick over towards B later in this round, it is worth the investment. Even if it's not for the guaranteed round win, the extra progress, that defense for the final round. So that'll be later in this round for the potential for that to come through. As it stands, all things standard. And that's a big win by Kismet just to keep this A side open.
He's been great. Again, they're fast. However, counter-attack now for the Mutineers is on. Crim, what can he find? Major Maniac and Awakening, they may have abandoned ship for now. Oh, there it is. Last one's done. All you have to do is worry about the other side of the map for now. They should be able to stack this one and clean it up relatively quickly. 1:13 on the clock, plenty of lives to play with. First segment gone.
You know what's better than 1 glide bomb? 2 glide bombs.
Yeah.
Not gonna get it all. Oh my God. You know what's better than 2 glide bombs? Awakening.
Yep, that's a 3. 32 and 20. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he wanted to go to champs. The fire continues to burn within Demon Joe, as he is seemingly unstoppable right now.
This is your bailout clause on Tuscan. We were saying it for the hard point, and maybe for 35 kills, only around 4, it might be true in control, but it is the nade that is there to shut him down. Talk about a big moment for the New York Subliners. That could have been an opportunity to get back in the swing of things for Florida. Now again, the pressure's on, the flank is in, so this field side not looking too open. Hydra in the middle of a trap. He gets cleared out, and I think I'm going back to that idea. If there is ever a moment for Subliners to just even get that extra tick, it could be worth that glide bomb investment. A couple players getting ready to come through P5. There's your start.
This guy's got to go big. Wow, right in the mouth. Stays alive. Tactical retreat, waiting for the boys to show up. The Subliners are knocking on the door. Sky says, not today. At least one man left up, and that's going to be Kismet. Keeping the front line moving forward right now for New York.
And this is a good flank. This is a good flank. I don't even know if Florida going to read the man in the back, but it'll be him and Hydra. Hydra gets red, and well, that means for Crim, nobody home. He gets dropped immediately. Florida Mutineers, once again, so safe, so secure.
Mutineers slowly sucking the wind out of the sails of the Subliners now. And look at the flank once again, Too Real. He has been the man on a mission. Smooth moves. Again, just slowing them down. Don't let them get anything going. The shots are good. Lives are gone. A great round from the Mutineers.
And shout out to Awakening. I mean, he is the single factor why the slaying department not remotely close in this game. Maybe one more try. See if you can get that golden clean 4 down. Last ditch effort for that round 5.
Oh, and it's starting off bad. Crim's keeping the fight going though. You're on to the point. 21.6 seconds. Final 3 members remaining. This is it. The last hit. You gotta go. Too Real gets dropped. Crim's finding it. The segment's in. The segment's in. Awakening now flying forward. Crim's got the gun up, trying to find these kills as he starts to find the success. I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. And no, you shouldn't believe it. But 2 segments are in. The damage has already been dealt. And in what felt like an eternity, the entire map has changed.
That is one of the best plays of the tournament, by the way. That is like a 4v14 or whatever it was. You only need the single tick to get the defense, and they make a play in that moment. That is Florida dropping the ball, and that is fantastic execution. I mean, that is a no respawns remaining. You make sure you force the defense and you keep the glide. Make no mistake, that is absolutely massive. And now Florida, for all the slaying they have done, doesn't make a difference to this final round. And now they desperately need to string something together. Staring down the barrel of that hot 3-0.
Now to avoid defeat, avoid the 3-0. Florida Mutineers got to do something they haven't been able to do so far, and that is win an attacking round. Not an easy thing to do on Tuscan by any stretch of the imagination, but to keep this series alive and to keep the easiest road into champs they've got thus far in all the permutations. This has got to be the one.
They are being annoying though. Sky's able to pick up a couple.
Okay.
Multiple players in the spawn, but Skies gets caught. And once again, it is just the exact same situation. We have seen time and time again. Trying to work the flank, but these players have yet to be cleared out, and obviously see it on Crim, still has that glide.
1 minute added to the clock. 25 lives for the Mutineers to throw at this one. Patience will pay off. 2-man through the back. Awakening to reinforce. The front line now is Too Real. He will be the first man there. Kismet brings him to his knees as Crim joins him in the feed. But the numbers are still there for the Mutineers as the protracted battle will now continue.
York is just not making any mistakes. I mean, mixing up the angles, good coverage on the back.
Oh, man.
You see the setup, it is just letting Kismet pounce and try to fly, but a couple players
oh, my goodness.
Falling like dominoes. Sky's the next one on the back tank. Kismet, his teammates have the front. Well, Hydra may fall. Free position, go back to the window. Maybe the moment for Florida. This is where they're actually surrounding B, trying to win the gunfights, but Paul's still there to shut it down.
Wait a minute.
Got behind.
Wait, Skies, he's in. Can he cause any problems here? That's the question. Allow his boys to get forward. That's the problem dealt with. Crimsix, problem number 1 solved. 17 lives each.
And now you got guys like Hydra with the freedom to reign to go on these flanks. Knows the second was on the roof and can't quite get the perfect gunfight, but it is still just that map control, that much pressure. New York just need to hold on for 1 more minute.
Too Real flying in. Once again gets caught on the sprint. Good work on the defense right now from the New York Subliners. 50 seconds remaining, and it all ends. 41 kills from Awakening. He's been unbelievable, but Hydra is starting to get a little dangerous. It's starting to get a little bit too spicy, a little bit too hot to handle as the defensive line of the Subliners gets ever stronger.
30 more seconds in a situation where it's looking like they don't even need the glide, but Florida finally grouped together. 4 players trying to force their way through P.
Oh my God!
They all
go! Oh, it's over! Throw in the towel! Throw it in! Not like this! Not this way, no! It looks so good! But New York have done it! A
a series they had to win. And good God Almighty, did they win it? That was a little bit tough to watch, as the Mutineers' hopes were just dashed in an explosive flurry of team kills that you could not have written. This New York crowd, your prayers have been answered. That was an incredibly decisive 3-0. Your luck has not run out yet.
It is that final spot for champs that these two teams contending for, and well, Subliners just did everything they could.
Everything.
3-0 fashion.
Yep.
Put them down as quickly as you can, and I gotta say, that is some of the finest Call of Duty the Subliners have played all year. I mean, Crim came in like a man on a mission. The upgrade was there, software downloaded, and I mean, truly, it was what, a 0.86 just a few days ago? Before that map, he had like a 1.3, and he fried on that map as well. I mean, he had the glide bomb in the first, what, 2 or 3 minutes of the game, literally from the jump, and didn't even need it because of how well everybody was playing. That is an efficient 3-0, respecting our time, and job not finished though. For this team, job is not finished. That is a hell of a start.
Mutineers will be truly kicking themselves or blowing themselves up after that one. Commiserations there for the Mutineers fans. That could have been a good hit, but fate would have it another way. Unbelievable. As the New York Subliners find themselves one step closer towards champs, one step closer to packing their bags to Cali, but they have a few more. We said yesterday, the dominoes are falling into place. The last one remains. What happens to Florida in the tournament? They've chewed them up. Now they're going to pass that over to Atlanta FaZe to see if they can swallow and digest them, because that's all they want right now.
And they just served like Florida up on a silver platter to FaZe as well because of the 3-0. So it's as good as it gets for Florida, though. Their fate is still in their own hands. Having to go in against Atlanta, that is worst case scenario to try to force it through. But even if they fall, New York is still required to do just a little bit more. By the way, a big series, I don't know if I got mentioned, even just for tie breaks.
Yeah.
If that situation occurs, that is a massive win for New York. So perfect way for those guys to have their Saturday performance. Still, though, in the tournament, so much Call of Duty left to be played.
Plenty to be played, and they're not quite out of the woods just yet, but this was a very important milestone again. The journey to champs continues. The miracles, the magic here in this series, here in the King's Theater in Brooklyn, in front of this sold-out crowd. Unbelievable stuff from the Subliners.
And on this map for the Tuscan Control, I know it lasted, what, maybe 15, 20 minutes. The entire thing gets decided in that one moment for New York when they're on the attack in their final offensive round. In like the 4v14 or whatever it was, they had that one shot, one opportunity to make the play. Just to get the extra tick, they turned it into 2. So it was just that magical moment they were able to connect with. Because again, in the slaying department, Awakening was just straight up bullying them at times, but all about that objective, and Subliners, again, barely able to get it over the edge, but as soon as you get that defense secured, I mean, it is almost that guarantee.
Yeah, we'll find out now what the Florida Mutineers are truly made of. They will play Atlanta FaZe, the final match today. A victory there changes everything. A loss, that's the end of the road. We'll find out again as this matchup, all New York, all day, baby.
And now that I think about it, that final series, that might be the first time Atlanta FaZe has gotten cheers all year. So I don't know if the crowd will stay heads up about that one, but that is definitely going to be a fun one to watch.
Either way, this series has come to a close. Everyone here in New York can breathe a sigh of relief. But for now, we're going to throw it to the stage. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much. New York, can we get a year for the Subliners? My man Porter here on the main stage, looking to make it to champs. Y'all came in here, I want to say like 11C, looking for that Cinderella story, and one step closer. How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling large and in charge. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. I finally deserved an interview. I played good.
Yeah, you played great indeed. Now, Crim, okay? Talk to me about your team right here, because y'all had to absolutely slaughter this Mutineer squad, and it was a beautiful 3-0. How did you get it done?
Honestly, teamwork. Teamwork, you know? That's what I've been preaching my entire career. That's the only thing that matters. You know, it's so underrated in esports that, like, you know what? I'm being serious with my, like, fingers up in my ears. Nah, we just shit on them. We just shit on them bad.
You really did. It was a stomping.
We took that shit right there. We got one more. Well, two more. I care about winning. Team cares about champs. And you know what? I don't care who lines up on that side of the stage. We're taking this shit.
You taking that shit. Make some noise for the Subliners. Valley, take it away.
All right, New York keeping the hopes alive with a big win, and we're taking it. Jeremy, steady. That was a big win against the Florida Mutineers, and NYSL didn't drop a single map.
That was exactly what they needed to do, to come out and dominate a series, to gain some momentum going into that winners finals versus a team in LA Thieves who've been looking flawless so far in this tournament. But just the way that they played that hard point, the turning point was at that P5 when they were able to break that rotation over towards P1, held it for a full 60, put them up by 90. And then in the search and destroy, I think the biggest round for me had to be the 3-2 round where it was a 1v3, automatically turns into a 1v1, but Crim takes his time and clutches that up. He had himself one hell of a performance.
All right, Nameless, the story continues, man. The whole squad popped off, and hey, hardpoint dominance leads the way.
I mean, they're just so good, right? Like, they play at such a fast pace, and they're filling in the spots when they need to. Like, you heard what Jay was just talking about on the rotation to that P1. Well, what else happened after that? In the rotation to P2, they slow-played it around the back. Kismet gets a big kill, and they still break into P2 as well and get the remaining 30 seconds. Like, these guys are so clean in hardpoint. They make things happen, and, man, they're making this run.
All right, now we have a Scump play the game where 4 of the NYSL players were holding it down to secure defense. aLLeY, you watched it and you loved it.
It was actually insane, like how much it came down to the wire. It was 4v14. Florida Mutineers still ended up with a round win, but it costed them the game because 2 ticks here go into the favor of New York Subliners securing defense. It was Hydra and Crimsix the entire way.
And what's so impressive is it's Crim. He comes through Church Alley, picks up 2 kills on the hill, and then a third to get them onto the point. They end up getting 2 ticks, like you said, and they get that defense. But Crim was the guy we said needs to step up. Oh, yeah. Throughout this series, the man was taking over. Yeah. I mean, in that search and destroy as well, he was going crazy. Some of the rounds that they had at the very end when they slow played through train side, waiting for them, and what happened? They bit the bait perfectly, pushed through, they get the 2-piece, and it was Crim and Hydra. The guys are going nuts, man.
Right, exactly. Now the Florida Mutineers will be going to the loser side of the bracket, and aLLeY, I want to hear your thoughts about how things are going to fare. It is not going to be a good time down there.
No, I mean, you got OpTic Texas in the jaws waiting. We're going to have that up next, but you also have Atlanta FaZe looking to play second once again at their 4th major, making that run, and they start to look scary too. All these teams, their feet is hitting the ground. There's a lot to be done here, Val.
I don't think Atlanta's looking to play second. I think they're looking to win it. It's going to be crazy, man. Who knows? But we know Atlanta can make that run.
Oh, big time. Now, Jeremy, there's a big uh-oh by Major Maniac. Even though Major Maniac has helped out this team just so much, right? Yo, that double nade team kill hurt more than ever.
That was unfortunate because I'm pretty sure when a player on NYSL throws this nade in, they get Major Maniac to drop like that nade. Once they get that kill, he drops the name. It's the Marty Dom, and it's basically their last push shut down. This allows NYSL to take full map control. They're putting them basically in the spawn trap for this final 25, and you saw the controllers for Florida. They put them down nice and early. Know that that play right there chalked it off.
Honestly, it was almost like a 5-head out of Hydra because it's not like Major messed up his angle or anything. It was literally about to be thrown, but Hydra's nade was just a millisecond quicker.
Right, Nameless, man, you want to talk about points with me for a second because Florida Mutineers losing that game right there meant so much for NYSL.
Listen, now that Florida has lost that series, if they go into loser bracket and lose again, New York just needs top 2, which means they just need to win their next match, right? But if Florida go down to losers and they win 1 game, there's still a battle, right? Like, Florida is still in it. Them versus New York. Florida just needs a couple dubs, man. So it's still definitely possible for those guys. And I just got to say, Awakening was doing everything and anything that he possibly could on that last map, man. The guy was going crazy, but you could see
the points right now. New York only 10 points behind the Florida Mutineers. So if New York win their next game, that'll give them 20 additional points because they'll be top 2 at that point, and then Florida could still win 2 games in that lower bracket and tie them up. So it's going to get interesting, man. New York still might have to win this tournament.
You know what? I'm going to say it right now. I want to hear this entire roof get blown off of this place when Atlanta plays last game of the day today, because that is best case scenario. If you are the New York Subliners, like, yeah, sure, you might have to play them in the grand final, but for them to get that win on Florida right now and just New York just have to beat LA Thieves, that's it. And then they can make the dream run.
That's a tough game, though.
As long as
it's a tough game.
It is. But check this out. As long as New York wins, the cleanup crew between OpTic and FaZe eliminates everybody in NY's way.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this bracket, the only 2 3-0s that we've seen have been the New York Subliners and the LA Thieves. That is going to set up for such an incredible game. Like, these are the 2 best hardpoint teams in the game. Like, and you can see right here, like, the KD's Crimsix himself with a 1.3 under pressure for the 3-0. I mean, come on, man. I think Crim7 and Crimsix, they're just learning how to play the game now. They're taking over.
The old man is bringing it on the stage. Jay, we have another game on the main stage. We have OpTic versus Toronto Ultra. Real quick, what are your predictions, because you won't be here?
Yeah, I think the way Toronto Ultra came out in that series versus LA Thieves, they got destroyed. That's going to be a hard loss to try to bounce back from, going up against the OpTic Texas roster, who came in and got a great win today. So I'm going to take OpTic Texas. I think they're going to be able to take that match.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. We're about to head into a break, but once we come back, we got OpTic Texas taking the main stage once again, and Toronto Ultra, who faced a really bad loss earlier today, they're going to have to redeem themselves. The question is, can they do it? We'll find out. But when it comes to New York, the dream stays alive, and Brooklyn never rests, baby. The storyline continues. New York, they're looking not just to make champs, but to win their own event. They're looking dominant, and I cannot wait until they take that main stage once again. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break to continue on with Major 4.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
All right, you beautiful ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League's Major 4 out here at King's Theater in Brooklyn, New York. And this series that's about to go underway is a tale of two teams with different stories of what happened today. The first game of the day, OpTic Texas took the stage and outright beat the Boston Breach. And meanwhile, the Toronto Ultra fell flat and got destroyed by the Los Angeles Thieves. But right here on the desk, we're gonna break it all down. My name is Velly. We got Chance, aLLeY, and Nameless. And Chance, man, today has been nuts, and OpTic is taking the main stage again. We got the maps and modes coming up soon. What's going through your head?
Well, one, it's just been like a super quick day in comparison, right? Because the matches have been less intense than usual, but I'd say for the Toronto OpTic, it is going to be an incredibly interesting series because I think they've had sort of like similar tournament runs, at least in terms of like the maps and modes that they have been strong at, right? I know in the series we get a Bocage hardpoint where OpTic have struggled on that map just a little bit, but at the same time, it's not like the hardpoint for Toronto has been super clean either. So for two teams that have thrived in search and destroy, I think it's like that perfect sort of balance.
All right, Nameless, you took a look at the maps, and you had some criticism and thoughts about that as well. I'm gonna dive deep into your thoughts.
I mean, it's just weird, like Toronto on Berlin, and Berlin just got absolutely fried, right? Like they were getting first blooded, they were losing their 1v clutches, they weren't playing together, and then also on the Berlin control, like it was just so sloppy. But that being said, those are still two of their better maps, and LA Thieves just had the hot weaponry. For OpTic Texas, looking at that Bocage hardpoint, they have not been able to win it. Shotzzy has been getting destroyed on that map, so honestly, it's a question mark for me. The series could go either way, but you know, it's hard to lean towards the Toronto Ultra after how bad they looked in that last series versus Thieves.
Nameless gave them some credit there. I mean, they got 3-0'd and 6-0'd on that Berlin S&D good draw. He gave them a little bit of credit, but Toronto, it's really hard to bounce back after a loss like that. But if anybody goes late into a series and somehow makes it happen, it is the Toronto Ultra.
And speaking of which, even though they had a lackluster performance today, Nameless, the Toronto Ultra will get a second chance against OpTic.
Listen, we know Toronto Ultra in losers brackets, right? Like what they can do. These guys obviously stay composed. I mean, Insight in the first couple games, like he was playing fine, but they just got to get their guns warm, man. Bocage is the perfect first map for these guys in this series. Get CleanX and Bance going. Bance, I mean, I've never seen him getting cooked like that. Or a couple huge moments in the games where he just lost massive gunfights that could have swung it in their favor. And for the game field keys to victory, yeah, they need a bounce back series out of Bance. 0.68 KD versus the Thieves. I don't think anybody had a good KD for that matter, but I think Bance in specific, like he's the playmaker for this squad. And when he gets shut down, they're just gonna have such a hard time and then find a way to regain on Berlin S&D. They lost 6-0 today versus the Thieves. First two rounds came down to 1v1s. They lost it, and from then, like Thieves just had all the momentum in the world.
Thinking about how Toronto Ultra lost earlier today, I wonder how they're gonna regain a chance. Seeing iLLeY in that series against Boston, he has some really good head-up plays.
I would say, like, you know, for the LA Thieves, like, they had so much swagger in that, and that's a big reason why they were able to beat Ultra. I'd say OpTic have definitely had those glimpses of swagger, right? Some of the teamwork and coordination they have in Search and Destroy. A couple pop-off moments here and there, but maybe not quite to the same level, which is why I think this series, personally, is going to be an absolute battle. But, you know, these guys on OpTic are ready to bring their Sunday best.
All right, now, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, and if OpTic wants to continue rolling strong in the loser side of the bracket, Nameless, what are the game field keys of victory?
Continued improvement from Shotzzy. 0.81 versus Røkkr and then 0.92 versus Breach. I mean, we saw some special moments in that series, but it's still not the same Shotzzy, man. Everybody else, they had their huge moments like iLLeY in that, you know, S&D round where he got the 3 kills, the clutch up in the 1v1. Scump with the ending of the hard point. So let's get some Shotzzy moments and then grab the W on Bocage hard point. They're 0-2 this major. They win that map, they'll be in such a better position.
Hey, if I'm OpTic, I want to see Shotzzy fry on Bocage right from the jump. And when I say fry, I don't mean
improve from like a 0.9 to a 1. I'm talking drop like a 1.2 or 1.3, because that is the map. Like, if they are continuing to go back to it, I don't know if that's like a bad sign for their Berlin hard point, or if they're just sticking to their guns if it's going well in scrims. But like, if you don't see the massive improvements on that map, that's going to be a sore spot through the rest of the tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway and lock it down. We have OpTic Texas and Toronto Ultra, and don't forget, loser goes home. Let's go ahead and get this started.
When we go, Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby. All I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling. Ow. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
All right, New York, it's time for another elimination matchup. One of these two teams has to go home. Coming to the stage first, looking to put their opponent on ice. Make some noise for the Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Bands, Cammy, Insight, and Kleenex. Let's go.
With boos coming in from the crowd, the squad wants to win and prove them wrong. But the question is, can they rebound? 0-3 earlier today and absolutely destroyed, but now they get a second chance against OpTic Texas. I'm looking at Bands to be the big man on campus in the lobby, not just by hype, but what he could do in the lobby. And Bouquet, if he could really start off hot, I think Toronto Ultra might have a chance. But Blaze, I feel like it's about to get loud in here, man. Bring up the green wall.
Yeah, we'll see if the Ultra can get hot. But this next team coming down from the south, looking to set the stage ablaze. Make some noise for OpTic Texas. Give it up for Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump. OpTic Texas.
Everybody talking about the New York Cinderella story might be forgetting OpTic Texas started in losers round 1. They're trying to get a championship with iLLeY back on the team. They're finding their form, and they've been looking scary. I'm looking at Shotzzy to have a big performance here on map 1. Guy, let's get it started.
Get started. New York, make some noise for your casters. It's Bryson time.
Thank you very much, Blaze. We are back again. It's been pretty fast so far this major day. But it is a big game ahead of us. Toronto Ultra were bullied off this stage just about an hour ago. And Texas looking to continue their run in the lower bracket. Ton, how do we think it's going to go?
It's going to be tough. I like how they give us another one, because we weren't really up here for very long before, but we are here once again with Ultra. But they are looking for the ultimate bounce back against that crowd. And I just wonder if the boos will maybe give them that incentive to get something going here. But OpTic have, especially over the last 2 games, maybe just looked a little bit more like how we thought they would throughout the rest of the season. After a very good start to it, they have looked very average. They have looked disappointing, but they've started to turn it around here in New York. Can they continue that turnaround here against Ultra?
Well, it'll be one of the quickest turnarounds we've seen. OpTic looking to continue moving forward, continue flying their craft and figuring out how to get everything in lockstep before champs.
Ultra just hoping to regain. But Bakaj is next, and if I know anything about this map and these teams, probably gonna end on time.
It probably will. Looking towards it, of course, the whole percentage is there. More so for the side of OpTic, with the breaks out there for Toronto. Which way this one goes, a lot of people will be leaning towards OpTic Texas, but of course Ultra will be looking for the bounce back. Top 4 is on the line. Bakaj to kick things off.
Oh, here we go. Straight in a P1, and you ever seen a Bakaj on P1? Not an awful lot happens usually in the first rotation, but OpTic already jumping on it. And he gets the first blood against Cleanex. And they're actually doing a decent job of trying to get that soak in early.
Yeah, keep an eye on the rotation coming in over towards P2. Ultra trying to just bounce back here. We need to see a good series from Bance. I absolutely agree with the desk. It was not like him what we've seen from that series previously. OpTic Texas with the ones with the points on the board. Shotzzy will get taken down. It is essential for Ultra that Bance has a good game.
Oh, he's looking to try and make a move now all the way through Barn, actually. Somehow slipped the net. You can see on the mini-map, Ultra are looking for this P2. Very few points so far on P1 for either team.
Yeah, the rotation is there, though, for the side of Ultra. OpTic Texas going to be looking through for a break here. Scumpy will fall. Cleanex inside of Barn is going to be an issue for them. Bance and Cleanex combining well, though. A steady start for Ultra, and I think that's important for them. Just slow this down as quickly as you can. Get that confidence underneath your feet, and you can get something going here, but it's a good hold so far. Not many points on the board, but here come OpTic.
Oh, and Cammy inside, combining there to get a couple. Starting the soak on a P2, but keep an eye on that mini-map. Shotzzy is finding a way through, and he's already got the first one on a Bance. It's going to force Ultra to come off that hill and find him. Shotzzy eventually will be cut back down to size, but Ultra need to get some bodies on this point.
Cammy on a 5 spree, will get cut down. Insight with 4 in a row. Ultra just holding this very, very nicely. Not too many engagements around the point. They've kept OpTic away. Connects and Code doing well. Shotzzy will find 2 inside of the barn. Dashy off up top. And that might be the break that OpTic needs. 20 seconds remaining here on P2, but a decent hold from Ultra.
Did a great job. They just pulled Ultra in every single direction, and now they're in a position where they can slay for days. Vance trying to do some work, trying to get away with his scrap time here, but Ultra are gonna go behind. As OpTic get the lion's share of time, and they get cleaned off in just a second, and it's a 1-point difference as we head over to P3.
Shotzzy gets through. This kill on the Cammy will be big. If they can find a route through, Grandma's not going to happen, but iLLeY is there for the backup. The grenade, unfortunately, finding Scump. Dashy on the outside can find the second. Vance is potentially there as well, as Cammy the next in his sights. Ultra with the spawns towards the back. They need to find the kills on top of it, and they have done. Vance with a good start. Scump can only get traded. It's 3 for Vance as Ultra lock in the hill.
They're now trying to push them further and further back. 34 seconds left to go on this hill. And Ultra do not want the pressure coming in from them, and Cammy is going to lose a gunfight up top to Scump, but the rest of OpTic pounce on it. They are getting in here at the same time. Bance gets 1, but it's not going to be good enough. Same story as P2. Slow to start, but Texas get in.
It's classic Bakaj through the front door, see if you can get anything done. Ultra still spawning towards the back. Ultra with the kills. Cammy now on the route to try and get something going here over towards P4. The kills need to start coming in here for Texas, as there's a slight lead for Ultra. It's a big kill out of the side of OpTic as they find 4. This rotation coming in, it's obviously a good hill for the side of OpTic. Can they find some decent time here? Feels like they've been clawing at points so far. Ultra maybe just on top a little bit.
At the moment, OpTic doing a good job. Hold down Barn. Ultra have not got close. I'm going to try and find this kill up top, but it's going to be Bance again. Looks for another one, gets a 2-piece as well. He's running all the way around the back. They're going to have to call this one out for Texas. As you can see, Ultra just trying to get through every single position they can. Shotzzy running for his life. And OpTic Texas still alive around Barn.
Well played from Shotzzy, just staying alive was as much of a nuisance as finding kills. Keeps alive and kicking. Ultra looking for him. Still going here. Shotzzy as well. Can't find it on the Cleanex. Ultra with a decent enough break here. Not going to work out necessarily for the side of OpTic. It's a very, very close game though. Tied up at the moment as we're going to start heading over towards the next hill. You can see the foot race going on whilst all the action continues inside of Barn. It will be scrap time to OpTic in lead over towards OpTic.
OpTic have the opportunity. Ultra are set up towards River. A quick break here. Could be a breakdown for Ultra. Dashy already gets 1. They're putting pressure on towards the back. The River spawn as well has come in. It's going to be a big fight onto the hill, but Insight wins it and stays alive. But Ultra are feeling the squeeze. Players from OpTic are trying to get through.
Still spawns there for Ultra though, so Insight should have some backup very, very shortly. It's a 3 spree for him. Dashy potentially in a position to do something here if he doesn't get caught out by others, just doesn't expect the spawn there. And Dashy gets taken down easily enough. Scump will follow, and it's only iLLeY momentary alive, but is it going to be for much longer? Bats with the shots, and they are solid, 17 and 12, Ultra growing a lead.
Yeah, OpTic just weren't able to really find their way into that point at all, and they keep plying River. Eventually, Dashy will win that gunfight, but they have to win a couple more to get through. Cammy holding down Street now. Ultra have soaked this hill massively so far.
Really good play by the side of Ultra. All the kills starting to fall their way as well. Dashy's the only one. Answer does find a second. We'll get the player off the point for the final few seconds, but after a rotation, it's around 45 points or so for the side of Ultra. That is their lead. They'd be more than happy with that, Bressie, as we head into the second hills of rotation. OpTic Texas locking some decent time down here over towards P1. They got the spawns for P2, but there's still 50 seconds left to go.
They're going to go for the kills all around this area. Just trying to keep Ultra on the back foot. You can see a little bit of soak coming in now from OpTic. Something they've been criticized before is not getting onto this P1 point. They will take every bit of point they can get from him originally. Dashy trying to find this player in Little Hut. Doesn't need to. iLLeY gets the kill eventually. The fight you can see on your minimap, by the way, is for P2 spawns.
And look at the rotation. Those P2 spawns that OpTic did have a hold of have been just left by the wayside. Ultra starting to heat up a little bit more into this game. That lead of around 40 points still remains, and the kills starting to come thick and fast once more for the Toronto side. OpTic need to answer back with something here. It's been a little bit lackluster so far. Doesn't seem to be any flow of kills coming on through. Nobody making those moments that need to be found for OpTic on a map like Bacage. Shotzzy may well be the one to do it though.
That's what they're looking for. The kills are going towards OpTic. They found it. P2 is popping, but so are OpTic in the feed. They're getting every single kill they need. They may have been late to it, but they've won everything they need. And now they're soaking the time. Scump is just not going down. Ultra are spawning in Narnia.
That was what they needed. OpTic back into control now of this hill. It's the first big flurry of kills we've really seen from them. The trading has been effective from Ultra, mostly going their way. But a bit of a pinch being set up now as Vance will find one from Grandma's and everybody else from Ultra. Round through 10, Dashy the only one left. It is clean from Ultra. 30 seconds remaining on P2. OpTic spawning towards the river side. Have to be careful heading in this next rotation as Scump will find another. Barn control is there for Texas.
Well, the pressure now coming on. Ultra are leading, but Texas are not far behind. Let's jump to a listen-in with Toronto Ultra.
We need to go near him.
He's gone P1.
That's it.
They're up. Could already be me.
He's not me.
I got left. Look, Scump
is new. There's two I'm always going to have.
Yeah, I can't hold it.
He's in kitchen. Kitchen weak. He's gone on his knee. On his knee. Nice play. Good trade. Let's get big top, by the way. Big top. Oh shit, I fell on top. I'm one shot. Shotzzy went like the stairs. Kitchen. Yeah, kitchen to me. What's top? 2 seconds.
Still two. One main. Two main.
Kitchen. Yeah, inside. Kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah, I got it.
Put him in the fucking trap, boys. It could have been 4 flip. Flip. I've got kitchen. One did heart actually. One's main, I think.
Well, Ultra, a little bit more frantic comms than we expect from them. That's because we're on Bacage at the moment, still holding on to their lead. OpTic trying to get every point they can, and the hold here will bring this game back to level.
It will, but I think this is kind of answering the question of what kind of side we're going to see from Toronto Ultra after that 3-0 bodying from Thieves. It's not the one we thought. Oh, Vance! That's not a gunfight you should be losing. There's been a couple of those today. 5 points now going to be soaked up for the side of OpTic Texas, and Scump has slipped the net also. This might help the team out with a pinch that could be coming on through. iLLeY will find one. Inside can answer it back. Not once, but twice he'll find the kill. Scump's still lingering behind. Can Dashy get something going here? He's going to have to get moving in just a second. Scump will find one towards the back. Shotzzy at the front. The break is there for Texas.
They've got it. They're now 5 points away from taking the lead. OpTic Texas turning up the heat here on Bacage as they go into the lead here on Barn. 35 seconds left to go for it. Ultra trying to make the kills. Can they get through? Cammy gets it. It's just Shotzzy left alive into it. The reinforcements will flood in from OpTic. And he stays alive, plays his life, gets the kill, hits the flank. Of course he does. It's Shotzzy.
23 seconds remaining here on Barn. Rotation is important as well. iLLeY might have actually slipped the net there over towards the next hill, which is popping in 15 seconds. These kills for OpTic are important. They find two. Cammy's going to try and slow this down as Dashy finds another. This time not going over towards OpTic, but it will now. But keep an eye on number 6 on the minimap. Look at iLLeY towards the back. He could be the catalyst for the team here.
They might be looking for him. They're going to find him.
There he is.
Scump and iLLeY get to insight. Does take down iLLeY for a second, but OpTic are coming in force. You can see Dashy is going to be looking for the spawn kills as well. Not going to be able to make it though. Scump towards L gets one. Cleanix on the hill. It's going to be Shotzzy as well. All bodies flying into one. Shotzzy gets the second. And it rocks Ultra because now they have to move. They are not in the position they wanted to be.
OpTic Texas starting to turn the heat on up just a little bit here in the King's Theatre. iLLeY inside the point. Soaking this time up, it's as good as a lead as OpTic have had, and I say that as 3 members go down. 23 seconds remaining here over towards P5, and Bance is pushing out the lanes.
He's trying to move as far forward as he currently can. They are pushing everywhere onto this map. Just 13 seconds left of scrap time for Ultra before that next hill pops, and already OpTic are setting up for it.
Plenty of time left on the game clock. It's not typically what we do see in a game between these two teams. It's very much going to be going to that 250 score. Ultra ever so slightly closer to that point. Bance now playing for spawns here as well. He is really taking his time. He needs the rest of his team to find something here off the break towards Gromos, and then he can maybe influence what's going on over towards P2.
Well, he's already done it. He's got the spawn up for his team. I think OpTic are going to realize this as well, but the difference is going to be kills. Can they find anything? Bance finds one on the Scump. Dashy finds Bance. They know the spawn is now against them. They're going to try and soak P1 for as much as they can. Ultra, while in a better position, have to win something here and keep OpTic bottled up.
Yeah, they need to keep them off the point here. These points towards the end mean so much, but that's 3 down now from Ultra. Very well played. It's a 6-point game. As Scump starting to find some kills, but they are forcing OpTic away. They have to be careful not to overstep here. The spawns are still there for Ultra. That is crucial.
Yeah, still an awful lot of time. OpTic get a couple. Bance has to come back. They got to be careful, so careful. OpTic just won the right trades. Shotzzy towards the back. He's looking for an opening. They are trying to flip this, but it will pop on the P2, and it will be Ultra, but it's Shotzzy again. Can he find it? Can he find the kill? Bance has got him, and Ultra have this locked.
210 to 210. OpTic need to get going. There's a minute left on the game clock. Bear that in mind, but Cleanex, he's skating around Gromos now, looking to find the kills before OpTic can get anywhere near. Another one on the board from iLLeY. Shotzzy is alive and kicking he is. He gets taken down inside the barn. It's a perfect hold from Ultra so far.
They're a mile away. Cleanex is going to work, trying to push them all the way out towards back grannies. But here come OpTic. They are here. They are ready to get into P2. Scump going to look for the first one. He knows the player's going to be on barrels. Not going to get it. He goes down, but more players piling in. iLLeY's trying to do every bit of work. Finds the first. He's contesting this point for everything he's got. Cammy finds 2 though, and Ultra are still holding.
It's been a brilliant hold from Ultra over towards P2. You just have to get inside the point and stay alive if you're Shotzzy. It's still gonna be winnable, not anymore. Rotation will come on through, and it needs to be there for OpTic. Ultra only 6 away, and they're here to fight it.
They've got it at the moment. It's OpTic.
Look at Bance.
The moment they're in. Bance is under tunnel. The time is ticking. And that time is now. They're looking for the execution, and it's still OpTic. They still have it. The kill's going to come in the kill feed. Ultra want to get in at the moment, but they're going to go for it at the same time. Inside gets one. Bance is going to be street, but it's still OpTic. They're still there. They've still got it. It's seconds. Just ticking.
Inside push around from behind. He's going to be making a way through tunnel. If you're Ultra, you need to find something now. Shotzzy will find another final way.
They're looking for it. It's not going to go in with a crystal kill. It's a 1v1 for the hill, for the chance, for inside. He's just hiding in the corner, and he gets it. Ultra are in.
They're in, and iLLeY's going to go.
Ultra, the trades, everybody piling, everybody in. Bance finds 2.
OpTic are in. OpTic are in. It's a 1v1 in the back. It's Shotzzy will win it.
And it's happened to Ultra again. They have the lead. They have the position. But they don't have the W.
Ultra was 6 points away when we were over towards P2. It looked locked in, and it is a perfect and mixy, a somewhat chaotic P3 that ends it. And honestly, back and forth between us, I had no idea who was in control. Let's run it back.
This is where it gets a little bit kind of chaotic. You can see Cleanex makes a no kill towards the back. Somehow he wins that one. Inside gets a kill as well. And he dives in here, wins this gunfight.
I think it's Shotzzy towards the back. Keep an eye on Shotzzy. It's number 7 on your minimap. Makes his way through. Scump loses that gunfight. Inside does brilliantly. It's contested for so long. Keep an eye on Shotzzy though, number 7 through the double doors. We'll find one towards the back, and it's a pistol kill. Watch, it comes up here. Shotzzy in the bottom left corner. There's one pistol kill towards the back. Gets the job done.
Shotzzy makes 3 there in that final hill. And one thing I have been seeing on Reddit, on Twitter, is where is Shotzzy on Bocage? And there he was. The tiniest of margins, the tiniest of differences. But it went the distance, Ton, something we haven't seen from these teams in a while.
It's something we see every time we come up here, though. It's every single time. 250 to 245. Let's delve into the stats. It was just honestly a good statistical game from the side of Ultra. Bans had that performance we said we wanted to see, but Shotzzy at 37 and 37. We heard Chance say it on the desk. He doesn't need to see anything flashy. A 1 KD would be great. Well, there's your 1 KD, Chance.
I'll tell you something, Ultra found themselves in this position for the 2nd time today. A hard point they could have won, did not go their way. Is it going to be a repeat of what happened in that series we saw just over an hour ago, though? They ended up not getting a single S&D round under their belt and crashed down into lower.
And honestly, speaking of that as well, the search and destroy rounds that they didn't get any of was on Berlin, which is what's coming up next. So is it a case of deja vu for the side of Ultra? Honestly, it kind of felt like they were in control for the majority of that game. OpTic had a lead at one stage, but it felt like Ultra were the ones making the rotations. They were the ones holding down the best amount of time. But ultimately, OpTic just never went away. It was especially that play towards the end where they got inside of P2, which Ultra held brilliantly. Those final few seconds, though, is all they needed. As soon as it was contested, OpTic knew that they had time to then rotate, and when they rotated, they locked it in. I say locked it in. It was it was a bit of a frenzy inside the point at least, but my goodness me, this major has not disappointed at all so far. OpTic turn up when they need to the most. And that is a 5-point win in map number 1. Search and Destroy is coming up next as well. It's a very difficult one to decipher, but honestly, I didn't mind the game out of Ultra at the same time. We wanted a bit of a bounce back from them, but that has got to hurt. That's 2 games in a row. You've lost it by the slenderest of margins.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra tried to finish at P2, didn't really get around to P3, couldn't find the trade either, and even at one point, Shotzzy getting 3 in that final hill is just the dagger they did not want, and OpTic felt the pressure, but no buckling, no bending, no backstepping, no nothing. They iced up in the end. And the roar of the crowd tells you how tense that was.
It was tense up here as well, Bryce, if I'm honest with you. My goodness, some games this weekend have been absolutely incredible, and we may well still have plenty more of this one on our hands. We've kind of been speedrunning here on Saturday. I hope this one does go the distance, though. But S&D now coming up for Ultra. We've seen a really poor performance from them in that previous series up against LA Thieves, which only feels like an hour or so ago. But previous to that, their record on Berlin Search and Destroy, they were 8-9 over their last 9. The only team they'd lost to before they lost to Thieves was OpTic Texas in around 11. Can Texas do this once more? I wonder, but I don't know. It's really difficult because honestly, we expected so much more out of Ultra in that Search and Destroy in the previous series. Have they went back? Have they fixed some things? They need to fix a lot, to be honest.
Well, before we go forward and figure out everything that's going to happen into this game, if you're at home right now, you're probably sitting there thinking, this looks like an awful lot of fun. The roar of the crowd, the incredible games, and it only happens at LAN. Fortunately, we have one more this year, an incredibly big one that is coming in just a few weeks' time. If you want to get yourself down to LA, down to the championship weekend for the Call of Duty League, it'll be live at the Garland Center, August 4th to 7th. We'll be there, as well as all your favorite teams and casters you like, so make sure you get your tickets for playoffs and championship Sunday. They're on sale. You could be sitting in this crowd. You could be doing all kinds of things on the stage, some of the mini games we've seen this weekend. And trust me, you are going to want to see it live.
More than food. I don't know. I like food, Bryce. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I think, judging by the look of me, you can tell that I am quite fond of food as well. Maybe too much. But speaking of food, Scump is eating people alive. OpTic are alive at this major. Up 1-0.
And honestly, we weren't expecting this level from them. We kind of heard the hearings of we're not playing good right now. We heard backstage that things hadn't been looking fantastic. They're looking just for practice with iLLeY on LAN heading into champs this weekend. But they brought that level that we haven't seen since Major 1. They are starting to get themselves in contention for the win this weekend. This is for top 4. And I think a lot of OpTic fans at home, they wouldn't have expected to find themselves there, but it's Berlin Search and Destroy coming up next. We've seen what happened to Ultra in their previous series on this one. They'll be looking to turn around their fortunes. It has not went their way so far today. Can they get things rolling yet? Up against OpTic, having a look over towards the ranks. When it does come down to Berlin S&D this season, it has not looked good for Ultra.
It has not, and fully expect the series to make me break my voice a few more times. Hasn't really been the same since map 1 of the major, but I do apologize if you hear it crack. It's just going to happen with the excitement that happens here at majors.
I mean, it's just us in hardpoints, man. Every time we come up here, it's an absolute madness. Absolute madness. I wonder if we get a bit of a better showing out of Ultra in this search, though.
Well, can't possibly be worse. At the moment, a little bit slow from Ultra, not really pushing any particular direction. We have seen a couple of fast Bs from OpTic in the past, and it does work out, but they are playing a little bit more timid here against OpTic.
The #1 offensive team on the game on Berlin Search and Destroy are going to make their job a little bit easier. That bomb is now down now. Shotzzy inside the point, very passive from Ultra, looking for the retake.
Still 4 versus 4. First blood could be crucial. Shotzzy's already going to jump down, and Cammy's found Cleanix as well. And they're trying to get bodies into this one, but keep an eye on the mini-map. It's going to be Scump, he's going to be towards the platform. Dashy's trying to get the cross for him as well. And somehow still Ultra, they do this slow retake, and it can be a huge pain for teams to go against them. Scump gets out though, Bans finds one, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Scump gets one towards the back, iLLeY gets another, Cammy. It's a 2 versus 1. iLLeY's left alive, he's getting out of here.
He's got time, this next gunfight basically wins the round, whichever way it goes. iLLeY just surviving, but Cleanix will find it. And Diffuse comes in, and Ultra will find a round. They couldn't do that last time around against the side of Thieves. So already, we went one better. But iLLeY played that well. He was just trying to survive as best as he can. Cleanix must win this gunfight and does so.
That's kind of the crazy thing. It is absolutely nerve-wracking to watch Ultra on a retake. It feels like the slowest retake in the world, but somehow they find just enough time. For Toronto Ultra, that is a huge weight off their shoulders. We know last time we saw them, they didn't get around. They found one here. OpTic will be looking to even the score, though.
Neutral setup coming in from the side of Ultra. Have to be careful of the Cleanix. You don't get caught in no man's land. iLLeY going to be having a look for him from B side. There you go. First blood for the side of OpTic. Good call-outs coming on through. As soon as Cleanix was spotted, he was in danger.
Inside, looking to see if he can get something back towards it. Has he got enough Overwatch? Does he know where iLLeY is gone? Still hunting, he's going to find it back to a 3 versus 3.
That's a lot of B-side control now for the side of Ultra. They're in a good position. Can OpTic Texas find a retake as that bomb will go down? This next kill is big.
Oh, movement, Shotzzy, movement. Keeps on jumping and diving, and he's still alive. He's just running around the tank and wins the gunfight. Bans takes him down, though. Down to a 1 versus 2 for Dashy. He's been the hero before, but it's not an easy position to retake for him. He'll be looking for this first gunfight. Oh, he knows where Bans is.
Uh-oh. That's a big stun. Big stun coming in from Bans. Dashy must find this gunfight, or is it just the grenade? Goes over, but he's got 2 players to deal with. 15 seconds to go. Always a tough spot. Good shots on the Cammy. Can he find it? Oh, the Bans! Nearly gets the job done with some hellish accuracy. The Ultra ultimately in too good of a position for him to retake their 2-0 now.
A little bit worried for Bans there. He had the time to basically check it in about 7 seconds, but won the gunfight regardless. 3-1 so far in this S&D. And Ultra go 2-0 up on Berlin.
OpTic looking to try and get something going on the attack here. As mentioned, the #1 offensive team when it does come down to Berlin. Ultra 11th on the defensive win percentage. So, I mean, that tells you everything that OpTic need to do. Where's the hit going to come from? It's looking like B potentially on the cards, but Texas maybe just taking their time here. Ultra happy to sit back.
Slow, steady, looking for picks and information. You see OpTic trying to figure out the best way to apply pressure. At the moment, Ultra do not know where they are.
Shotzy's a sneaky little boy. Push around outside now. Looking to find some sort of purchase. OpTic put all their eggs in the basket over towards this site. It's going to be down to Insight. He's going to fall. First blood is there. Bomb should be going down.
OpTic even better position this time. They have more numbers. Cleanix going to try and get that nade in, and it's no good. That bomb will go down. OpTic have the numbers. They have the position. Vince was going to try this one. He goes for the jump. Shotzzy says, thank you very much. Easiest kill of my life. Vance finds one. Scump tries to get the trade, but it doesn't matter. Shotzzy will eventually find it. 1 versus 1, and Cammy will get it and trade it out. Texas take the point.
Plenty of kills falling Shotzzy's way. It was a minimum of 3. Finds the round for OpTic. Another kill for Shotzzy there. And honestly, I just love the post plant setup there from the side of OpTic. Quite often you will see them move out towards rails and towards tickets to hold the bomb site from there. But they lock in the site. And Ultra have already got a hard retake in a 3 versus 4, making it harder by the positions of OpTic Texas. They get on the board now, and Ultra need to try and find an attacking round to maybe answer back. But can OpTic hold their defense this time?
Well, there's the information Insight was looking for. Who has crossed? Where do we push? Already Banter's going to find the first blood on the Scump. Advantage from Dashy's going to be on the bomb site, and now Crimsix is going to be running for his life. He goes down. Shotzzy finds it. Stays alive. Great trade there from OpTic.
A clean one of that as well. So Ultra back to the drawing board after that kill falls through immediately, the first blood. It's looking like the position is there to maybe get something done over towards A, but I love that aggression. Look at Shotzzy in a fantastic position for spree as well. Are Ultra going to be ready for it?
I don't think so.
He's playing the perfect spot here. He's playing it slow because the presumption is that the movement is over towards B. He is there to counteract what Ultra are trying to do.
Oh, Shotzzy has been the nightmare before. Gonna go for this time, finds the first, looks for the second, not gonna get it, gets out of there as well. This throws chaos into Ultra setup. Shotzzy gonna try and stay alive, continuing to pull apart the Toronto setup. Wins the gunfight anyway! Now a 1 versus 3 for Bance, he's alone. The green wall surrounds him. He finds the first, and Shotzzy not gonna get it!
1v3 for Bance is on the cards. 46 HP, just about surviving. Dashy is chasing him down. Which way is it going to go? As Bance just played this absolutely perfectly.
Oh! Benjamin Bance with a 1 versus 3. Shotzzy did everything he needed to, but it was still not enough. 8-2 from Bance. He's playing his own redemption song here at the Major.
It nearly got a little bit scary there, though. Bance has not had the best of days when it's come to turn-ons, but not this time. 4 spree for him. And on top of that as well, Shotzzy was on a 6 spree himself. It was looking like the glide bomb was pretty much secured. They can't find the kill. It is a monumental 1 versus 3 from Bance.
That's got to be a little bit demoralizing if you're OpTic. You thought you had it. Shotzzy played his life, won the gunfight. But Bance arrived, and the Insight takes a couple of bullets to the cheek. Stays alive, though. Pressure from OpTic towards A.
Information gained from Shotzzy by the fact that nothing's been hitting. Nobody inside the point. iLLeY with enough first blood over towards OpTic. These offensive rounds, nearly every single time we've seen them hit over towards A. That's happened once again. 4v3. And retake now has to be in from Ultra. And is it off the back of Bance? 4 spree for him. Is it going to end there? Oh my God! iLLeY gets taken down. 3v3 now.
Still a little bit of time. Ultra playing it very, very slowly. They still have an awful lot of work to do. Shotzzy gets the first one though, and he jumps, dives, and gets out of it. And Shotzzy gets the second. And now Insight's left alone, but the time is against him. The numbers are against him as well. I just don't think he's going to find all these players. Down he goes. And the difference maker, it's going to be Shotzzy again.
We said we wanted to see more from him, specifically in the hard points, but if he's bringing this level in the search and destroy, it's going to be hard for Ultra to match up. This one's swinging back and forth. That big clutch moment has still got Ultra in the advantageous position. On the attack again, though. 9-3 from Bance. Shotzzy trying to match that himself. Is managing to. It's both these players going up against each other. Into the next round we go.
Huge push here, coming straight in from OpTic towards A. They'll be called out by Insight. Player that watches the cross. iLLeY's already taken a stun, so they're going to know he's there. It's a rethink from Toronto.
Toronto very much neutral in the majority of their setups that do work out for them. But this A hit. Is it going to play out? That player inside the site is Scumpy. He is just biding his time. Needs some help from the rest of his teammates, and here they come. But here come Ultra as well. Crimsix finds the first.
Shotzzy with a nade. Ultra tried a second ago. Now to put the pressure on. He's been phenomenal. Can he slip the net? The movement comes through as well. He stays alive. He's being a problem. He gets out of the window. Shotzzy. This man has double health with all of the movement, but Ultra will combine anyway. iLLeY in a 1 versus 4.
This will be something else from iLLeY. This kind of setup, though, it's going to be so difficult for him to break. Insight will be the first to fall. Surely the flank is coming in, and it is. The snap from iLLeY was tippable, but Ultra ultimately in control there. And honestly, Shotzzy makes his movements inside the site, but there's nobody else from OpTic there around him. That's the problem. He jumps in, OpTic just not there in time to help him out.
Yeah, one thing Shotzzy does very well is pulling teams apart and letting them bait into his teammates. He's incredibly good at it. It's not just the kills he makes, it's the fact he makes kills for his teammates. The issue that time, of course, the peek by Cleanex saw Scump down low. They lost a little bit of bomb side control when that happened. And now Ultra are up 4-2. Pressure on OpTic.
Offensive rounds have been the bread and butter here for the side of OpTic Texas. It's looking like a fast B's now going to start coming on through. Shotzzy weak, will get in there, but his band's going to be in a position to check this. The grenade is, though. Big grenade comes out, the communication there from Ultra. iLLeY can answer back, though, 3 versus 3.
Vance gives it a little bit of a shoulder, actually tries to take the gunfight, feeling confident with a 12-3. And OpTic, they know they have to get into this. Ultra still watching the flank for him. They have full confidence in Vance to hold his own fire. And Scump throws bullets down towards Dox and almost pays for it.
Gets away with 35 HP. Now iLLeY can find this push, though. Maybe just enough of a disruption. They forced Vance away. This bomb will now go down, and Ultra need to do nearly everything here. The flank over towards Dox is going to be crucial, but Vance has got to play at that pivot role. He's got to move when the rest of his team do. The gunfights towards the back are the biggest ones.
iLLeY might go for a challenge. Fire's already going down. It's again another slow Ultra roll.
Look at the reflank coming in.
Trying to figure this one out. I don't know exactly where Scump's going to be, but Vance has already found iLLeY. Scump should have an easy kill here as well. Finds Insight, still alive towards the back. And a fight towards it as well. It's going to be Dashy. Vance is the last player, but there is no time. He was hoping his teammates could find something on the flank. He decides discretion is the better part of valor, and he will stay alive for the streak, but Texas and OpTic will get this. 4-3, still close.
Vance will keep this streak alive, but it's Dashy with a quick huss towards the back. Gets him with a double punch, finds the kill, and that's what secures the round for OpTic Texas.
And it is really going back and forth between these two teams. Ultra gave it up an awful lot of map position to try and draw them in for that flank. Scump made the difference. Ultra just weren't enough for the trades.
Such a crucial map for Ultra. I've kind of been in the driving seat all the way through it. They want to close it out. Look at this defense that's coming in from the side of OpTic Texas, though. Ultra may well have just got a little bit fortunate on their push this time around, but it's a neutral setup once again on the offensive. It does quite often work out for Ultra. It's their most successful route to a win on the offense. Can they get something going over towards B, though? There's a big gunfight going on inside the site, and iLLeY will find it. Gets out with his life, needs support from his team.
Sides.
That's all of info. He'll know that Cleanex has picked up that bomb, but the presumption will be that he's inside of B.
Where on earth are they going with this one? Ultra have lost their big gun so far in this S&D. Vance is gone, iLLeY's backing up. And OpTic look pretty happy to soak as much pressure as they can. I don't hate this from OpTic. They're trying to get together, make sure they can win the trades.
Problem is they have no information, but they will have it now. Toronto making their move eventually. 30 seconds remaining on that game clock. Of course, it is OpTic with the advantage in terms of numbers. Can they use that advantage to the best of their ability here to try and retake here? Shotzzy's making a move.
This could be Shotzzy. He will be the player. Look at the amount of OpTic around this bomb site. Cleanex, the bad position going to look for as well. Shotzzy already gets the first. They have control, but can they win the gunfight towards it? They're stretching it. They're looking for it as well. There are so many OpTic players there. It's going to be a defuse as well, surely. Oh, they can't do anything, and it gets defused. OpTic under the nose of Ultra. Bring it to 4-4.
And still so many players left alive on the map when that defuse comes in. OpTic just stack it. They choose to get rid of Cleanex from the site. Scump was on a very slow flank, and honestly, I think the positioning was there from OpTic to win it anyway. But Toronto Ultra, that's 2 rounds in a row that have went over towards OpTic. They've got to hold on in this Search and Destroy. It's their turn to defend.
Oh, looks like it might be the old green wall push, fast B. Already some information coming through, though. be a tactical hit for Bance. He's probably caused a reinforcement. Who's trying to go across? Shotzzy playing his life.
Had to back off there. That grenade that's come in initially has stopped them making that push. Has to back down. And now OpTic's plan is went out the window just a little bit. Time to reevaluate and reformulate. Which way are we going?
OpTic would pay just about anything to find a shoulder, find somebody to pull off the map here for Ultra. Cammy wins the first one though. He knows exactly where Dashy is going to be. And it is first blood to Toronto. And that bomb is down in no man's land. Where on earth do OpTic go from here?
They've got to go for the pickup, but the information will be there immediately for the side of Cammy. Scumpy looking for the shots in. Cammy will have to back on down. Now it's the ultimate time to try and grab that bomb if you're the side of OpTic Texas. But the kills are starting to run through, and Bance continues his run of terror on Berlin. 14-4 from him. It's a 2v4 for OpTic.
2 versus 4. And it may be quiet on Berlin, but Scump finds one. Can't find the second. It's a shutdown. Ultra managed to get it. They do not move. They do not blink. They wait. And an oh-so important first blood from Cammy made OpTic really second-guess everything.
And the problem is where the bomb goes down there, isn't it? And it's those initial grenades that come through. Ultra are so good at doing that. Slows Shotzzy down. OpTic need to hold on to their defense if we want to see a round number 11, but can Ultra maybe close it out here? Bance is 15-4.
He's been their main man this map. Just not losing the chows. This may be a raid coming in. OpTic already putting a lot of bodies towards it.
Who's going to blink first? Both these teams positioned so close to each other, but OpTic will back off. They won't offer anything up here. This is a crucial round. Once again, it's a neutral setup. Ultra looking for those picks, which they have been quite successful with. And maybe it's a transition over towards it.
This is where information is key.
Shotzy's got to go big here.
Who sees the players first? Who figures out what is happening on the map? Where does this pressure get applied? Who finds the first blood? It's every single step that counts. The decisions that are going to be made as this will erupt into chaos in just a few seconds. Already, it's come through. Dashy's going to call it out, but somehow Clears gets Shotzzy straight out of it as well. Dashy's going to furiously try to get it. iLLeY's going to be here to back him up. They do not want this bomb to go down.
Ultra back down, 25 seconds remaining. They have to think about doing something, but Cleanex will find another.
It's a bit of a madness from Ultra. They're going to go for it all the way around. Scump makes a huge kill of the bomb. Dashy gets one. The time for Ultra. They put it in. Dashy! It's a 1v1. Dashy versus Insight for the round.
He will have time to get that bomb down. The 1v1 now incoming. Dashy survived with 1 HP, but he has to do this now. The 1v2 is on the cards to send this to around 11.
And they relied on him time and time again. Dashy versus Insight, the 1 versus 1. It comes down to this. They're going to look for it, the pre-aims over and over again. Who's going to find it? Insight will win it. It was not a great S&D before that moment, but 6-4 to Ultra. And while Dashy is a hero, he cannot win every time.
A valiant effort from Bruce, but he can't get the job done. The woes of Berlin Search and Destroy for Ultra are ended. After that 6-0, they bring it through with a 6-4 win up against OpTic Texas, and a series is something we very much have on our hands now. Close game 1, relatively close game 2, but the performance from Bance, we have to go back to that moment. The 1 versus 3, 1,600 damage. And the first bloods towards Ultra kind of tell the story. iLLeY was the only one to find them for OpTic Texas with 4 of his own, but the 6 for Ultra result in round wins. But everyone will point back to that moment of the 1v3 from Bance.
Well, I believe that is our scuff play of the game. This is going to be beautiful bouncing Benjamin Bance in a 1 versus 3. Down goes the bomb, and so does his teammate.
Gets good timing here onto iLLeY, but it's the second gunny onto Shotzzy. So quick for the snap. And then from there, it's just about playing maybe a little bit of luck. Things get a little bit scary towards this gunfight, though, it has to be said. Maybe windy on the docks there on the side of Berlin, but not windy enough. A 1 versus 3. And there's the confidence flowing for Bance once more. We haven't seen that today yet, but it's in now. And what a series we have on our hands. It's set up very, very nicely.
Well, looks like we're not going 3-0 for this one. We may go the distance. It is going to be a control map next, but it's been very, very close between these two squads. The hard point was just 5 points of Barrage. The S&D was just 2 rounds. It's come down to a lot of 1v1s and clutches for it. And I guess that means we all have to look forward to map number 3. It's certainly going to be an incredible thrill. We will see it and see what happens to our 2 squads. If time's told me anything, it's going to be a map number 5. How we get there, though, is what I'm most looking forward to. Control, Hardpoint, S&D. Who wins them? Who knows? I care. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here at Major number 4 in beautiful, beautiful New York. Currently, we sit with OpTic versus Ultra. It's 1-1 apiece, but before we get into this, get out your phones, sign up for the newsletter, get your hand on your new calling card, use the QR code, and let's all have a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Look at what you win. The championship pack is there. Get font, everything you can possibly want. No, just get your phones out. There you go. QR code's there. Easily done. But we are very excited to get into map number 3, and I know you guys at home are too. Which way this one goes, though, is anybody's guess. After map number 2 and map number 1, they were both very, very close. A couple of moments here and there on the search and destroy. The win there for Ultra after a crazy, crazy map number 1 comeback from OpTic. But Control was, I want to say, typically OpTic's bread and butter. How good they looked at the beginning of the year on it, specifically on Tuscan itself as well. But heading into map number 3, I wonder if Ultra can bounce back, because it wasn't just S&D they struggled in against Thieves. They got 3-0 on Control as well. Is that going to be the story here up against OpTic Texas, though? I wonder, as we stay on Berlin. The lights dim in the King's Theatre once more. And OpTic need a bounce back after that. Was a very close search and destroy. Can they find something going here on the Control?
Well, who knows how this ends, but it does begin with a first step. Best thing about OpTic, by the way, on the Control is always going to be how dominant they can just flip the switch and take away the attack. They love an explosive play, they love the momentum, and it is a pain to dig them out. For Ultra, still looking to regain after Thieves.
OpTic, the best defensive team on the game when it does come down to Berlin. It's going to be the defense tested from the side of Ultra immediately. Ultra third in the offensive win percentage themselves, so let's see how Ultra can get on in their attacks also. But as I said, it's going to be defense to kick things off. Scump will find one on the outside, and it's a good holds initially coming in for the Toronto Ultra, but OpTic hitting over towards A again.
Oh, a little bit baited out Ultra here. They were kind of expecting to push towards B. Ultra has committed towards it. This is a big fight. If he wins it, he does! They're going to be in. OpTic have found their way through. Shotzzy gets a kill at the same time. Ultra have been bamboozled. They're at the wrong side. They don't know what's going on.
Complete control in the side here. You have to get over if you're to the side of Ultra. The shots are in. Shotzzy will find the gunfight. And this is maybe the perfect start to the round here for OpTic Texas. Bance will not find a way through. Where are the rest of Ultra help him out here? Crimsix is the next one, and he falls. And immediately OpTic Texas comes screaming back.
Well, Cammy managed to get it. They have saved this by the smallest of margins. Scump, though, going to continue putting the pressure on. They're going to have to deal with him. OpTic may have already done enough to give them a great advantage in this Control. And it all come off a misread by Ultra.
And it was really smart from the side of OpTic, to be honest with you. They find the first couple of kills. Okay, yeah, things don't go their way. But they immediately hit back towards A. How many times have you guys been playing rank play at home? You know, you get that initial hit that comes in over towards A, and then like, okay, well, it didn't work. Let's go towards B. OpTic, the double bluff comes through. They get 2 ticks towards their name. They're getting some ticks over towards B now as well.
Well, they're just going to try and hold the fort, but Crimsix is not going to get that kill. Ultra will be a little bit worried now. Only 1 tick stands between them and losing this round. They're expecting a flank. They are expecting pressure from OpTic.
Takes 1 decent 4 down from the side of OpTic to get this attacking round underneath their belts. Scump is there alongside Shotzzy. The grenade will connect though. Shotzzy gets taken down. OpTic need to lock B in just yet, but Scump will find the kill heading over towards it.
Here they come. Scump all the way through. Secret is eventually going to be found. Bance was waiting for him. It's a long time and a lot of lives. And the flank is coming in again. Shotzzy has got around the back here. Ultra only has 2 up. Cammy needs to stay alive and ticket to relieve this. Shotzzy is farming as well. Dashy's found another one. Ultra are feeling the squeeze.
Yeah, that might now be the pressure. Shotzzy just trying to stay alive inside of fire. The rat-tat-tat-tat is out, and Shotzzy will find the kill. Here comes the squeeze, as he said.
They get the green. Whoa! Shotzzy finds one, but the pressure's still going to be on. 1 player from Ultra left in there. iLLeY's going to get him as well. Crimsix trying to do everything he can. That tick is going rapidly towards full. He has to jump in. He does not have reinforcement. He dives. He does.
Oh, they're in.
Oh! OpTic Texas take the round.
Big attacking round out of OpTic. Those final few kills get the job done. But Ultra was squirming from the word go there. Let's have a look at that once more. As OpTic go for it, Dashy lines it up. there with his team. But the job, the damage was maybe already done after those first 2 ticks that come in early. OpTic Texas, as we mentioned, only needed 1 good forward down to find the round. And now they go over towards the defensive side.
On board with OpTic. They have been playing this control wonderfully so far. Can Ultra find any way back into this Berlin? The tactics, their fundamentals have looked a little bit shaky for Toronto.
Scump just trying to survive. Ultra will try and get a hold of this as best as they can, but those couple of kills, they may well just flirt with the idea of a push over towards A. Cammy heads down and sprinting. He will get caught out. As OpTic now just turtle up a little bit. That's 5 in a row for Dashy.
Paulehx playing his life. Ultra trying to put the pressure on. They haven't even got it at the moment. You can already see Simp says, all right, I'll find out who's a B. And everybody's going for a position. Inside finds one. He'll look for the second as well. Dashy trying to make sure he gets Kleenex away from the Scump's going to hit it as well. Around the back, Shotzzy finds one, but no, it's the down. It's a big 1v1. Dashy staying alive, and he managed to find that kill. Rebuffs the Ultra pressure, and reinforcements for OpTic. Dashy on 6 as well.
Continue where he left off in round number 1. 1 more kill to secure the glide bomb, which will help them in some sort of way. It's probably not the most effective map when it does come down to the streaks. But look at Ultra, just finding a way through. Kill towards the flank. He'll initiate what's going to happen here at the side of Ultra, but Dashy will find 1 more. He's the only one who can find the kill, though, and it's 4 down for Ultra.
He got the glide, he got the glide. Ultra may be in, and they have bodies ready for this one. They're waiting for the flank at the same time. It's going to be a fight towards the back. Scump's already found one as well. Cammy trying to make sure nobody comes through. Oh! Cammy has just had OpTic completely. Only Shotzzy remain. That second tick is coming through. Shotzy's going to actually turn and get the gunfight as well. Oh my goodness, Ultra only have 1 player here after all of that.
They did all the hard work through Cammy. Nobody else is able to follow it up, and OpTic get back inside the point, but that's now 2 ticks over towards A for the side of Toronto Ultra. Both teams having success on the attack, but the kills starting to come through now for OpTic. They will clear Ultra out. There's lives on the side of Toronto Ultra, time on the side of Toronto Ultra. They need 1 good push once more.
That kill from Shotzzy, just to take Cammy out of the point, may have been everything they needed. Cammy gonna get another one as well, though, and Bans gets 1. Pressure now, Shotzzy has to be a hero again. Hold it close, wait. Your teammates are coming, Bans just jump straight into it. Priestahh is gonna go down as well, surely iLLeY finds it at the same time. Cammy is there! And Dashy will lock that away from them. Inside looking to try and just keep the pressure going as they get this tick round and round. Not gonna get it. And Ultra have to reset 1 more time.
But OpTic haven't been able to get any map control throughout all of this. Ultra have kept Ticket underneath their control. And it's not allowed OpTic to spread their wings, spread out across the map and make it harder for Ultra to get any sort of purchase on this site. iLLeY will find the kill on the bounce, and that might just relieve some of that pressure as Shotzzy will find another. Inside can find 2 of his own, but this now should be Ultra getting forced back.
This is a little bit chaos on the map. 5 versus 10. OpTic do not have the life to throw away here. iLLeY's going to go for a flank. He's all the way out towards mid-map. Ultra going to push towards it. He goes down. It's a 9 versus 3. Insight is on a 5 streak as well. Last chance for OpTic. Can they win the gunfights?
Time is on the side now for Toronto Ultra as well. They just need to pick their way through. OpTic getting attack, and OpTic can't hold their defense. Dashy will fall, and that is the round. Toronto Ultra lock it in. And thing is there, though, the kills come through for Ultra. That's something to maybe note. They didn't actually get that final tick as far as where it came up with the elimination, so the tick wasn't there. So that may well pay off for the side of OpTic. Both teams being able to take the round on the attack, but the tick advantage should be for the side of OpTic Texas.
And Insight, well, he made a bit of a difference around it on a 6 streak himself. He'll be looking for the first. Already going for the pre-fire. He really wants that glide bomb as well. But now it's all on board with OpTic. They have to do the work. They are coming under pressure. Can they find this again? Well, one way to find out. Let's go for an OpTic Texas. Listen in.
Nice, 2, 2, 2, let's go. I'm bringing up you. Inside that in. I'm watching here. Yo, give me that 2, 3. Yo, he's in red. I'm nading red as well. I need a red. I'm watching secret. Go ahead. I'm watching your secret, but you might be I'm trying DayPatty. DayPatty dead. Yo, there's a man set. One secret. Watch out. Yo, one could be gay. Here, I'm picking up. I'm just close right now. He's close right on me. I got needed. Keep on it. Close, step. One shot, two. Still up. Yeah, secure B. I'm securing B.
Yeah, secure B. I have secret.
Now going top B5. Good time.
Yo, weak secret, Kleenex. He's still secret. He went out mid, I think he went out mid.
Are you at B5? Yo, P5, put your dubs and look good. One dead. Look at the long. He's going P5 or front post.
There.
He's already free right now. So I'm seeing Kleenex P5.
I have P5.
He could be going front B. Yeah, I don't know where Kleenex is. I have P5.
Two.
Where do you go? Kleenex absolutely. For cross. I'll see Kleenex up. Yo, I'm one shot. I got close absolute outer.
One guy Steve shooting top tower.
Well, there's a lot of comms there coming in from OpTic, but it's not a lot of ticks on the board. 20 seconds remaining. They have to go to B. They have to get into it. I think Ultra, if anything, are worried, because last time they committed to B, they snuck around through Ticket. But still time.
Ultra have to be careful. They won't mind giving up B, but it doesn't seem like they want to. Shotzzy can't find the gunfight. OpTic find a way through. Contestion is there from Kleenex. He will eventually fall, and that should be B now. Moving towards the side of OpTic Texas. 14 lives apiece, 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining for OpTic to try and find a way through over towards A, but plenty of map control for Ultra. Vibe bomb coming in, just trying to alleviate some of that pressure of Dashy, but finds nothing.
Does a big kill out towards the middle here. Dashy trying to find Kleenex, eventually will do. This is tense here. It may come down alive, but time. You can see, again, OpTic, the same tactic, hit the flank. Shotzzy is doing it, he's got Scump with him. Inside finds Dashy. They are shutting down the Ticket push, though, and that is better from Ultra.
Need to make sure they do hold that. You got players on the flank and you got players in Ticket. You lose any of the gunfights either side. A pinch is immediately set up for the players who remain inside the point. OpTic now just hunting away, well packing together, trying to find some kills to help them break this one open. Scump finds the first one with the Kleenex, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Ultra. Or will it? Cammy and Vance will find the kills. It's only Shotzzy who can find one, has no support, finds a second.
He gets out again, he does the same route, eventually will be taken down by Cammy. 20 seconds left to go. It's OpTic, they have to move all the way through Ticket. It's a 6 versus 6, but it may not come down to it. The time, and OpTic have to find a way. Comes to check the right corner as well, finds Cammy. Can they get to the hill on time? Pants is going to be on the flank, they're just going to run for this, they're going to go. You see iLLeY, he's going to get into it, he's going to stop the clock, surely. They're in, Pants is going to go for the flank, and that is going to be everything. It's just too little too late. OpTic cannot get there in time. Ultra hold the defense.
Well played from Ultra, really well played from Vance. We're not necessarily having as good of a map number 3 as he did in 1 and 2, but finding that flank was crucial. He puts the shots in and does not chase it down too quickly because he knows that OpTic have to head towards the point. They do not have time to clear out this flank, the flank that's coming on through. And Vance just has to push on through and find those kills very, very easily. Ultra in the lead now.
So, do OpTic hold? That is the question at the moment. Ultra really aren't going for the risky play. Straight into B. Coming at that first pitch. One thing you will see Ultra do time and time again is they start to get a few kills on the map. They will leave this and rush and try to get pressure on the B.
It's about seeing where you have the resources. If you can take them away from OpTic, then that's going to help you out. The kills start to come on through in there, as you said. Kleenex will go for a little bit more back control, but it is already there from the side of Texas. Ticket control, very, very crucial.
Where it just gets a little bit tense. You can see both teams playing for position on the minimap. Things like ticket control and pressure. Vance just trying to make sure his teammate isn't taken down the hill, and eventually he will be. OpTic looking to capitalize. Cammy will find Scump. And Ultra's got to dig out these OpTic players that are in the midst as Cammy finds a second.
Good job from Ultra. Shotzzy the only one left. They clear him out. And now that's going to be time in the side towards B, but look at this. It's coming on through over towards A. OpTic only leave one left there, and Shotzzy has to try and get across. There's 2 members of Ultra to deal with. They're still inside the point. Ultra have committed everything towards it.
Oh my goodness. They've been played like they played Ultra. It's a second tick coming through already. They're looking for it. Scump's going to go down. Cammy's ready for it. Who's going to try and challenge? Cammy throws bullets long through platform. And the second tick will be in. Cammy is having a 5 streak for him. Vance gets another one. And that point is secure. And now B is all that's left for OpTic.
Vance on the reflank himself, but 1 kill comes through over towards A. OpTic don't have the bodies, and all of a sudden you've got to defend B with nobody there. This will be locked in from Ultra. They will take a lead in this series. with a dominant control win. They pushed and pulled OpTic across the map and get the job done. They will take the lead in the series here. In the losers bracket, OpTic need to fight 2 maps in a row or they're going home.
Well, OpTic did it to them. They've kind of pulled them all over the map with a B before. And Insight finds his way through into A. And Ultra say, all right, bet, let's get in there. They find the player flanking. And then there was not much else to do. They had to run through the choke point. Cammy was holding it. And there was nowhere else for OpTic to go. 3-1 to Ultra, 2-1 in the series.
And it was just a game of so many big moments, wasn't it? It was not necessarily that one team was defending really well or attacking really well. It was just those moments in control that can make the difference. Those flurry of kills, those kills on the flank coming on through. But Ultra did such a good job at it. Even on the defensive side, there was always somebody left alive somewhere behind OpTic, whether it was on attack or defense. Always somebody there, an insurance policy or something that is the catalyst for an attack for Ultra to build a play off. And ultimately, I think it was Insight who found the kill over towards A, and then all of a sudden, Ultra flood over towards it. They take the opportunity with both hands and get the job done. At this stage, OpTic Texas were down in lives. B is all that needed to be captured, and the job was done from there. Toronto Ultra will find a lead, and I honestly been so impressed with them, considering what we've seen from them in the series up against the LA Thieves. They have looked 10 times better here up against OpTic Texas.
Yeah, they really have, and call it poetic justice. Obviously, OpTic played it perfectly and snuck through and kept the pressure on Ticket in their first winning round. Ultra, we knew that they've done this before. If they can get player towards B and get a little bit of map control, Insight decides to push it and found his way through. And all of a sudden, OpTic basically had to run the gauntlet to get back and defend where they wanted. This puts Ultra in a better position.
Tuscan Hardpoint is the next one. That's on the cards. We've seen some big games on Tuscan so far this weekend, and I wonder if we'll get another one here on Saturday. Texas looking to bring this one back, force the map, number 5. Or can Ultra lock in the win and lock in top 4? That's what this is for. Both these teams looking for that premium practice heading into champs. They're getting it here on the main stage today.
Well, focus evident on every single player's face. Lock in for top 4. Laser focus. And neither team looking particularly happy. Ultra, no smiles. OpTic, no smiles.
And OpTic are going to need this crowd in map number 4. They've been behind already this weekend, and the crowd maybe give them that extra little push. The game against Røkkr was not looking good whatsoever. They find themselves down in this series. Elimination all the way through. Is that pressure just starting to tell for the side of OpTic Texas?
Well, we'll have to find out. The hard point is next, and hey, the statistics are against us ending it here. Let's be perfectly clear. I think it's something now along the lines of 14 out of 18.
It's like 75% of the games over the last 20 have went over towards that map number 5. We'd love to see one here between these two series. If you're an Ultra fan, you probably don't want to see it. You want to see it closed out immediately. But just for a neutral Call of Duty fan like myself, you do want to see them. Don't start. Don't start. The EU teams are involved here, but we're trying to be neutral as possible, of course. For the side of OpTic Texas, though, this is where they can bring this one back. Although we thought that about Prakash. Honestly, we thought with Ultra and how poor they performed in that game against LA Thieves that, you know, it was maybe not going to be as close as it was. OpTic Texas did get the win, but it was very close. I'm expecting the same thing here on Tuscan.
Yeah, realistically, going into this next game, which I can already hear starting in the back of my headset, there is an awful lot to do for both of these teams. For Ultra, it hasn't been as consistent as they would like. For OpTic, we've spoken about it at length, realistically rebuilding, ready for the next push. They have had their struggles, but through adversity, championships can be built, and that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, pressures make diamonds, and that maybe is what is needed here.
Any more cliches we got?
We've got probably a couple in the locker. I might save them for tomorrow, but yes, okay, it absolutely has to be done here now for the side of OpTic Texas. Hardpoint has kind of been a bit of a different one for them, though, on occasion. But can they get the job done here on Tuscan? The hold percentage, the break percentage is there for OpTic Texas. All the stats point towards a potential map number 5. Is it going to be enough, though, up against a rejuvenated Toronto Ultra? Looking towards Tuscan Hardpoint, though, Ultra have lost 3 of their last 4.
Oh, they're going to be the first team to get onto it. It's going to be a retake for OpTic if they can, and already Shotzzy's going to find the first one to get it down, and he stays alive. Inside just not able to pick him off, and Shotzzy finds a second kill out of somewhere.
Oh my god. If this is a goal, if this is the kind of Shotzzy we're going to see from OpTic Texas, we may well see that map number 5. B1 rotations, though, obviously coming in straight off the rip. Toronto Ultra locking down a good amount of time. OpTic Texas will want to keep a hold of these spawns as best as they can. Cammy and Co doing well, though, as Dashy with the pistol in hand. It might as well be the automated as that now comes on through. Rotation coming in from iLLeY. Let's see if we can find some kills over towards P2.
This is going to be important. They're looking for it. You can already see Ultra want to get sent through, and Crimsix will win that first gunfight. Looking for the second, but Shotzzy is more than waiting for him. Oh, Bance over the top, gets it. A 3-on-1 for him now as he tries to cut off the reinforcements coming in from OpTic.
Here they come. Bance will find the first, can't find the second. iLLeY towards the back, could he be the catalyst? Not quite, as the rest of his team now spawning up with him. But look at the pressure that comes in immediately from Cleanex. Rotates round, gets the spawns for Ultra. 45 seconds remaining here on P2, plenty to play for.
No worried about this one. Insight's trying to stay alive. He knows nades are coming for him. He knows players are coming as well. And eventually Cleanex will help him out. Ultra at the moment, as we're on board with Insight, just ducking his head. Eventually that nade does catch him. That's what he was worried about the entire time.
OpTic struggling to find a way in here. Shotzzy may well be the one to find them. With a little bit of a foothold here, with 25 seconds remaining. The best P2 team on the game are OpTic Texas. They find the break. Can they find a hold, though? Cammy will find 2 of his own. Dashy on his own up top and plant. Is what's going to happen. Cammy finds all 4. As now the push will start to come in over towards P3. OpTic Texas do have the side of the map that they want, but not much map control.
Wow, Cleanex just read Scump like a book, and Shotzy's trying to get their kill before they can push through tiles. Ultra here on the rotation. They've got to beat iLLeY, though, who stands at the back. And he holds them off. Cammy is waiting for reinforcements. iLLeY finds a second one. And Cammy will find it. He's looking for iLLeY. iLLeY's trying to play his life, and eventually will be taken down by that grenade. Ultra are in.
Lovely break. Grenade comes over from Cleanex, taking down iLLeY. Helping Cammy out, he was not slowed down since he respawned back in over towards P2. Make that number 6 for Cammy. If he can lock in a 7th here and a glide bomb as well, OpTic Texas are going to be in danger somewhat through the map, but the score is very, very close still.
Yeah, he's just playing his life. That's all he wants. His life. He's going to find the 7th. That's going to be the glide bomb as well. And there are players coming through. Cammy's still alive with an 8. Eventually, iLLeY takes him down, but numbers for Ultra. They haven't got as many points as they would like, because iLLeY is just being a problem for them. 4 kills, still alive, dives into the point. They've cleaned out Ultra, and Ultra made so much work there for nothing.
4 spree for iLLeY comes at the right time. Shotzzy playing his life around the corner as well. There's number 3 on the cards for Shotzzy here. Yes, it is. Is that the catalyst now for OpTic to get back into this game? The lead is there, the rotation is not. But OpTic Texas maybe starting to heat up now.
They're looking for their main man, Shotzzy. Been missing for a little while, but he's turning up with a 5 streak so far on this map. Fight towards the back, that's 6. Looks for the 7th inside, eventually shuts him down as Ultra fight for the back inside, winning another gunfight against Scump. iLLeY towards it, he's waiting, he knows the player is going to push. Where are Ultra?
6 spree now for iLLeY as well, looking at a glide bomb to the arsenal on this map. Both 2 teams have had players playing these streaks very, very well. Is iLLeY going to find it? Yes, he is. There's number 7. The push now starting to come in through for the side of Toronto Ultra. And iLLeY will eventually fall, but OpTic Texas inside the point. They've held it well. Look for the rotation to start coming in with 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, one last push for Insight. He doesn't want to give him all of this scrap time, but they know it's going to be very, very important. Shotzzy shuts him down. And while Ultra will be here next, they do not have the numbers to hold. You're relying on Cleanex to make some magic.
And then bounce off the door. Scump then taken down. Cleanex, the first line of defense is now Dashy falls as well. Bance is there alongside of him. Health points regaining, refreshing for the side of Cleanex, who is still holding this, by the way, all on his own. Eventually will fall to Scump. Cammy is there, though, the backup there for Ultra. They've held well for the first 20 seconds.
They're going to go, and Inside finally finds out Shotzzy, but it's going to be a stack. Watch OpTic, they're all together. They're looking for it. Scump finds 2 with a grenade, and now they're going to execute. They dive straight into it. Cleans gets 1, Bance gets another. Bance eventually gets taken down by Dashy. Reinforcements for Ultra coming up the stairs now as Cleanex finds another one. This hill has been all him for Toronto.
It's been so mixy, though, hasn't it? It has been Ultra finding the majority of the time, but that might now change. 20 seconds to go. Inside the hill, Dashy will snap, has some support as well. This strap time looking like it's going to go over towards OpTic unless Insight can find something magical here. He will get taken down. 3 spree for iLLeY, the rotation starting to come in. After a full set of hills, OpTic Texas will have around a 40-point lead. Setup is here though for Ultra. Can Texas find a brick here? They've not had much luck on P1 in general. 44% hold rate, ranks last, but they need to get in if they want to hold it, and iLLeY might try and help them.
This is exactly what they want. They're going to call it in. Cammy's going to feel the wrath of the glide bomb. Down he goes. Paulehx going to try and do something. He's going to go down as well. Bans, thank you very much. Dashy, that pistol is disgraceful.
The break is there for OpTic, but can they hold? This lead might get dangerous, but Cammy says, whatever you can do, I can do too. Glide bomb in, finds two. Can Ultra find the break of that? iLLeY inside the middle of the map, and Shotzzy's the only one left momentarily. Both teams having to burn that glide bomb though. Not a bad result for either one of them. It's better for Texas, who have the lead, and they also have the spawns for P2.
iLLeY's going to try one last chance. He is so difficult to get out around Pillar, and that's why. Should be taken down, almost takes down Cleanex though, and there's another push coming through. It is going to be Scump. He goes for the fight one more time, and Bance though going to be on the rotation. He's looking for it. Dashy's pistol's better, I'm sorry, Bance. And they have P2, tough.
And Scump finding those 2 kills over towards P1. It was about 5 or 6 seconds that go over towards OpTic Texas that Toronto Ultra would not have accounted for. It's about a 30-point lead. Shotzzy though, getting it done with the auto, getting it done with the grenade. 22 and 16 from him. It's one of the big reasons that OpTic have a lead that is now growing.
They're trying to get through. You can see the Ultra nades trying to hit around. This is what they usually do. They execute as soon as they get a nades in. There's 2 already coming through. Shotzzy, can he be the hero? No. Cleanex eventually takes him down. And Scump last alive. Finds one towards L. Finds the second as well. And the King is killing. But Cammy eventually shuts him down. God. It's just scrap time for Ultra if they can get it. But OpTic are there. The rotation is going to matter more. And Shotzzy, of course it's him. He's found it.
Right, this is all on Shotzzy. That lead for OpTic Texas is getting a little bit concerning for the side of Toronto Ultra. Can they find a way through though? But Shotzzy, he's got to be the one here for the side of OpTic. Texas finds the first gunfight, but he needs the rest of his team to follow him on through. Cammy will come for the challenger as well in a second. Need to put 2 men onto him. Shotzzy trying his best to survive. We'll find another. Cammy finds it. Ultra still in control of P3, but only just.
Looking for it eventually. No points coming in for Ultra right now. OpTic have done an unbelievable job, and Shotzzy here towards the back. You just can't hit him. It's like hitting smoke, but he will go down. Cammy finds it. He's on a 4 streak himself. 24 and 15. Ultra are trying to hold what they know is a tile push coming through. And Scump makes the first. The rest of OpTic flood through tiles.
Through the front door they go. Cleanex is the only one who can answer. This lead is around 50, and it may well grow if these kills don't fall through for Ultra. OpTic Texas with another break, and all the kills falling their way. Ultra may well move away over towards P4, licking their wounds. It's only really Shotzzy in a position to do something. He's behind them because why not? Every single time he's the first one there and just causing issue. Ultra struggling to set up because of it.
Oh, look at it, goes to the Chow, gets the kill. He is unkillable so far, and you are right. He is being a problem for Ultra. Again, another kill for Shotzzy. Oh! Oh my goodness! He has caught fire. 30 and 20, a 4 streak now for him. And he rips control of Church away from Toronto.
This is a huge problem for the side of Toronto Ultra, as it feels like OpTic cannot miss a bullet right now. Every single gunfight seems to be going their way. Insight's the only one who can answer back as the 200-point mark is reached. Toronto Ultra need to turn this around very, very quickly, but my goodness me, another glide bomb running up for Shotzzy. Thieves cannot be found, but OpTic Texas, the damage may well be done. It's a 100-point lead.
Dashy decides to leave it, and Ultra, again, maybe scrap of Church, but not even then. There's still too many players from OpTic around. Dashy gets the kill as well. And OpTic are fighting for scraps. Dashy's going to be on a 5. The rotation will come in for Ultra, but it is not just 60 points they need. They need 2 perfect hills, and I just don't see it.
Needs 1 more for a glide bomb. It's quite the air force that OpTic Texas are now developing as they find the push through the front door. This has been somewhat of a slaughter on Tuscan, but Bance can find 2 from behind. Maybe Ultra have a route back in, but OpTic Texas 16 points away. Ultra may well find a break, but they need to be perfect from here on out. They are 110 behind.
It would be the biggest breakdown maybe in COD history of OpTic losing from here. They don't have to do all that much right. They just have to be average. And you can see now that they are putting the pressure on. They want this to end. They are piling in the bodies. Dashy moving forward. Scump getting a kill at the same time. They're in. The points are coming through. Bance is going to find one. Dashy going to still be alive. Dashy finds 2. Not quite the third.
Can't quite find it. We'll take another rotation of hills before OpTic Texas can put a pin in this game. First hill coming back up, 12 points away for OpTic Texas. We are now done. In this game, it feels like Ultra need to fight something back. Dashy's got the hands once more, but Ultra in control, and surely the glide bomb will follow.
Here it comes, you can hear it on the map, and it misses. The glide bomb misses. Can Ultra hold? This is an impossible task against OpTic. They are digging in, they are fighting for their life. The spank is coming through from Shotzzy. Finds the first, connects to alive. More bodies from Ultra piling into it. Surely there's no way! Dashy finds one, but still they don't have the trades they would like.
Trade does eventually come through. 25 seconds remaining on this hill. Ultra trying to bring it back from what surely was the brink. We thought it would be there. Shotzzy on the flank though, coming through you. Maybe the one to disrupt as the kills start to flow from the side of OpTic. Scump finds two and off the map. Needs to find the kills, but OpTic are in. 5 seconds to go. There's the kills. It was somewhat inevitable when that lead was found. Map 5, we go!
And it was just a step too far. The green wall was ablaze. And Tuscan was their playground. And map 5 has cometh. Shotzzy was an issue.
yeah, it was an issue. My goodness me.
Finds a kill, runs 75 meters, finds another kill, disappears into the ether, teleports across the map, gets another one.
Somebody who has had some success on this stage this weekend, Kenny, is loving it. The crowd here in the King's Theatre have been immense. What a venue, what a crowd, and what a game we've had so far. I have no idea which way this one goes, Brycey. 2-2, map 5 at the major. Couldn't ask for anything else.
No, we certainly could not. It is going to be an incredible finale for this. OpTic find a great hardpoint, a dominant hardpoint for them. They turn on the firepower, they find everything they need, and the momentum has swung back again to their side. But what happens next? What happens when on land at the major, the home crowd, we get to a map 5?
And honestly, looking towards that hard point, how close that map number 1 is, Ultra will be very disappointed with their showing on map number 4. In both these two teams, the last 3 games they played, the most it's been separated by is 11. That is a dominant performance from the side of OpTic on map number 4. And they will want to carry that momentum through to map number 5, Brycey. It should be an absolute banger.
It certainly will. Well, we've taken a journey so far. 4 maps have gone. Only one can remain in this. This will be an S&D for top 4, an S&D to stay alive at this major and try to be glorious before the playoffs and the championships in LA. Both teams have made a case why they should win it, but only time will tell us. And one more map at the major, potentially for OpTic or Ultra. We'll see you right after this. and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You can hear the roar of the crowd here at the Major. New York has been magnificent, but maybe not as magnificent as the game we are about to see. All the way to a map number 5. OpTic and Ultra have battled. But only one team can take victory. Only one team can take the glory. Who wants it more, Ton?
And who better, or what better, to decide it on the Package Search and Destroy? It is Vanguard, it's Mixy. We love to see it. It's going to be an interesting one because as of recent, it has been Ultra who've been getting the job done. Most recently, actually, up against OpTic as well. They look good against London the other day. They play slow, they play passive, and I'm curious if Rambo and the boys backstage have been having a look at how Ultra have played it recently. As said, it's slow and steady. They do not like to play around those quick places like Grandma's against Shotzzy.
Well, that is going to be the key for this as well. Recent VOD. They are going to be able to look at it, break it down, figure out where they went wrong, because Ultra had a great time last time. So for OpTic, this is a must view. Have they done their homework? Have they figured it out? For Ultra, it does mean they may have to change their playbook.
They might have to, but this man's going to have to be the one for the side of OpTic, I feel. Trying to find those first bloods, trying to find these positions where he can help his team out. But New York, map 5 we go. Loser goes home, winner goes on to top 4, and we will see them on Sunday. It's a Package Search and Destroy to decide it. OpTic against Ultra, here we go.
Now, this should be a bit of a slow push, neutral setup. Ultra looking for that first blood. Already you're seeing a little bullets go down. The crowd swells behind OpTic. At the moment, a little bit quiet on Package.
Yeah, Ultra playing their usual game. Take their time, slowly, slowly. Not going to try and find a pick and then formulate their round around it. But OpTic Texas feels like they've done their homework here. Nobody's peeking, nobody's giving anyone an inch. Both teams passive. And time will eventually come into it. The longer this goes on, the more it benefits the defensive side.
It does, and Ultra want to execute, but they've got no information. They don't know where they are. He's going to open the door and close it again. This is polite. This all comes down to who finds who.
35 seconds remaining. First blood's going to be crucial. It's going to go the way of Dashy. Now it's a 3 versus 4 for the side of Ultra, who will have to kick into motion. Cammy on the site will get challenged. Shotzzy can't quite get away. It's a 2 versus 3, but not much time.
Ultra have burnt time, and without those picks, without those trades, find themselves in a precarious position. Scump's going to try and back off. Ultra don't have time to even part this. Clean's going to find one. Scump with a big gunfight, but no, Ban takes him down, and it's now Dashy. He's been a factor for them so many times. Clean's going to die. He's looking for it, and now comes the retail! Dashy says thank you. Easy for him in the end.
And Bads has to get off it. And then he has to challenge. And not a bullet hits Dashy. He will find the first blood in the last 2 as well. And that's a big round. It's a huge round because Ultra played the slow game. OpTic Texas did not buy into what they were trying to do. They sat tight. And I wonder if that will just change Ultra's mentality when it does come down to this game. OpTic Texas are very happy to play you at the same one.
The problem for OpTic is going to be Dashy. He did this last time in the S&D. He was horrible to play against. Now, OpTic going a little bit slow. Already going to be seen. There's twice information there for Bance. Gets the stun, but doesn't get anything more.
I think the information is that I'm potentially in trouble. Grenade comes over. The challenge might come in. He has to back on down. The rest of Ultra follow. First blood will be crucial here, but look at this pressure coming in from OpTic.
A lot of players now stacking close.
Look at Bance. Look at Bance.
Have they slipped in there? What on earth are OpTic waiting for? They're going to get inside, gets that first blood. Second one going to go to Bance as well. Just one player left. It's going to be Shotzzy. Can he find anybody under this one? He finds the first. 1v3 technically for him. 37 seconds left to go. Is it going to be another clutch for OpTic?
They've read him though. Shotzzy sprinting forward. Bance will see him. He'll cut his legs off. Ultra will tie this up. And they did so well to soak up that pressure and then make their move. OpTic had plenty of map presence in. The real estate line was quite far pushed up. Nobody watching River. Bance and Insight can find their way through. And the kills fall their way. 1-1.
I'll tell you something. He was a nightmare last time. Benjamin Bance has arrived on Package. 4-on-1. Hydra in the S&D. Can he continue that run of form? OpTic this time will be the defensive side. Band's already going for the pre-fire.
And just to touch on that both teams are very strong defensively. 2nd and 4th, respectively, on this map. So expect any attacks to really have an influence on the scoreline massively between these two teams. Ultra now looking to try and find some picks, and it's the same old story. OpTic Texas very happy to sit and wait, invite them in. Can Ultra find a pick?
Oh, here's the best thing. They never found Shotzzy in that position last time. He was not there when he engaged in the fight, so they do not know where he is this time. OpTic again, doing a very good job of denying information to Ultra. Here comes the push, here comes the pressure. Huge purple swell, and Shotzzy finds the first one on a cami. First blood for OpTic. Pierce the front down, and it's Shotzzy again. He's still alive, he's still dipping and diving. Insight eventually finds him. Scump gonna go for it. Insight turns and burns. And down to a 2 versus 2, but it's Dashy on Bance.
Insight with not a lot of time remaining, 25 seconds, but he is the man who can always find those clutch situations, but not this time. OpTic Texas find another round. We're training defenses back and forth here, 2-1 now.
Maybe OpTic have gone through the VR because they are playing some great corners. They are baiting Ultra in. And Ultra will burn time. They cannot find the kills.
And the problem is, for the side of Ultra, you play that round because you don't want to invite this kind of round from Shotzzy. But when the time starts to run out, that's when things get a little bit dangerous.
Maybe a little bit more pressure this time around, although he's just taking a stun. Some information for Ultra. They're trying to figure this out. Bats is going to take a stun as well.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. He needs the rest of your team inside of Gromos to do anything because Shotzzy has set the nets. There's Kami. The second will follow. Shotzzy inside of Gromos is not a situation you want to be involved in if you're Toronto Ultra. A 3 versus 2. This could be an attack and it could be massive for the side of OpTic Texas.
They're looking for them. They are outnumbered, and Bance is going to find Scump though. Back down to a 2 versus 2. Insight is going to know where that player is going to be.
He called it out, but he's so scared to challenge it. Shotzzy will find his 3rd of the round. And could an ace potentially be on the cards? Dashy on his way over to help, and there you go. The defensive holds have been good, but not this time from Ultra. OpTic Texas take a 3-1 lead.
And they're just getting the outplays. They're finding the gaps in Ultra's defense. And they are capitalizing. Ultra cannot seem to keep a handle on Shotzzy, who finds a kill and gets away over and over again.
It's the Dashy and Shotzzy show right now. A 3-1 lead for OpTic Texas. We keep things rolling. Ultra will want to answer back with an attack of their own. I wonder if they maybe change something up here because their previous ones have not looked like it's going to find anything. It's another first blood though, and Dashy continues to cause problems. 4 versus 3.
Ultra just cannot find anything. The anvil of Dashy, the hammer of Shotzzy, beating them out of shape. It is another clutch situation for them. They lose this, it goes to 4-1 in OpTic's favor. A 2-3 sounds a little bit better to me, but OpTic are not giving them an inch.
3-2 down and heading back on the defense wouldn't be too bad for the side of Ultra. iLLeY across, hasn't found a kill yet. Will he find something with this? Vance with not much HP. Cleanex moves forward. Ultra can't find anything. Shotzzy with another.
An insight for a 1 versus 4, but they're going to just play him around. He finds the first one. If Ultra have ever wanted their main man to clutch, this will be the time, but he's got so many players to get through, nowhere to go. Dashy on a 5 streak. And OpTic are walking this one home round by round.
And that attacking round is what's made the difference in holding their defenses either side. Has put this scoreline where it is. Ultra now back over towards the defense. They must hold this. Looking towards the streaks though. 5 for Dashy, 4 for Shotzzy. You cannot let that get out of hand if you're Toronto Ultra.
And this is a reverse of what happened last time they played on this map. Last time it was Toronto, this time it is OpTic.
On board with Vance again over towards the B side, but look at the aggression coming through from OpTic. Kami will find his first kill of the game. Does OpTic maybe just try and change things up here over towards A? Hasn't worked out for them. 4v3 for Ultra. They must hold it.
Well, Bance is cooking. He's waiting for it. That nade's going to go out. Bomb will go down here for OpTic. CleanX finds another one to the Scump, though. Eddie's going to try and get away. Busts the door! CleanX finds a kill. And it's Dashy. It's Bruce. It's a 5 streak. Can he find a clutch here? No, down he goes. Anticlimactic. But sometimes that's just the way it rolls. Ultra get one back on the board.
Yeah, really well played from Ultra. The aggression comes in from OpTic, though, man. Honestly, I thought they would maybe try and play around the streaks from Shotzzy and Dashy to try and maybe build them up. A glide bomb and even a 4-2 lead is a nice position to be in, but those streaks are shut down. Ultra stop the bleeding. Now they go over towards an attacking round of their own. If they can find this, they are well and truly back into it. But look at these scoreboards. 8-2 from Dashy, 8-4 from Shotzzy. iLLeY and Scump have been there, but just maybe a supporting cast.
Let's see what happens next.
Look at the stack from OpTic.
Ultra have found very little success so far in his S&D. iLLeY, and they went off right next to him, but they didn't find him. There shouldn't have been a hit marker. He took no damage.
I wonder if it was just on the outside, but either way, no information gained. And our Toronto Ultra maybe just crawling accidentally into the Lion's Den here. As OpTic Texas now set up, ready and waiting.
It's always slow from Ultra. Shotzzy trying to get through this one. It's a huge kill from Shotzzy. He finds it. He does get away as well. He's going to look for another one towards this river, and Shotzzy just keeps on burying Ultra. Bance left alone in a 1 versus 3, and they're going to go. Oh my goodness, he did get it. Down to a 1 versus 2.
Got time on the side here, 30 seconds remaining. We've seen a 1 versus 3 at a crucial time for Ultra in map number 2 on Berlin. Can he do it here on Bakash to put Ultra back in? If he can't find it, OpTic Texas, match point.
Well, Scump's going to wait. He's going to be patient, and he's seen him. He's called it out as well. Bance, I don't know if he knows that he's been seen, but slowly but surely this will tie them on him. Bomb down, Bance out. A 1v3 still on the cards.
And I can't believe that he actually got away with that. He's managed to get away. And the timing, as the timing worked out on his side, Bance will find one. Will Bruce find the trade? Not quite. 1v1.
They're looking for him. He's going for the peak on it as well. Has Bance called this out correctly? Has he figured out what's happening? He's going to go for it as well! It's Benjamin Bance! Again, a 1 versus 3 versus OpTic when they need him the most.
A huge moment again. I just don't understand how OpTic can let him out. Scump has eyes on him. He doesn't have time. You've got to close the gap. They give him the time to plant. And it is a mistake that they may well rue. Ultra now onto the defense if they hold it tied up.
How on earth does it come down to this? A lifeline has been thrown from Bance. And now, on the OpTic, they can get to 5. Their game to win.
Slow but steady on the side of OpTic Texas. Can they find a route through here? Both teams, it's a nervy Bakash search and destroy. Grenade through will find nothing, so the information is there for Scump that there's nobody there. They will start to make their moves. But as Cammy played this well, Ultra kick into gear, as do OpTic.
Still waiting. It's a time burn coming from Took that through, was down to the CleanX. He's going to try and stay alive. CleanX is fighting for his life. He's alive. Bomb down. Advantage to Ultra.
Alive.
Look at the amount of bodies. Everybody's trying to get CleanX. They want him down. There's fire going everywhere, and it's going to go down to Dashy. A 1 versus 4. But they are not giving you anything at the moment. He's going to try and get through here at the same time. That pistol is out. It's the double bait down, but it's not going to be enough. Ultra tie it up here at the major. 4-4.
3 rounds in a row for Toronto Ultra. The bleeding for OpTic has been heavy. I have no idea which way this one goes, but a nearly capacity crowd here in the King's Theatre. 4-4 in map number 5. For me, this only goes one way. Surely we see the round 11. Both teams are being so strong in the defense. They've only dropped 1 apiece. Can Ultra find another attack here, or do OpTic Texas hold it down for a 5-4 lead?
The advantage 5-4 mentally at this stage will be huge. OpTic's going to be the first blood. iLLeY cuts down inside. Huge first blood for OpTic.
That is massive. Toronto Ultra are a team who thrive on these 4v3 situations, but they're the ones in the 3v4. It's looking like something a little bit obscure from Ultra. Can they find something? Kismet will find the shots onto iLLeY. It's not usually how he plies his trade with the automate, but he gets the shots in. 3 versus 3.
Now, the man of the moment, the man of the match maybe, Shotzzy is waiting. Waiting for anybody to fall into his little trap.
The tension is there amongst everyone, but Shotzzy goes for the challenge. Dashy will be the one to find the first. Cammy will answer it back. It's a 2 versus 2.
Somehow staying alive. Shotzzy again, of course he is. Looking for him. They know he's still going to be a problem. Bomber's going to be picked up, and I wonder where on earth OpTic are going to go with this one. Back to back for them.
They're coming over very, very quickly, though, with 13 seconds remaining. Can stop this bomb going down? Oh, my goodness, Shotzzy! And now Bud's on his own! How does he win that gunfight?
Shotzzy is never caught flat-footed because he's never on his feet. He glides across the map. And OpTic find the difference. They have stopped the relentless oncoming storm of Ultra. This is match point. One more round for top 4 for OpTic.
Ultra with the defense. There's only been 2 rounds that have went to the attacking team so far. But OpTic in the driving seat. 5-4 up. Ultra need to hold their defense. Do OpTic have anything for them?
Confidence swelling in the breast of OpTic. They know they are close. They can taste it. They just need to hold their nerve. They just need to win their trades.
Grenades surely coming Bance's way. Plenty of shots being fired, not a lot being landed. Still a 4 versus 4.
OpTic are going to make this move. They want the trades.
Look at this. Shotzzy looking for something. Bullets there to rebut all that, but here comes the push from OpTic.
They found him. iLLeY finds Bance. Inside gets one back though. Down to a 3 versus 3. Trying to get out of it. Cammy finds another. Shotzzy's still alive. And that push from OpTic has not worked out for them in the end.
And there's no map control whatsoever, but Ultra, I'd imagine, don't have much information themselves. Dashy is holding, but a 2 versus 3. Defense has been king for both these two teams. Ultra will need to continue to hold that if we want to see around number 11. But Shotzzy goes to the plant, but in the wrong time. Cammy will find it. 1v3 for Dashy.
Very little time, and he finds the first. An absolute destruction of Cammy up top. 17 seconds left to go. Just the inside towards the back. The gunfight. He's 47 health. He's weak. He's going to get taken down. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's a map 5. It's a round 11 for top 4 here at the major. Toronto Ultra and OpTic Texas will go into this one more time.
The crowd in the King's Theatre rises to their feet, which has been a monumental series. A tip of the hat from everyone from both of these two teams. OpTic on the attack.
And the crowd tries to get behind OpTic. They try to make their spirits lift.
Same setup from Ultra. Nice and steady away, but OpTic, this may well be something a little bit different out of the playbook.
Before a double nade's about to come in, they're trying to get the kill straight away. Cam's going to call out, that's all come towards him. First blood, maybe the difference maker.
It could be huge. Cammy has to back on down. Plenty of utility still left on the side of OpTic Texas. The tension in the venue. He could cut it with a knife. My goodness me, here we go. Cleanx just trying to survive. OpTic Texas still yet to find any information here though. Shotzzy's gonna peek it! Cleanx still surviving, but here come OpTic Texas. iLLeY finds the first 4v3.
He keeps finding that over and over again. Ultra now have to clutch against OpTic. What can they find as everything slows to a crawl? Bance has been spotted.
Time is ticking, 30 seconds to go. OpTic Texas with all the control in the world, but look at this, it's the old switcheroo. Bance, he's in trouble, gets out in time. Is he gonna check it though? But Shotzzy behind him, 4v2.
And now OpTic have everything. The bomb is gonna be down, they have the numbers. Cammy trying to make a difference for it. He finds iLLeY as well. Now it's all down to him. It's gonna be Dashy comes for it as well, finds him over the top. And OpTic Texas take it! They move forward into top 4. The major, the ice, the clutch. It's a 6-5 in the end. A redemption for the green wall. Not good in the qualifiers. Right at LAN.
What a series between two titans of the CDL. But it's OpTic Texas, round 11, map 5, that sends Toronto Ultra home.
And that last round was tense.
I promise we're in New York, it's not Texas. But the OpTic crowd always follows. What a series. Give it up for both these two teams. A fantastic game of Vanguard. And it's the attack that they win it on, by the way. After how many defenses were held by both these two teams.
Soak it in. This is what happens when you come to these events. The crowd, the vibes, the feelings, and the glory.
And they march on to Sunday now, Brycey. I'd seen that a lot of people, I've seen someone having 11th in their power rankings, and honestly, it didn't feel unjustified with the performances that we had seen. But we know that this roster has it in them, and I think that's the frustration. You look at this roster, you look at everybody on it, you know there is talent there. Let's have a look at the scoreboard to finish things off. The first bloods for OpTic were massive. It is an 8-3 difference. Gotta remember as well, Bance with that 1v3, Ultra had to clutch up to stay in it. But a 6-5 win in map number 5. OpTic may well be in the ascendancy here.
It is the fire that forges, and OpTic walked through it. They had to do the work to get back into this series, and they did. They iced up. Huge play there, coming out Shotzzy and Scump, I believe, towards the end. They baited and switched it. Cleanx was not able to get anything. They wanted the trade. iLLeY, by the way, first blood over and over again. Woo! I enjoy coming to these events.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm having good fun. I'm glad I'm at this one, to be honest with you. My goodness me, what a series. But Blaze is down with, well, a lot of people are shouting for MVP. He's with Shotzzy.
Thank you so much, Ton and Brycey. One more time, give it up for OpTic Texas. Shotzzy, my first question is simply, how the hell do y'all stay so composed in the losers bracket?
We've been to round 11 just more than probably anyone, to be honest, in this season. So we're very used to it. We're all composed, and yeah, we finished out with round 11.
Man, yes, you did finish in around 11. So being down 2-1, losers brackets, y'all had to win maps 4 and 5. Take us through those two maps on how y'all got that comeback and a little bit into that round 11.
Yeah, we kind of just played as a team. You know, maps 1, 2, and 3, we're a little bit shaky, but maps 4 and 5, we actually played as a team. We played to our game plan, and yeah, I mean, we just took it from there.
Y'all got it done, okay? And so I asked you, like, how y'all stay so composed, but I know y'all got a fantastic coach over there in Rambo. Oh, yeah. Talk to me about what he does for y'all.
Ray is just, he's my godfather. I mean, what can I say? He's just a GOAT. He understands how to play the game and stuff like that, so shout out Ray.
Shout out Ray one time. All right, and any last words you want to give to these fans out here who've been supporting you?
Shout out the Green Wall, man. You guys, yeah. I love you guys, man. Seriously, dude. You guys make this event so much funner. I don't even think that's a word, but yeah, you guys make it just so much fun.
Hey, we'll make it a word as y'all continue to make it through the losers bracket. Bailey, take it away.
Hey, listen, if you can pull off a win like that, you can make up any words you want. But OpTic Texas moves on, eliminating the Toronto Ultra from Major 4.
What an unbelievable performance, man, especially in that Game 5 search and destroy. Like, in the end there, I honestly thought tense. Toronto Ultra had it in the play that they set up. We saw early on in, like, round number 2 when Bans collapsed through trenches and got behind them and wins the gunfight. But this time, Dashy's aware of it, plays for the kill there, and they get the early kill onto Cleanx as well. Like, just perfectly executed out of OpTic Texas, but got a little bit scary there.
It was extremely scary. aLLeY, listen, for a second, Toronto Ultra looked like they had the game in the bag. How are you feeling about that?
no, it was OpTic Texas that should have had it in the bag, and then Toronto just, after that Bans 1v3, it was just all the momentum had a hold. You could hear it in the crowd. A pin drop could have fell in some of these situations, but props to the OpTic guys for icing up, man. Shotzzy just continuously abusing these lanes that Toronto Ultra is leaving open. You gotta stop letting that guy into grandma, dude.
You can't, not at all. Also, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the map highlights. Chance, OpTic just seems to just be willing it along the way. iLLeY's back, the team is back, and it just feels good when OpTic goes crazy.
Dude, and I got to see some of the things I was looking for, right? Like the key to victory, I think it was Shotzzy his first match, 0.8, his next match, 0.9. I was like, that's not gonna be good enough to like take down Toronto Ultra, and he starts living life like on the Tuscan, drops a 1.4. Fried on the map 5 as well, and I know what he said in the interview, a lot of it comes down to the teamwork, so, I mean, you know, it's gonna be tougher and tougher for every single series that these guys have, but I mean, right now they're taking care of business in, you know, so many little moments where the guys are stepping up. It's a little bit scary, but gunfights in moments like that, like if they're making it difficult on themselves, there's still times where they do the impossible, so always a fun team to watch.
And situations like that is what makes OpTic Texas so hard to play against. Like, honestly, Ultra played that perfect, wrapping the bomb site there. Initially, they did that. Cammy gets the kill, and then they wrap it back to B, and it's like, okay, Cammy's gonna be able to pick up a kill on the rotation. But Shotzzy's doing Shotzzy things, and there's just nothing you can do. And then thinking about the first map at the very end, what happens? Insight gets around the back, goes to Water Tower with the 2000 IQ play and pops a 2-piece. Well, what happens? Shotzzy's still in the hill, gets a kill with his SMG, and then pulls out the pistol for the 2-piece. Time and time again, this is what he did early on in the season, and they needed him here again. And look at the KDs on the squad, man. Dashy and Shotzzy are moving different.
I mean, the K, I don't care about the K. 123 kills and 108 deaths. That man was living life inside of like Ultra Spawn just about. So there you go. He absolutely stepped it up, cranked it up a notch, like, and then some. The absolute fry man, the final 2 maps. And like, again, he's performing like that, and it's still going game 5, round 11. So that is exactly the kind of performance you needed just to get that win. So unreal stuff, rising to the occasion. And again, just wonderful Call of Duty towards the end.
And I will say, on the flip side for Toronto Ultra, the slang was not here during this series, but I will say they were keeping it so close given the fact, like, Cammy had seriously started turning it up when it came to respawn, and then the Search and Destroy, we got a 15-5 out of Benjamin Bance. That is what we saw earlier today. Toronto Ultra unable to completely close it out, though. I just feel like Toby sometimes has just been struggling to get something going in this game. He is a very aggressive, high engagement player, and sometimes the timings just don't work out in his favor.
I mean, in fairness, you know, I think a good chunk of those stats come down to like a Bocage where, like, you know, it's a 5-point game for the insanity in the final hill. So I know the stats don't always look great towards the end, but I just think that's 2 teams literally neck and neck, as close as it could possibly be. I mean, anytime it comes down to a game 5, round 11, like, both teams put it all out there.
Even though Toronto Ultra were knocked out of the event, hey, we got to give them their flowers. And Nameless, they look good to get a game 5. We're going to look at the points, but I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see them at Champs, right? Like, they look way better in this series. And honestly, though, like, they still have a lot of work to do. And as do OpTic. There were a lot of blunders in this series out of them as well. Like, and they're still figuring themselves out. A couple big gunfights get them through it. But, I mean, you think about Bans jumping out the window at B-Bomb side, like picking up a 3-piece to win that. And you think about the Control where they stack the street and then, you know, Toronto end up clutching up and getting on A. So, like, there's just a couple things that they need to work on, but you can see right here all the teams that have clinched, and then still Mutineers trying to claw their way in, and the New York Subliners. One of those teams will be our final squad that punches their ticket to Champs. I can't wait.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well. Chance, 3 teams remain at the bottom. There's gonna be some newcomers coming soon, though.
I mean, dude, and again, I just can't, like, get away from the Subliner storyline because it's their battle between the Florida Mutineers as well for the final spot. So it is the Mutineers that control the destiny of whether or not the Subliners can make it in. They can force it to a situation where New York will have to win the event, and they can force it to a situation where they just qualify on their own. But the path for Florida Mutineers to make that happen,
starts with
you gotta get past Atlanta and then OpTic after that. I mean, look. That is truly as tough as it gets. You get to see what they're made of, and if you can beat teams like Atlanta and OpTic, then obviously
you deserve it.
You deserve your spot at Champs.
You deserve absolutely everything. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get your Champs pack as well. Make sure you're flexing the lobbies, your body and people. I don't know about you, but after watching an event like this, I just feel like playing games all day.
I want to go home. I want to get on my flight. I want to start playing some rank play. So I know I need to be coming across some of you demons in rank play with these skins on.
All right, Chance, you're not going to be on the decks for that one right there. For the next series, Florida versus Atlanta FaZe, and the winner plays against OpTic. How do you feel about this?
I mean, there's been a couple 3-0s today. If I was a betting man, I'd say it'll be another.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We have one more series on the day, and it's gonna be a good one. OpTic Texas were able to move forward in a very close series against the Toronto Ultra. But Atlanta FaZe, they got something to say, baby. They're facing off against the Florida Mutineers, and the question is, can this young team really battle it out against one of the biggest titans in the CDL? We'll find out soon, and we'll see you there.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. Unleash your potential.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 4, and yes, we finally made it to the end. Today's been jam-packed with amazing matches. Well, not just today, but this whole event outright has been a big surprise, and the race for champs is really coming down to like 2 teams right now. One of them will be taking the main stage against the Atlanta FaZe. It's gonna be a hard one. My name is Belly, breaking things down on the desk. We got Chance, aLLeY, and Nameless, and Chance, this one is going to be a very difficult one for Florida in a must-win series.
Yes, it needs to be, in my opinion, like the perfect scenario with the perfect plays. The right clutches in the S&Ds for Florida have a shot at this, because I know they've made it this far, but at the same time, FaZe looks like they've been on a tear. They've been making progress through the losers bracket, and honestly, I think right now Atlanta, they got to be feeling good.
You're right, and aLLeY, I want to see where Atlanta's going. Did you happen to take a look at the maps and modes yet?
I did happen to take a look at the maps and modes, and the first map is actually going to be a Gavuto hardpoint, which is very interesting because that's probably Florida's best hardpoint across the board. We make jokes about the main AR squad of Florida Mutineers, but on the flip side, they are going against the Atlanta FaZe. You're talking about Cellium with an AR in his hand. You're talking about Arcitys with an AR in his hand. You're talking about Simp with an AR in his hand, so that should be a banger of an opening map.
I mean, I just think if Florida come out and they lose that map 1, like the series is done right then and there. I mean, you look at that Berlin S&D, like Cellium's coming off of the most dominant performance you've seen on the map. He didn't even die, and then in the Tusky Control, they 3-0 smoked LAG on that map, so they're looking good there as well. So I think it points to an Atlanta win here, but yeah, for Florida, that map 1 is literally everything in this series for them to get some momentum.
And speaking of which, hey, aLLeY, Atlanta FaZe taking the main stage once again, and one team that's sitting in between Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas are the Florida Mutineers, and I'm feeling like Atlanta definitely wants to get at them.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's Atlanta FaZe. They have the most consistent team all year. They've placed second at every single major, and obviously, end goal, they're gonna want to win this one as they've wanted to win previously, but it just has not been there for them. The stars have not aligned, and now they have to get through a Florida Mutineers, who this is do or die for them to make it possibly to champs, because New York is still in winners. So Atlanta gonna play spoilerly here with the keys, the game fuel keys to victory being staying in form on Berlin S&D. Obviously, that's just passing that off to Cellium. Literally unkillable on the map yesterday. He is in MVP form, a 1.35 KD, a 1.3 versus LAG yesterday. I mean, that is a man on a mission.
And I think the Berlin S&D is going to be interesting as well, right? Because Florida obviously is starting to mix things up. We saw them just a series before, but I'd say like across the board, it is kind of best case scenario for Florida for the map set. It's not like it's bad for Atlanta, but I think it might be a little bit spicier than I originally would have thought.
And hopefully Florida cooks something up nice, right? Because Nameless, this squad, man, like everything's on the line right here going against FaZe. We gotta know if they're gonna bring it.
I mean, like, Awakening was taken over, like, on the last map they had in that series. Like, he really was popping off. You just needed 2Real as well. I mean, as the SMG on this team, I know he gets a lot of flack, but you really need him to pop off in this series, man. You just need that added aggression. And for the game fuel keys to victory, aLLeY.
Low-key, I'm gonna go a little bit rogue here. I want to see the 2Real that went up against the New York Subliners. Now, why am I saying this? He, I think, had the highest KD he has had so far in the CDL against them. He had a 0.8. I think that was the best I've seen in Respawn out of 2Real, and we need him to bring it today against the Atlanta FaZe. But obviously, underwhelming throughout the season as a whole. 0.77 this major overall. Need something more of the SMGs, but I can't. Something holds me back from just blaming 2Real in this position, because Vivid was on this squad as well. We've seen what Vivid has done to the Boston Breach. I have to start looking at the entire team chemistry of the Florida Mutineers at this point, because for some reason, their main SMG is struggling.
Well, 2Real is in the big leagues now, and he's about to face off against aBeZy and Simp. That is actually terrifying. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway. We have Atlanta FaZe and the Florida Mutineers.
Maniac. Holding off for the time, 2Real. Not expecting the angle out of the rookie.
aBeZy going huge off the rotation, single-handedly.
It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the championship for FaZe.
All right, New York, one more time today. We got an elimination matchup coming to the stage. It's gonna be a banger in which you don't wanna miss. Help me make some noise. Coming out first, make some noise for Atlanta FaZe. Make some noise for Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp, your Atlanta FaZe.
Players all across the board of MVP caliber, but it's really been Cellium that has been the consistent slayer for this squad. But I tell you what, if I see aBeZy start getting on a roll, I just know it's a matter of time before Arcitys and Simp follow behind. Blaze, you got to bring out their competition, looking to spoil the run.
Yep. Looking to spoil they run. Make some noise for the Florida Mutineers. Give it up for Awakening, Major Maniac, Skies, and Too Real. Into the deep they go.
It could possibly be Florida's last game this event. I'm hoping to come out with some. Too Real, whatever's in that pillow, man, you better pull it out right now. You guys are going against the Atlanta FaZe. Major Maniac joined this team, and he's evolved him a little bit. But the question remains, and I think Florida can get it done. Can they beat Atlanta when they look most human this year? Let's find out. Got Blaze, we got Atlanta, and we got Florida.
They are ready to go. And so now, New York, help me make some noise for the first time today. Give it up to your casters, Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, indeed, the final match of the day, and it is a spicy one, my man. Florida Mutineers trying to hold on to that top 8 spot. Atlanta FaZe trying to hold on to some pride.
Oh, this is a big match. Obviously, more important for Florida to keep their champs' dreams alive. I'm pretty sure even if they lose this one, if NYSL do not win a match tomorrow, they will still be in that 8th spot. So a lot on the line for Florida. But if you're them, you want to try to control your own destiny. For me, the big thing that the Death talked about was that map number 1. That's going to be so important in this series because if you are Florida, 7-game win streak on that map, but going up against Atlanta, you know they're not easy to take down. That map number 1, if they fall short there, then have to beat Atlanta FaZe in Search and Destroy, where they have been looking so strong in this stage. It's not going to be easy.
I think on top of anything, right, it's not just the game 1 hardpoint, but it's also just the momentum as well that Atlanta FaZe are starting to carry throughout this elimination bracket. A game 5 win versus Paris, and then a very, very dominant 3-0 versus LAG on top of one of the faster rounds of control that we've seen in COD history just yesterday. So again, it is all about that game 1, as you said, partner. And my goodness, Florida, I think Veli touched on the desk, and it really starts to set in, could be their very final series of the season if they lose this versus Atlanta and New York continue on their spree. But here we go, into Gavutu hardpoint. And I'll tell you what, it was pretty interesting to hear the New York crowd get behind Atlanta, but obviously it makes sense.
I felt like I haven't heard Atlanta get some cheers all year long. Obviously, everyone in the crowd needs Atlanta FaZe to win this, so Florida do not have a chance, or at least minimize their chance at making it to champs. But touch on this map, number 1, Florida are number 1 in rotation win percentage, but 11th in break, going up against Atlanta, who are 9th in rotation and 4th in break. We know the money hill for Atlanta is going to be that P4. But it's all going to start now. Florida needs some early momentum. It's a P1.
They do indeed. Too Real able to strike early as Florida Mutineers battle it out here at P1. As we said, a huge game for them. And as the desk has touched on it, Jay agrees with it as well. A must-win if you are the Mutineers, and they're coming out the best way possible. Arcitys able to flank on through a quick little break out of Atlanta.
Atlanta FaZe able to set up that pinch, execute the break, now get some good time. Take the lead right in this game, and look how aggressive aBeZy is on the map.
so far pushed out towards that field side. You're forcing all of Florida to just flood up middle steps, and Arcitys, the cutoff man, he at least finds the first, puts some shots into Awakening, but now Cellium turns to strike.
Yeah, normally when we talk about, COD maps historically, P1's not the greatest, but on Gavutsu and really on the majority of maps in this game, in this title, you gotta fight for those points as the final few begin to come on in. It is a solid run from Atlanta FaZe off of that initial break. And TJHaly, a guy that we're going to talk about throughout a lot of this series, but especially in this Gavutsu, needing to go off, needing to have a solid performance, trying to hold off two toward the cliff. He gets broken down, and there goes another member of the Mutineers.
That's a clean break from Atlanta. Once they find that kill onto TJHaly, Cellium on the opposite side was causing problems towards green. He finds himself on a 5-3, and now it makes his job a little bit easier off that rotation towards P3, but aBeZy finds that kill. 30 seconds remaining on ship. Florida, you're probably going to have to cut your losses here and make sure you have those spawns for P3.
And you get a 1 in 10 combined for two members of the Mutineers, Major Maniac and TJHaly. They've got to get something going. And we can just point it out. I mean, one gunfight in particular, TJHaly doesn't win that, and the rest of Atlanta FaZe begin to flood on through. Cellium, recognizing how important his life is, eventually does drop. That flawless streak will come to a close, and hopefully for the Mutineers, their run can start to begin. Set up and ready at beach, and clearing out some players in the backside of the spawns as well.
Has to start right here for Florida because we know that next hill, Atlanta FaZe are the best team at P4 so far. A lot of map control right now for Florida, pushed out towards top ring. Trades do come in, but Awakening does come out on top. There's still pressure from Atlanta FaZe though, pushing towards the back. Arcitys can't win the gunfight out the skies, but the spawns are starting to flip. They're spawning close green, and they're ready for this pinch.
They are indeed. Atlanta could work out quite nicely for them. Awakening continues to go on the spree. Atlanta hot and heavy out of the spawns, recognizing the advantage that they've been given. aBeZy fires on through, greeted by a nade. Time still going the way of the Mutineers. Why? Because TJHaly is still locking this thing down. Nades tossed everywhere, and TJHaly eventually does get taken down inside of the point. And while it wasn't the cleanest of ends toward this hill for the Mutineers, you can at least be happy that you've got that next spawn toward your back.
Yeah, that's the good stuff for Florida right there. At least get themselves into this game with Simp with the pistol. Able to get this remaining junk time, but now it's all towards P4. It's going to be early setup for Florida. They have ship control. They're just forcing Atlanta FaZe to try to flood through that beach side, but they're going to wrap back, play for ship. TJHaly is on a 3-spree, picks up the AR. He's the first cutoff man. But the overextension right there from Cellium, they take him down, and one player is actually able to slip through. aBeZy's going to be the guy to break it.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of the Mutineers players based around ship, and they're going to allow for Atlanta to start to sneak on back here. aBeZy and Simp combined for 2. Somebody's hiding out inside of the objective, and Skies cannot win that one either. A great little headshot comes on in, but however, it is a stun off a spawn that ends up leading us to a 1v1. Atlanta FaZe still with those close spawns, but Awakening for a moment was trying to lock this one down. Back and forth we go. Atlanta with a minor advantage.
Oh, that's a big kill right there from Major Maniac, not to let anyone slip through and potentially flip those spawns for Atlanta. They're able to find this remaining 15 seconds. They have full-on map control, and going into this P5, this is usually a hill where Florida do struggle. They only average about 15 points. They get broken a majority of the time. But with the map control that they currently have, you just have to stay pushed out. One of your gunfights and Awakening not slowing down.
We saw him have a phenomenal performance in that closeout control despite the loss. Hoping to be one of the biggest factors in this series. Cut down Atlanta, make him work for everything. As the Mutineers look to try to retake the lead. Skies with a big cutoff. Atlanta FaZe slowly but surely starting to peel away at the layers. They've got 3 players established toward the ship, inching their way ever closer, but aBeZy falls. Simp does too. And with that, Cellium has to slow down the push, wait for a few teammates off spawn. But it just feels like, Jake, this guy's a turret. He's taking players down no matter where he is on the map.
Yeah, Cellium, MVP form so far in this major, 1.35 overall KD. For Florida, respond. The great P4 hold and a great P5 hold to take the lead. Now force Atlanta FaZe off the rotation, and look at where TJHaly's going. TJHaly's going to be the rotation man. He's going to be able to sneak his way all the way behind Atlanta, and I don't know if they're going to read this.
I'm not sure if they will either. He does fire out a few shots, but is able to connect. Cuts down Cellium thanks to the headshot, and Skies, I guess because of the heads turning out of Atlanta, the distraction works out perfectly for Florida. Awakening nearly had that one dead to rights, but he will set his teammates, well, up for success. Final man inside of the objective is going to be Skies. He sits on the 4 spree, so has to be careful of that spree. But the cards begin to fall away. The trades favoring Atlanta once more, and Simp starting to heat on up.
has got that AR in his hands, the pistol in the back pocket. Incredibly lethal with either. Atlanta break again and are ever closer to tying this game up.
Yeah, final 20 is going to be in favor of Atlanta FaZe, but off the rotation already is going to be Cellium. He finds a two-piece. One player left is going to be Awakening. He spots him, give him all three, and he's able to flip those spawns. Now Florida, not on the better side, has to try to break this from Cliff, and Atlanta FaZe have everything cut off.
On aBeZy, he's up in their face. Eventually does fall, but Atlanta, with the lead change, now have got boat set up for them. It's going to all be onto this Mutineers attack, but Atlanta got them right where they want them along. As wrong, rather, I think it went fight Cellium up close or far away. He can do it with any weapon in this game. Atlanta have got to be hyped. Let's step aside and go to a listening with FaZe.
Mike, middle on me. Okay, Mike, middle, one shot, weak. I'm saying down. I hear you. I'm team Mike. I'm
trying to look right. You're missing Mike still, right?
It's weak, no, watch out. You're Mike, behind you. I want to face
Where's the Caesar, guys?
One shot.
You're right.
Okay.
I'm trying to push out if you can, Philly. Okay. You got one, I got
I ring right now.
Go back. MC.
I want to face. I don't think they push.
One top tower. Two middle.
Chris, I want to face. Tell me.
You want to use I'm nading now.
Yeah, I'm nading too. Oh, no, shot. Oh my god. I need him on you. I got needed. I'm gonna try to slide across. Okay. I'm trying to slide across.
Fast and fiery comms out of the Atlanta FaZe. Cellium still sitting on that 6 spree, but Jay, they've got so much time at the boat. Now they've got their spawns right where they want them. As soon as they break in at beach, this lead could start to break open that much more. Hill broken into and glide bomb earned as well.
And now this gets scary because Cellium was taking his time just to find that 7th kill. Earn himself this glide bomb. 30 seconds left on this P3. Florida have to force to try to break it from the front. You cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to get this much time. They're only going to be about 15 seconds out from closing this game. They have a glide bomb to work with, but it's all on Simp. Off the rotation, he's able to find the first, and that's going to be 3 dead. Florida still with those back spawns, Awakening at least there to take down Simp. Secures those spawns for Florida, but now, in the back of your mind, that glide bomb can come into play.
And that's something Florida are going to have to be prepared for. The glide could come in at any moment. Cellium looks to position himself just behind the tank. Calls it in. And the Mutineers look to scramble somewhat. Goes for the guaranteed kill on the 2-reel. That's the opening that they've been waiting for. Awakening did find 1 kill in the meantime, so it is a straight 3-on-3. Tagged up heavily. Inside of the boat is Awakening, still alive for a moment. He eventually hits the deck. 15 more points as MC's streak finally comes to a close. But take a look at those spawns. Because of what Atlanta FaZe do, they've got the more preferred positioning, and now they're within 10.
And that's the first time I've ever seen Atlanta FaZe attack that through the beach side. Play for those back spawns. Make it end the game out right here. Cellium with 2, aBeZy with the 3rd. Atlanta FaZe are winning the trades.
They are indeed. They can absolutely win it here. Skies is going to have to be a hero, but unfortunately does get taken down. The kills continue to pile on, and Atlanta FaZe dominance would be the word that comes to mind on the second side of rotations from P1 to P4. Florida never stood a chance. Impressive stuff.
Like you said, my friend, it was all about that P1 on the second rotation. They were able to break in, get about 35 seconds there, and then off the rotation towards P2, they find a clean 4 dead, force all of Florida to continuously spawn at Cliff, and that's where Cellium was able to develop that streak. They get a full 60 on P2, and then when you're controlling the spawns for back P3, you take your time earning that glide bomb. They do not invest, they get the kills there, and then if you're Florida, they were just playing from the back foot. They usually are the #1 team in rotation win percentage on this map. But on the second half of this game, Atlanta FaZe won every single rotation to close out this map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was just straight up dominant. And you just saw, right? I mean, the wheels were turning in the minds of Atlanta FaZe. They continued to build an advantage. I mean, I feel like it all started off with not just the P1 rotation, but when they got to P2, when they got to boat, I mean, you just saw, Florida were not winning the kills that they had to get out of the base. Everybody was playing their role to perfection if you're Atlanta. You got the AR set up, you got aBeZy trying to be aggressive toward Cliff, and that is just that slaying power that we have come to know that has become synonymous with Atlanta. I mean, honestly, ever since the CDL even formed, I mean, we know the talent that that trio possesses, and they put it on full display
like you said, on the second side of these rotations, just superb gameplay out of Atlanta. Keeping that momentum flowing has got to be one of the scarier things right now, really in the mentality of anybody who's a fan of Florida.
Especially because the way that they started off this tournament, when you're thinking about Atlanta FaZe as a roster, they have just been the most dominant team for the last 2 years. They haven't won a major this year, but they're sitting top in the CDL points. They're feeling really comfortable to have that #1 seed at champs. But take a look at our maps and mode. That Berlin Search and Destroy. If you were Atlanta FaZe, they didn't really have to play any matches today. They showed up for the dead last one. So you got the chance to watch Florida versus NYSL on Berlin, the way that they like to play it. Atlanta FaZe on this map recently on a 5-game win spree. Florida, they need to try to answer here.
I want to ask you, what did you take away most from seeing Florida play on that Berlin Search Destroy? Things you want to see them improve on now heading into this game?
So early on, at least in their attacking rounds, they were super aggressive on their plants. And when they do that, that's when they found a lot of success. But when the game started to slow down, when you allowed NYSL to get multiple first bloods, and then even when it came down to that 1v1 situation, which eventually was a 1v3, Crim takes his sweet time versus Major Maniac, and that's a complete momentum changer. So if you are Florida Mutineers, you have to have that clutch gene in you. I'm definitely looking at Two-Real, a very impactful player with that SMG in his hands in Search and Destroy. He can be the guy to try to shut down the Tiny Terrors.
And I want to give a huge shout out to our observers, by the way, because it felt like every time that we were seeing a crucial moment from Two-Real, we got to watch it. Like, it was like a matter of, we saw his impact on the map. Granted, an SMG on Gavutu isn't always going to make the biggest of plays, but every time he was getting kills, you saw what that did. Every time he was dying, you saw what that did. We talk about the guy often. I mean, we talk about it with Florida all the time. SMG role is never going to be an easy one. You're facing off against Atlanta. But at the same time, excuses are over, right? This is your opportunity. And as we said, this is their potential last series of this title. That is one of the scariest things if you're a Florida player, Jay, is that if you lose this series, your destiny is no longer in your hands.
No longer in their hands. That's the biggest thing, because NYSL, like I said earlier, they can lose both matches yet tomorrow, and Florida can still make it in at that 8th seed. But it's a whole lot better when you're able to control your own destiny. So in this Search and Destroy, at least for Atlanta FaZe, they love to just fast plant a majority of these rounds, play for the 4v4 retake. And that is where Florida needs to make sure that they're matching that aggression. You have to make sure you're not giving up these free bomb plants, because you know Atlanta FaZe have premium setups. And also the guy that I'm really looking at is Major Maniac. This is why they brought him to this team, so they can show up in Search and Destroy. Ever since he's entered this roster, their S&D has been a lot better. But when you're playing against Atlanta FaZe, who throughout stage 4, that was their mode where they were dominant.
And take a look at these numbers. I mean, the early on discussion for Atlanta FaZe was, okay, they can win hard points, they can be dominant in respawn, but S&D continued to hold them back. And I want to say it was around Pro-Am, it was around Major 3 where they really dove into this game mode and started to see a lot more success. And you see the KDs there. I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, aBeZy, Simp, Arcitys, they're doing well, but when you got a guy like Cellium who was doing that, you gotta point it out. It's unbelievable.
That's the backbone of this team, man. He's the guy that's gonna get you out of a lot of these situations.
And that's overall, my bad. I was thinking that was S&D, but
nope.
That's
overall in this
stuff.
entire
that is overall. Still, dominant in Search Destroy as of late, and those numbers, I'd imagine, aren't exactly the same, but I guess without knowing officially, I'm just assuming Cellium is probably #1 for Atlanta FaZe. I think it's a safe bet, Jay. Pretty safe bet.
Definitely is. But to talk a little bit about this map for both of these squads, Atlanta FaZe are the #1 team on the defensive side, and Florida are the #2 on the attacking side. So this is going to be a battle. Both of these squads, they really find success on fast plants. 60% for Atlanta FaZe towards either side, and 70% for Florida.
Well, we got to see him play about an hour and a half ago. Did Florida versus New York. Lost it in a 6-4 fashion. And as you said, it really came down to New York's mid-round adjustment, starting to figure out what the Mutineers like to do. A great start to Simp, is able to fire through the first. Does some great damage on whoever was hiding out in the back alley. I want to say that was Major Maniac. Lives to see another day, or at least a few more seconds. Florida, despite being a man down, have got Two-Real in a very interesting spot.
Yeah, they're just ready for this push, but Major Maniac at least makes it a 3v3. They don't know the positioning of Two-Real, so he's going to get a freebie. Now in the 3v2, you can potentially plant this bomb, because both players from Atlanta FaZe do back down. aBeZy's all the way across the map. Down to 2v3, Atlanta FaZe, 45 seconds to work with.
And it looked like somewhat of a peculiar spot for Awakening, given the timing and given how everything had worked out, but he goes toward top 3 to try to hold off what would be the cutoff over at Plat. Atlanta FaZe weaken him and decide to push on in. aBeZy, first line of defense. Could be greeted soon. aBeZy hunting, searching. Where could they be? aBeZy found out after getting down that bomb. Major once more coming through hot, and Awakening will strike two. Mutineers, despite dropping that first blood, get the bomb down, back up, play the numbers. They take our first.
And it was all about the positioning right there from aBeZy, because Simp, he gets that first blood. Major Maniac evens it up and make it a 3v3. But you see Simp, he has no idea that he's already pushed up towards office window. Gives him a freebie, they get the bomb down. They play the time, they clutch the round. Florida already up 1-0, but now it's time for Atlanta FaZe on their attacks. Love the fast plant towards either site. This time it's looking like it's gonna go towards B.
And that's what we talked about Florida. They gotta be ready for it. They gotta be eager to counter. Sky's great first blood. Cuts down Cellium, and that will instantly slow down the aggressive push that we'll look to see be a common theme throughout this Berlin. But aggression once more established, and Major is there to find a second pick, a quick 2v4 for Atlanta.
Now, if you are Atlanta FaZe, gonna at least spot one player, get some shots into Awakening. Not able to finish that kill, but Arcitys slowly working his way up towards that A site. Does he find aBeZy in this corner? Taking his sweet time, he gets the stun in, he's just gonna go for the challenge. Great play from aBeZy, now Simp in the 1v4.
Yeah, just picture perfect round of S&D. So far from the Mutineers, Simp gonna lay down the lead at least a bit. Major Maniac does fall off the spree, so at least somewhat of a negative for the Mutineers, but that seems to be just about all. 9 HP and a dream as Simp will fade away and drop. Great round for the Mutineers, Jay. I mean, really all the way around.
They just find that first blood onto Cellium. Already put themselves into man advantage, and then Major Maniac knows the play that aBeZy is trying to execute. Takes him down, forces it to a 4v2. You play your numbers, you close out the round. Florida up 2-0. Atlanta FaZe need to make some adjustments.
Last time around, it was the first blood for Atlanta, but Florida didn't really mind all that much. Got the bomb down at A, and nothing eventually was done after that. 2-2 split on the defensive side for Atlanta as aBeZy goes roaring into that B site. Never be too careful. Players could be on either side of this Docks building. Tagged up, but not dropped as of yet. And there goes the nade. Perfect timing out of Atlanta. Meanwhile, Arcitys has found himself on the fast flank. Awakening's gonna be here for one, but he has one more player left to deal with. Atlanta down in numbers, players spread, and a bomb that they've got to defuse.
And that was Simp trying to work that late flank with Arcitys, but once he gets taken down, he has to wrap back. Cellium at least spots Major Maniac in towards the bomb with 30 seconds. It'll be a tough retake to try to execute. Simp finds that first, makes it a 2v2. Potentially be a manageable play for them.
Simp drops. Awakening in skies. Great position for them to be in. Cellium, despite honestly leading probably in that MVP conversation right now, being one of the more talented players that we've got in the game, and one of the most difficult positions to be in when it comes to Vanguard. The bomb down for Warehouse. Best of luck with the time remaining, and that is 3 straight for Florida.
Just a great round once again from Florida. They trade that first blood, make it a 3v3. They catch the player that's going on the flank, and then just keep the numbers in their favor. Skies finds himself on a 4 spree, Awakening on a 3. Atlanta FaZe need to figure something out. They're just getting picked apart one by one.
We love you, New York. You guys are incredible. And to round 4 we go, and the fast plant from aBeZy, aBeZy, is gonna be very surprised as he sees that bomb go down, knowing that he is not alone in this office, but here he is. Able to drop aBeZy for the first. A common theme that we're gonna see continue to echo throughout this search and destroy, but the bomb has been placed down, and aBeZy waiting on the reinforcements to arrive. The trades still favor the Mutineers overall, and aBeZy is doing this one by himself. He's got the call. Mutineers know exactly where Arcitys is hiding, comes away with 1, but it will not matter. Skies on 5 in a row, and aBeZy handles business. Now make it 4 straight for Florida.
aBeZy is just switching up corners at any site that he's currently at. puts himself in a great spot. I think if you're aBeZy right there, once you get that bomb down, just try to get out. Don't be aggressive towards that top plat. Use your tacticals, at least give up your positioning. Because no one checks office. You do not check office. You allow 2Real to take over that round. Finds 3, and also Skies is on a 5 spree. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, this is where you need to stop the bleeding. It's a big defensive round because Florida, they're playing with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, you gotta kill Skies, but you just gotta kill Florida. You gotta get around to the board. You cannot go down 5-0 versus the Mutineers. Get the hype going the other direction. With that control up next that we know could absolutely go either way. Now 6 in a row for Caesar. Major will find the other, and now it's a 2v4. Now make it a 1v4. What is going on?
Atlanta FaZe simply do not have an answer. Major Maniac, he's gonna challenge it onto aBeZy. aBeZy has 9 health. Everyone's gonna collapse, and that's 4 up, 4 down. Clean round from Florida Mutineers to now put themselves at game point.
And I feel like, Jay, this SD has just got Major Maniac's name written all over it. I mean, we talked about the amount of struggles that the Mutineers have suffered when it comes down to Search Destroy. This being the mode that they have had problems with. Despite being a top 4 respawn team in the game, they couldn't have those consistent results. We said they needed that S&D mastermind. They needed that in-game leader. And right now they are doing it versus Atlanta, despite being off of that 3-0 loss. Just an hour ago versus New York, they have turned things around and now are putting Atlanta FaZe on blast here on Berlin. And Major's pulling out the SMG. He's got the 40 out, looking for 2. The first blood granted for Florida. And really for FaZe, can you just get anything? Can you find a pick? Get the numbers in your advantage, for God's sake.
A lot of time to work with. Simp is going to be able to pick up that bomb. They know that multiple players are playing towards this B side, but do they know the positioning of 2Real? You cannot decide to wrap this back towards A. You're going to have Simp being aggressive in towards B. Probably going to have a huge engagement going on, but it's going to be Skies just taking his time, bomb down.
Skies is right here. Once you get a strike, when is the time? 2Real, great kill. On to Arcitys. Cellium, they're really just trying to hide out. Be careful inside of the warehouse. Time continues to tick away. It's going to favor Atlanta. As long as they can stay alive, last player is going to be Skies. 18 seconds on the clock, and there you go. It only took 6 rounds, but you finally got one on the board. Long way to go, Jay. Long way to go.
Definitely a long way to go, and you have to keep in mind that Skies still has that glide bomb in his back pocket. So if you are Florida, your play call right here has to be strictly go towards B, get that bomb down, use that glide for information, and then force Atlanta to try to retake it. So Atlanta FaZe, get 1 round on the board. Gonna send 3 players over towards A, and this potentially is gonna work out a complete blind counter.
For 5 in Awakening, does watch the cross, gonna give that information over to the team. Another first blood given to the Mutineers. Skies continues on his run, continues on his dominant Berlin streak. And after finding that pick, Mutineers looking to get extra crafty, but take a look at player 2 and player 3 from Atlanta FaZe. They are reading this. They're aware that a rotation very well could be inbound. Here comes the glide bomb right when Atlanta reveal their positions. That's when they strike. Perfect call from Florida and Cellium in a 1v3. A prayer is all that he really has going for him. Giving this one to the man upstairs. 30 seconds left. MC. This one is done in a commanding response from the Mutineers as we have got ourselves a series.
Just beautiful plays from start to finish from Florida. They start off with early aggression, they get their bombs down, they get multiple first bloods as well, but I think the most impactful player in that search and destroy had to be 2Real. The amount of times that he was able to break the setup on Atlanta FaZe when it came to his positioning, changing up the corners in towards that A site, and then even being aggressive when Atlanta FaZe were going towards B through trains. They just took a lot of map control away from Atlanta FaZe. They could not slow down the pressure, could not slow down the aggression. Skies and 2Real, the guys that really just stepped up for Florida Mutineers to now make this one a series.
And that's just, I mean, comes down to the roster change. We're talking a lot throughout this S&D about Major Maniac, and then obviously you bring up the point about TwoReal, the two recent additions for this Mutineers team. They have been criticized heavily, right? They've been criticized so heavily throughout this roster change period, losing players like Vivid, losing Dave Patty. But in that moment, you saw them go big when the roster absolutely needs some life. Those two are able to deliver and now bring us to a 1-1 scoreline heading into this Tuscan Control. We said it's all going to come down to the Kavutu, but AJ does not go that way this time.
I don't know, man. It wasn't going that way. They just came out and made the adjustments from the series that they just played an hour and a half ago. Dominant search and destroy from Florida Mutineers. They have to continue that on going into this Control.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. It's a 1-1 game. We weren't for sure if we were going to get to this point, but the Mutineers strike back in the best way possible. As we said, it's a massive series, whether it's for Pride or whether it's for the top 8 placement. Mutineers, it could be their final series of the season, and they are giving it all that they've got. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back after the break, we are headed to Tuscan Control.
Fantasy League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of the day. We are indeed running on fumes. It's been a wild weekend so far of some good old Call of Duty Vanguard, but we are ending it out in a strong way. Atlanta FaZe taking on those Florida Mutineers. It's a big series day, and we find ourselves in a 1-1 scoreline, and the Mutineers taking Atlanta FaZe down in one of the more dominant S&Ds we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, that was flawless search of the shore from Florida. When it came down to their play calls, when it came down to the rotation on sites, multiple first throws from them, I'm pretty sure it was 5-2 in favor of Florida. So they just dominated that one. So that map right there can provide some momentum for this team. The only thing is, you're playing Atlanta FaZe on Tuscan Control, where they are the #1 defensive team. And if you are Florida, you just have to make the adjustments that you didn't make versus NYSL. You cannot give up 2 ticks of aggression when it's 4 lives remaining.
Like a 4v14 or something.
It was not good. They cannot allow that to happen. They're fairly strong on defense as well, sitting at 3rd overall on this map. But it's all going to be about the attacking rounds. Atlanta FaZe 3rd overall on attack, and then compared to Florida, who are 8th in the league. So if you are Florida Mutineers, this is where you could potentially shut down everything, because FaZe on this map so far this weekend are 3-0 undefeated. Not really easy team to take down. We watched them yesterday versus LAG. They had the fastest attacking round I've ever seen all year.
Well, we'll see if they'll be able to do it. We talk about momentum. You got it when it comes down to the search to destroy. But if we're going to continue to sell the underdog story, if you will, Mutineers coming into this, you need to take a respawn, right? You need to take a respawn. Know that you can take this team down. As here we are, into the game 3, Tuscan Control. Mutineers starting things off on attack, and it's a great perspective to look at here off the rip. The man dropped 40 kills in that last Tuscan Control versus New York. Granted, still saw the loss, but Demon Joe showed himself on Tuscan earlier. We'll see if he makes a return this time.
Right now, Florida just doing the easy work. 3 stacking towards this A point, trying to extend this time. They have 2 minutes to work on, simply only for that B point. But Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to give this one up. That's 2 in the feed. They're going to be aggressive. 1 player on the flank. It's going to be Simp. Wins a huge one-on-one versus Major Maniac. And now no one is there on that A point. They were going to transition over towards B, but now they have to wrap back and complete that A segment.
And that's just such a great call from Atlanta as well. They are a team that we've seen previously in the league that allows for those A captures to go unscathed. Mutineers think, hey, everything's clear, everything's good. Right when they think that, that's when Atlanta strikes. Great plays all the way around. Mutineers eventually do break out of their base, and they've got Major Maniac, the scout, pushed on forward. At least able to find 1 for his troubles. In the meantime, that A capture does go down. Another minute added onto the clock, and they've got 3 players established inside of the field. Now make it 2.
An Awakening, he might have found an opening. Gonna have to win a huge engagement versus aBeZy, but Racks back, gets the spawn kill onto Cellium. Now the double challenge is gonna come in. aBeZy, great shots to back them both down, but on the opposite side of the map, Atlanta FaZe still have full control of P5. You're gonna have Major Maniac trying to play it slow, but Slip gonna be the cutoff man.
Cutoff man indeed. Trades favor the Mutineers, at least for the moment. They've got 3 players surrounding this B zone, and TuReal, he's got a flank in mind, knows that somebody's gonna be toward the tank. Oh my goodness, somehow does not win the fight, but at least his teammates come away with the majority of them. No tick still to speak of. Major Maniac and Skies back to back. Inside of this objective, Simp slides on through, able to walk away with the first. 1 tick captured, and at least you can be happy with that if you're Florida. A great couple kills go their way, and they're rewarded for their efforts.
That's a big tick from Florida. Now 13-13, make it 12-13. As trades are going back and forth, but Cellium with the beams onto Awakening. That's gonna be 3 down. Last player closest towards this point is gonna be Skies. He's just gonna wait for his teammates, try to get back into this play, but Atlanta FaZe is still maintaining map control. Skies wins a huge one-on-one. I just have to hold this position.
Very valuable spot to be in. 2 players. Oh my God! Over at P5, and aBeZy just absorbs all the bullets. And TuReal's gonna be gifted 1. He does have a few teammates around him. Florida have been doing a great job of constantly having 2 and 3 players near each other. No real solo challenges. And that has benefited them. for why they've got the tick that they do. But final push is about to happen. TwoReal goes hunting for somebody toward the bottom. No information found. TwoReal off of spawn, and 10 seconds on the clock.
Right now, Atlanta FaZe is just controlling top flat. Got Cellium sitting on the head glitch. He finds a two-piece. But TwoReal, he does find two, so they're able to get on this point. Only one player left. It's going to be Simp towards TJHaly. You have to try to line up some teammates.
You do indeed, and that second tick, oh, it's just moments away. It's moments away. Nades falling at the feet of everybody, and Atlanta dodge a bullet. That round looked to go their way regardless, but that second tick would have been huge had the Mutineers been able to get it. Could have very well decided who has defense for round 5. If it goes that way, of course.
But even if you're Florida, you're still happy to at least have that one segment at B completed. So now that puts them up by 4. Atlanta FaZe need to respond here. They're going to be all out aggressive towards the middle of the map. They're going to try to go for their B push. Awakening does find that first blood. aBeZy with the trade. But you see Simp just going to take his time towards P5, knowing that one player is going to attack from that angle.
Is that a let's go FaZe chant that I hear?
I think haven't heard that in a long time.
I think a champ spot may or may not be on the line. Some great work off the rip from Florida. Their defense holding somewhat nicely, but Simp with a nice little highlight kill over at P5. Sky's looking for the same, pulls out the rat-tat-tat-tat. Cuts down Arcitys in Atlanta. Given the map positioning, decide to head over toward the other side of the map. They get dealt with back to square one.
Right there, the tiny terrace. Cause some mayhem at B. It opens up that 8 point. Now, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you can start to get this time up, but Awakening on the pinch. Awakening on the pinch, he's able to find 2. So now if you're Cellium, you have to get off that point. Awakening is trying to find him. He's not able to win the gunfight. But still, a lot of map control right now for Florida. They have roof control before aBeZy does win that gunfight. Last player on this 8 point is going to be Sky. They take him down, and now this is where you can start to stop that clock and eventually extend this time.
It was great work, though. I mean, it's solid strategies out of the Mutineers. It's near impossible to hold the attacking team off of getting that A zone. It is good work in the end, as aBeZy does get dealt with over at P5. And with that, could they go for one last contest? Player 6 is tempting at it. Major Maniac falls, and Atlanta now with a bit of numbers. Keeping things in mind, bottom left side of your screen is Atlanta rush on forward. Awakening could hit a very, very important flank. As they'll enter into the fight, Simp does get taken down, and their long route from Big Wake works out perfect. Cuts down Atlanta, and another push is now on the cards.
That's going to be 2 down. You have map control if you are Florida, but the push is going to come in, the team nades come in. Everyone trying to set up for that first blood. TwoReal at least gets the trade. Florida coming out on top, so now Simp in a great position. Cellium finds a second, so now if you are Cellium and Simp, you just want to stall time for your teammates to get into the play. You can win gunfights even better. Simp and Cellium combined for 4. They allow their teammates to get into the play, and the first tick is about to be complete.
This is where things start to get scary. Arcitys being the thorn in their side or the back side of the spawn. Skies eventually cuts them down. That's 1 tick. It's now going to be 2. Atlanta take the lead. When we talk about the objective, and they're continuing to see success, Cellium takes down his own teammate. It's punch after punch. And aBeZy eventually does get cut down as well. Atlanta FaZe still have got some presence here. And when you take a look at that life column as well, Jay, that could be a problem for Florida if they're not careful.
Yeah, they can start to slow this game down if you're Atlanta, because you can turn it into TDM. Simp finds 2. No more respawns for Florida. 40 seconds. Gonna be able to get on this point. They have plat control, but it's all about this slaying. Simp finds another. 3 players remaining here for Florida. Major Maniac finds a kill onto aBeZy, but 7v3, able to stabilize for now.
And if you're Atlanta, you do have some time to work with. Play this like search and destroy. Arcitys falls, the first line of offense. aBeZy, a great slide on the TwoReal. 2 players alive, and now it is all on to Major Maniac, a 1v6, and he is dead to rights. Florida come through with a solid attacking round, and Atlanta answer back with a perfect attacking round, up 2-0. Already.
It was all Simp and Cellium. Look at what Simp is doing on the map. 20 and 8.
Oh my goodness.
They were able to find all 4 kills by themselves at that B point. So eventually start working that progression up. Now they find themselves up 2-0. The #1 defensive team on this map. All they have to do is just do what they've been doing all year long, and that's hold strong.
Yeah, that's hold strong, that's dominate, that's slay. Any characteristic when it comes down to killing. Atlanta FaZe live by the mantra. First hit already through for Florida. Awakening trying to get aggressive, trying to get his troops going when it comes down to this game. The Mutineers, no pun intended, need to wake. They need to awaken. And honestly, they need to get somebody on a spree. Right now, Simp, he's found his way toward the flank. Player number 8 is going to be the first line of defense to cut him down. And he doesn't find it. He does not find it. Florida, regardless, are able to get that tick on forward. But nonetheless, you can just see the wheels turning for FaZe. They want to get aggressive. They want to get into base. aBeZy now for 5 of his own.
Now that's everyone of Florida. All spawn, having to overextend through this field side because with the positioning of Simp pushed out towards P5. aBeZy with the nade. He slows down the aggression. Skies finds one onto Arcitys. Cellium, he's going to be the guy watching field. He's able to take down the first. He knows that multiple players are going to attack. He's just going to back down, regroup with his team, rotate over to the opposite side of the map and play for that plat control.
Guys trying to play this one careful, but of course, it's Simp again to strike. 22 and 10, having himself a map as the Mutineers continue to strike out on their attacks, and the time continues to get away from them. They've got multiple opponents, not just Atlanta, but the time continues to come in as well. A few kills toward the front, but Simp, of course, it's him again, tries to make the play in the flank. He gets red, and there you have it. The Mutineers, they've got a bit of control. Plays toward the outer alley of Skies. He puts his reticle in that location, looks to re-challenge, looks to re-engage, and he'll take it. aBeZy for 1, but the Mutineers still have presence.
Florida right now, they're winning the trade battle. They're about to be able to complete this first segment. 2 players from Atlanta FaZe trying to attack this from top green. Cellium with the opening, Cellium with 2. Now only 2 players left in a position. It's gonna be too real. He finds one before he gets taken down. So with 40 seconds left, Skies knows he has to slow this game down because it's potentially their last push from them. Atlanta FaZe just have to hold for 30 seconds more.
Only 30 seconds more. Midst of tossing out the utility, Arcitys does get dropped, but aBeZy hungry for aggression. Like a shark smells the blood, but Skies tosses out the nade. Again, Mutineers, you're looking for the opening. And who knows, maybe they just found it. And Awakening goes forward, but take a look, there was nobody outside of Florida who was there to join alongside of him. Somewhat of a staggered push. They've already got 1 tick to go, 2 more left, but 11.5 on the clock. Pause for the moment, and 2Real does have an Overwatch. Skies with 1 angle, Major with the other. Awakening trying to cause a few issues inside of the base. Some great work up to this point as the hill, the zone, the gunfights, Atlanta FaZe, the timing is working out for them. Skies will fall as well. The point is clear, and Atlanta FaZe come away with their 3rd straight 3-0 win on Tuscan. It has been the fuel to their elimination bracket run so far. Paris fell victim, LAG fell victim, and now Florida do as well. Atlanta FaZe reply back again, and now find themselves up 2-1.
Atlanta FaZe just made the plays. Even on their first defensive side, they were able to hold strong, only force Florida to get that 1 segment complete. Then when they go to the attacking round, it was all on Cellium and Simp. Simp had himself a map, 24 and 14, 19 non-traded kills, but right alongside Cellium with 26 and 16, 23 non-traded kills, almost 4K damage. Is that? No, almost 3,100 damage there from Cellium, but that was just a clean control from them. Once you secure an offensive round, you're the #1 defensive team on the map. You're gonna be able to get results like this. Now, if you're Atlanta FaZe in a commanding lead up 2-1, going into a Tuscan hardpoint, that's usually their bread and butter.
It absolutely is, man. And again, it's a very scary sight for whoever could be facing off against Atlanta FaZe throughout the rest of this tournament. If Atlanta FaZe, end up going on forward, as we said, that's at least 4 straight wins on Tuscan Control. More specifically, it is 3 straight 3-0 wins. They've won their last 9 rounds in a row, not including the one that they won, which I think was like a round 5 earlier in the tournament. It has been their map, it has been their mode. I tell you what, man, Simp has been turning it up to a new level in Major 4. He did it at the qualifiers, and he has his map here. We talk about Atlanta so often. The talent that they have is unbelievable. And it's just one of those shining moments right there where we see that 1-2 combo of Simp and Cellium have themselves a highlight reel type of game.
And even though aBeZy didn't pull up the best numbers, just the positioning that he was taking on the map. Whenever he needed to find that 2-piece to shut down a push, he was able to do so. So now Atlanta FaZe up 2-1, gonna go into this Tuscan hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe are last in rotation win percentage, but they are #1 in break percentage. Florida are 4th on rotation and 8th in break. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, all you have to do is just give me some kind of fundamentals. Make sure that they get themselves to that P5 nice and early, because I feel like every time I watch Atlanta FaZe on this map, always goes down to a 3rd rotation at P1. They fight scrappy for that P5, but then cannot execute a break on P1. So it's all about the fundamentals. If you're Atlanta FaZe, #1 breaking team on this game, last in rotation. If you have those spawns, you're able to hold strong. And every time, if you're going to force Florida early off the rotation, you're going to be able to break it. So just play for the spawns on this one.
Yeah, and talking about fundamentals, it was great to see the love and the support, obviously, for Coach Crowder coming into what could be the final map of this series. Hey, you know that guy pretty well. I want to ask you, I mean, if you're in Crowder's position, what are you saying to the guys right now on the stage?
Oh, I'm not saying anything. These guys tried. I'm like,
not a single
listen,
thing.
You guys are the best in the game. You guys know exactly what to do in this situation. You're going into a Tuscan hardpoint. Just make sure you're winning your rotations. You guys are obviously winning your gunfights. Let's just keep the teamwork going.
And I will say, not to be the bearer of bad news, but at times it's weird to say, Atlanta FaZe, hardpoint at times can be their weakness. So far, it's been their weakest mode. When we talk about Major 4, we talk about the qualifiers, they technically did have that negative record. And sometimes it does come down to the over-aggressive plays. When they had an earlier series versus Seattle, I think it was an opening hardpoint on Tuscan, Simp went back in the comms and said, guys, I was playing a little aggressive. They went up so dramatically in the series. They got a little too overconfident, and they allowed for Surge to come on back because of that over-aggression. And Jay, if you're a team like the Florida Mutineers, potentially with your last series, your last map of Vanguard in front of you, you're going to take advantage of every single little mistake that Atlanta FaZe could make.
You definitely are. Florida's tournament lives on the line on a map like Tuscan. You know, it's all going to be about these SMGs. Too real. He is the guy that needs to step up, or at least match the energy of Simp and aBeZy. Him and Awakening, they have to be those guys early off the rotation, winning their gunfights and properly setting up. If you're Florida, you have to give everything that you have into this map to try to force game 5.
You got to give it all you got. Into the Tuscan hardpoint we go. What could be the final map of the day. After what has been a historic CDL Saturday, do we have another incredible ending to speak of? And it's aBeZy quickly on the flank. Nobody even knew he was here, but he strikes early and he strikes hard. A quick 3-piece nearly for the 4th breaks things open for Atlanta.
Give them all 3. Atlanta FaZe, even though spawning on the good side for this P1 off the rip, able to set up that pinch and now get this time uncontested. Another 3 down in the feed. 20 seconds left. Now you're forcing Florida to slow this game down, start to back up, play a little bit safe for these spawns, but Simp not going to slow down. Super aggressive, him and aBeZy towards top church.
That is a scary sight to see these two in tandem together. We talk about the rookie. Hands about to be full. Decides to challenge for P5, but they have no presence. They don't know that there was somebody making their way through radio, a common angle. Really for the attacking team that is trying to make their way forward across the map. And Atlanta FaZe slide right on in. Awakening position is going to be known. And off of that 2-piece, it does lighten the load ultimately for Florida. Great shots coming in from Major, who's pulling out the 40 from time to time. Trying to go toe-to-toe with some of the more aggressive and scarier players that we've got in the league. Mutineers finally put up their first few seconds, and it's been a solid hold up to this point.
Yeah, they have a lot of map control right now. They're just forcing Atlanta FaZe to tunnel through that top plat. Skies is able to find Cellium. He's here for the trades, and Atlanta FaZe, even though they were able to flip those spawns, Probably not the best time to do that. They're able to break the hill, get this remaining 20 seconds, and once again force Florida on the early rotation.
And Atlanta FaZe are basically tossing the conversation over to Florida and say, okay, we're going to give you guys the opportunity to hold, but can you contain us? Can you contain the dominance that we know Atlanta FaZe has got brewing? They're hungry. Can the Mutineers lock this one down? It would be a great hard point to get them back into it. Nice early pick. Cellium does hit the deck. It's an 8 over the top. Simp looks to strike. Awakening there to read it, but the utility is still there. Atlanta advanced toward the front. They've got Arcitys locking things down behind the fountain. Gets taken down by the nade, but Atlanta are still here, ready and waiting.
Spawn's still here for Florida. Final 30. You have to get yourself on this time. At least cut the deficit at the lead right now that Atlanta FaZe do have. They're just playing to keep them off of this hill. You have that player in arches towards that binds area, which is Cellium. He stayed alive this entire time, just trying to be a nuisance. Final 15 seconds. Florida should be able to pick this up, but Cellium's not going to give this one up for free. He gives that kill to Major Maniac, who's now on a 5.
A great little spree there out of Major. Magic Mike, does he have something left brewing? Can he rally the troops back? A great little streak for him. We'll keep eyes on him. Keep tabs on him, rather, as he looks to help the boys get through Church. Last time around when we saw Florida play on Tuscan Hardpoint, they allowed for New York to get a full 60 at this Church Hill. And right now, based off of that first attack, it looks like it could go the exact same way. Crucial pickups from Atlanta across the board.
Atlanta FaZe is holding strong, knowing that Florida are going to have to try to flood through the front. Pressure is going to be here. They're able to get on in. The Atlanta FaZe just going to take their time. Unfortunately, Cellium can't win that one, and that's going to be a clean 4-dead. Florida execute the break. Now with 20 seconds left, it's going to be Cellium, at least off the rotation. He gets taken down by Awakening. Atlanta FaZe still going to play for this junk time.
Awakening has made some jokes about the SMG lately, but I'll tell you what, I love to see it in his hands, and I do as well for Mr. Skies. Now on 3, we said Florida needed the break. They struggled with that hill last time around versus New York. And they are able to lighten the advantage now as we head in toward P5. Prepare for what is going to be ultimate chaos. Nades, utility tossed, as Florida look to take the bombardment that is about to occur. Arcitys looks for the early flank as both teams headbutt into the objective.
Spray's going back and forth, but Awakening's able to come out on top. Skies with a big kill onto aBeZy. Florida, so far with a great hold, are able to take the lead in this game. You are Atlanta. You have to break this. You cannot give up all this time, knowing that you're going into this P1. Sky's going to be aggressive, but Arcitys finds the kill. Arcitys finds 2. That's going to be 3 down. Last player in the point is going to be Skies. Arcitys going to go for the challenge, not able to win it. It's too real. Able to find 2, finds himself on a 3 spree, and that was a flawless 60 from Florida. Now gives himself a hefty lead.
And much needed at that. 2Real starts to go on a spree. The cushion killer eventually hits the deck, and now we prepare for the second set of rotations over at P1. The Mutineers have taken the lead in this game, and let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with the boys of Florida.
No, he's on me. He's on me. I'm near. Yo, he's on me. He's taking. Nice. One. Yo, close two. I'm near. Nice. Nice. You and there's you. I'm named as you. I'm your friend. Alex right now. Yeah, my taking there's 2 there. 3 there. Yo, on me. There's 2 now. No on you. He went to your side. Make sure you go red. I'm named back, okay? Don't be Alex, fix yourself. You see my picture walk, he's over now. One side right now. I'll be fake. He's on pinch, yeah, we'll pinch. He's out now, busy. Hello, dead. Nice. What's up? Alex back blue truck. Yo, stay out, empty, watch me. He's on the blue truck right now. Top me south. No, he's out. Oh, shit. Alright, they're okay, Alex. I'll smoke close church. Yeah, watch out. What's he pitching? Back archers, run at the back. Nothing pitching me. Hit the back. Yo, he's behind the boxes in the hill. I need it. Hit the back. I'll kill boxes. Yo, radio. We have to push it up X-Bones.
A great little check-in there with the Mutineers. You hear the sense of urgency. You hear the passion in their voice, recognizing how important every kill, every second is on the map right now. They do contest for the moment, but ultimately Atlanta FaZe lock things down. 20 very valuable seconds left here at the column.
They were able to dominate that P1, and then Arcitys was that huge gunfight to win the rotation. Atlanta FaZe have able to blow this game wide open. Gonna put themselves up by 50. Now forcing Florida. Try to slow this game down. They cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to contest them the way that they did the first go around on P3. You have to get some time off of this to get yourself back into this one. aBeZy finds the first, but multiple players here from Atlanta FaZe. They're gonna try to flip these spawns, take control of top roofs.
aBeZy comes out like a slingshot, jumps on in, and the Mutineers continue to fall by the wayside. They've got 2 players in the back of the base. One player actually spawns toward the well. That was Major Maniac. He finds one toward the flank, joins alongside the rest of the group. aBeZy nearly shoots at his teammate, for God's sake. It is all out chaos over at the fountain, but the trades continue to go the way of Atlanta. They are taking bodies left and right, but as the dust settles, the close spawns will pay off for Florida. But Jay, they gotta get in the hill.
They have to get some time because Atlanta FaZe are just doing a great job of just keeping them off of this hill. Now it's Cellium turn through that binds area. Final 15 should go in favor of Florida, but this is once again Atlanta FaZe winning a rotation over towards P4. Gonna have Skies. A little bit of teamwork from him and 2Real, trying to flip these spawns, trying to be aggressive towards the back. It's gonna be on aBeZy, the cutoff man.
A massive moment. What could define this game is gonna be the flank. That's going down right now between 2Real and Skies. aBeZy, does he read it? Finds 2Real for the first, and Skies at least is there for the trade. Can he rely on the teammates to win the gunfight from the front? No, he will not. Atlanta clear things out again, but Florida do get the close spawns. 4 bodies who are very motivated to get inside a church come knocking, sliding through the pews. It's 2Real to take down a few. 3 fall, and Florida somehow, some way, given the advantage, take every single bit that they are given.
Now, if you are Atlanta FaZe, you have to rotate over towards that P5 because Florida were able to execute a great hold, but they're going to send 3 players through field. aBeZy finds the first. Arcitys with the trade, but it's still Florida coming out on top in that situation. They're able to get this remaining junk time, and 2Real going to be the player off that rotation. Has a huge one-on-one versus Simp. These gunfights are so crucial right now.
Big 1v1. Simp, aggressive as ever, jumps inside of the point. He wants to take 2, and he'll do that. Florida, only 1 man left in the objective, and he will get taken down as well. An open hard point in spawns that are red from Atlanta, taking them down in stride. Oh, Cellium eventually drops, but they continue to win the engagement. A few more seconds, and this one is done.
Atlanta FaZe making the run through losers. A scary match versus Paris Legion. A clean 3-0 versus LAG. And they come in and get the 3-1 versus Florida Mutineers. Send them home packing. No more tournament for them. But now if you're Florida, such a devastating loss. Knowing that your champs gonna be in the hands of someone else.
Terrifying.
Very, very scary situation, but Atlanta FaZe, they made the adjustments on the second half of those rotations. They were winning a majority of those rotations towards every single hill. And it all came down to that P5. Once Simp pops that 2-piece, aBeZy finds the 3rd. It was all left up to Major Maniac with the map positioning that Atlanta FaZe had. They spawned them all the way across the map. It's very difficult for Florida to try to get in and contest that time. Atlanta FaZe staying alive in this tournament. Make it to the top 4 championship Sunday and now have a date with OpTic Texas.
Oh boy, that is gonna be a fun game tomorrow, but we still gotta reflect on what we just witnessed. It's time to take a look at our scuff play of the game, and we are taking a look at aBeZy. It is a very scary opening off the rip, Jay. Atlanta FaZe look to set the tone.
So right here, Atlanta FaZe, they're spawning on the better side. So you're just thinking everyone's gonna flood towards the point, but no, aBeZy, the aggressor for this Atlanta FaZe team, sets up the pinch, shuts down that push from Florida, finds all 3, and Atlanta FaZe were able to get 40 seconds off of this P1 uncontested. The SMGs came to play for Atlanta FaZe. They close out the series, and they make it to tomorrow.
They do indeed, my friend, and my goodness as well. A scary sight if you are the Mutineers. You go to bed tonight wondering, was that the last series that we just played of Vanguard? New York just needs one more series victory, and they get that final spot in top 8. I'm sure this New York crowd was thrilled to watch what was just on display. Atlanta FaZe takes down another team on the bubble, but that is going to do it for us on the stage. It is Blaze, joined by aBeZy.
Thank you so much, Lando and Standy. As you can see, Atlanta FaZe has done it for the New York crowd. My guy, what a series this was. Now, you guys took map 1, but map number 2 was really rocky for you, but you regained from map 2 forward. Tell me about how this series was and how y'all came out on top.
Yeah, the second map was just rough. I think they played the map very well. Like, we just got, like, they just outplayed us, honestly. They just played super well, and you know, I mean, the rest of the series, we just played really well in respawns. Like, our rotations, everything. Like, we were playing our lives when we needed to, and it was perfect.
The teamwork looked immaculate, okay? And so now, all season long, you guys have gotten nothing but second places. And here on the loser bracket run, do you think you can get it done today? You got a few teams left. You got OpTic tomorrow. You got LA Thieves and Subliners up there. But I know you want to chip before champs. You think you can do it?
I definitely think we can do it. You know, I think we're pulling it together at the right time. So, you know, if it can all click, then for sure.
And I know this season you guys haven't gotten much cheers, but do you got anything to say to this crowd who has shown so much love to you all weekend long?
Shout out to the crowd. They've been absolutely insane. Like, seriously, you guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much for all the support.
All right, aBeZy, it's been a pleasure. That does it for us here on the stage. Valley, send us home.
Arcitys is your daddy and he's my daddy too, but also all of the Florida Mutineers daddy. Atlanta FaZe moves on and the Florida Mutineers are officially eliminated from Major 4. iLLeY, top 4, you got New York, LA. Like, this is absolutely insane. OpTic FaZe?
I mean, it's picture perfect, right? Especially for the New York fans and Atlanta FaZe. I mean, if there's one thing we know, they're going to make it to top 4, make it probably to top 2 as well. But I will say, that was kind of a prove-it series for me when it came to Atlanta FaZe to get back to their fundamentals. And we really saw it in that Tuscan hardpoint. Usually you see your Slayers pushing 30, pushing 40 to win that map, especially on the side of Florida Mutineers. Usually Big Wake is dropping like 40 on that map.
True.
It was such a low engagement game, and for me, it was the fact that Atlanta FaZe slowed everything down. They made their rotations. They were playing objectively correct on the map, but Cellium still manages to find a way to come out with a 1.44 KD.
All right, and that was against Florida, by the way, who has a great amount of ARs on this squad. But let's recap the day because it was something phenomenal. Bryce,
prior to this, I just heard coming up, Bryce, when I have a hot take, and I asked him what his hot take was, and he would not tell me. So before we get to the recaps, let me hear.
Bryce, can we put it on his one, please, Bryce? What is his hot take?
Fine, I have to be the one to say it. Mutineers have not been good enough to make champs, and if they make it, it's through luck rather than performance.
Oh, okay.
That's the simple fact of it is. It is no longer in their hands. They got lucky that Boston don't know how to do the vetoes, and being perfectly honest, getting that far and getting 20 points at this major was a surprise to me. They no longer can say that they made champs at this major through performance. They will make it based on whether New York turn up tomorrow.
And I respect it.
I agree, save for one player. I think Major Maniac has been playing out of his absolute
Waking Skies.
being added to this roster. I love Waking Skies, don't get me wrong, but those two players on the same team for me just clearly is not working. They are so good in their respective roles. We make jokes about them being main AR squad all season.
Yes.
It just hasn't been working. I mean, like Bryce said, it's been kind of through luck at this point, and now they fall to the Atlanta FaZe, and now luck is not on their side because the New York Subliners is still in winners and is looking to play spoilers. They have put the work in, they have put the roster moves in place, and they're looking to make their run.
Listen, I love it. Hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and recap everything, and then we're going to break this down even further, okay? The first game of the day was a big one, and it was nothing but great. OpTic Texas took on V Boston breaching Nameless. OpTic went on a crazy run today.
I mean, just some absurd maps, I mean, throughout this series as well. I mean, we think about that game 4 where you see Scump go rogue, get the final kill to end it out. I mean, that was just beautiful. The Tuscan Search and Destroy. We saw OpTic come to life in Search and Destroy once again, a game mode that has sort of been up and down for them over the course since they brought back iLLeY, and now it seems to be back in that sweet spot. After that match is really when they started to get the ball rolling, and the Search and Destroy clutched up in round 11 against the Toronto Ultra. Like, that is the game mode they need to be elite in, because right now they are still making blunders across these series. There's a couple mistakes that they had in the control, that they had in the first Search versus Toronto, but if they can clutch it up when they need to, this is a team that can continue to make this run.
And speaking about clutching things up, we got a guest at the desk right now, Crimsix, but hey, check this out. The game field tactical play was iLLeY's clutch in round 7.
Here, guys.
To sit in the map point, it was absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's really bright.
I got a question for you. Here. Come closer to Mike.
Headset on Crim right now.
All right, so in the back, how stressed were you watching this match after that game 2?
What? This one right here?
No, the one that the Florida versus Atlanta.
Oh, not stressed at all. I talked to Arcitys. He said he's got it. aBeZy said he's got it. You know, I really want them to hate me because I play better when there's passion involved.
Okay.
You know, beef, right? And I can't dislike them, you know? And they can't dislike me either. So, you know, I said, yo, get this for me. I love you guys. I'll give you 5 subs, whatever.
A little something.
And they got us. So it's Simp and aBeZy, you know, and Cellium. Speaking of which, I played like Cell today.
Hey!
There we go.
Yeah, Crim absolutely killed it. But hey, we're going to jump into that very soon. But first, let's jump into the Los Angeles Thieves as they win against the Toronto Ultra. But yo, Bryce, the biggest surprise this event is the fact that out of all the teams that we've seen this event, the most dominant one happens to be LAT.
Yeah, they came out swinging, certainly. There have been questions asked about this roster all the way through the year. And it must feel cathartic. JCat stopped moving the chess pieces around this year, and somehow it has paid out. They have caught fire, and it says something. It says something about the theory of coaching these teams. Put them in a position, if you've got players who are willing to work hard, settle the differences, and fix their mistakes, you can find results. The armchair GMs want to drop a player every map. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong, and this is the proof.
I mean, these guys, they've worked through it all, right? And they had the pieces since the beginning. Their players people calling for roster changes out of this team. Well, they say, no, we're just going to make a role change. And then, you know, when they made that role change, it wasn't working out. Well, now the proof is in the pudding. These guys have been going off. Kenny has been popping off as well. The Search and Destroy, they're getting 6-0 victories. Yeah. These guys are beating some of the best Search and Destroy teams in the game on their best map, Double Berlin. That is so impressive about LA Thieves. They look incredible.
Well, let's move on to NYSL versus Florida as well.
And we got to talk about it. Like, New York Subliners, this not only obviously was a big win for points for winners bracket, but it was in a 3-0 fashion. Their first matchup was a grueler Game 5 reverse sweep, and that is scary when you're a team trying to make a run like this. And like Crim said, he put on an absolute show today in this series, and he's going to have to continue to do it. And the higher the pressure rises, the more we're going to expect out of this player.
And I mean, just like for New York, just some of the cleanest hardpoint we've seen all year. I mean, with how mixy hardpoint can be in this game, they somehow manage to like slow it down in their own way. Like they hold a hill so wonderfully, and then they still break the next one. We saw the P2 into the P3. It's just unbelievable on that Tuscan, and that's why New York's so special. But the other team that is looking that good in hardpoint is LA Thieves, which is why our winners bracket final is going to be insane.
Yes, but you know what else is insane? I don't know what's in the air or what's in the water in Brooklyn right now. But this event has been something amazing, okay? It's not the prize pool of the Race for Champs or even, you know, the legendary story of Crim trying to make it all the way to win the event here in his own hometown-like state. It's the amount of doppelgangers that we've had, okay? I don't know what's going on. We got a fake nameless. We got named. We got Crim 7. We got High Top. Look at that. Look at Scammy in the middle right there. I don't know what's going on, man.
We saw a JCap doppelganger as well. I saw Chancey pulls out his phone. He goes, yo, it's GCap. I was like, dude, this is what universe are we in?
No, that literally looks just like
that nameless one is scary, dude.
That's terrifying.
Genuinely
I would
horrifying.
never wear those glasses, and I would never have my hair hanging out the front like that, okay?
Oh,
The beard.
The
The beard is clean, though. I got to shout out my bearded
nice.
brother right there.
Hey, his hair is off the chain, too. but ladies and gentlemen, check this out as well. Make sure you join us all in Champs, because event after event, there's one thing we all have to acknowledge. Things are getting drastically better this year. Toronto was my favorite event this year, and then next thing you know, we're in New York, and now I can't wait to see when we go to LA.
Bro, this takes the cake right now, right here in New York. Every single event has gotten better, but Champs, it's gonna blow the roof off. It's gonna be absolutely insane. I mean, you're seeing these matches here, how nutty they've been. Champs can only be more chaotic, and it's the end of our season, man. I cannot wait for that.
Well, speaking of chaos and all that, let's take a look at the points in the CDL. Bryce, you gave us a hot take about Florida Mutineers, and now their lives, when it comes to Champs, are in NYSL.
That's terrifying.
Hands. One game.
There is a silver lining for the Mutineers. There is a silver lining for the Mutineers, right? They no longer have control of their fate. The problem is that Subliners have to take down some Titans. Thieves look glorious. OpTic have returned, and of course, the tiny terrors on Atlanta FaZe are standing in their way. The truth is, while Subliners need one win, that one win is against 3 of the best at the major. It is difficult, it is never going to be easy, and that's what Mutineers will be watching tomorrow.
And I have to say this outright, the top 4 for this event is exactly what my power rankings would say, baby. Los Angeles Thieves, NYSL FaZe, and of course, you can't forget the green wall. Let's take a look at the schedule. The bracket, sorry about that.
Can we just say this, like,
go ahead.
How terrifying it's gonna be for the Mutineers tomorrow watching these matches. Like, I would literally be sitting there clenched, sweating. They're just gonna be hoping for the absolute worst. It's gonna be so tense in this venue in that LA Thieves and New York match.
I'm gonna tell you, if I was on the Mutineers, I would take Too Real's pillow and just put it over my face, man. I wouldn't want to watch anything at all. aLLeY, look at the bracket. Now we have 4 teams left.
Come on, Val. You know exactly what I'm going to say. To be the best, you have to beat the best and beat everybody. So yes, it is terrifying. FaZe and OpTic are in that loser's bracket, waiting for whoever loses that LA Thieves and New York Subliners match. But at the end of the day, New York is coming out to do what they have wanted to do. They have made a championship caliber roster, and now they need to beat everybody to prove it and get their spot at Champs. So I'm expecting to see a different type of fire out of that team tomorrow.
Once again, the best storyline in esports that I have ever followed. But let's follow this along together, right? Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Bryce, I don't think my body's ready for this, man. How are you feeling about this? The first game of the day. Woo! Wow. New York and LA Thieves.
I'm not ready.
Well.
Take your time, buddy.
It's an interesting one. The Subliners, obviously, the fairy tale story is the glass slipper waiting for them as Prince Charming picking up the phone. I don't know. LA Thieves look glorious, but they've also looked weak at times. That is definitely a coin toss, in my opinion. I would be worried if the Subliners lose it, because finding a win against OpTic or FaZe is also going to be incredibly difficult.
I believe.
It is a horrifying situation to be in, and the funny thing about this is if Subliners had won their last map on the qualifiers, they'd already have qualified.
All right, Nameless, aLLeY, both of you just take it. Any last words you guys got to say?
Get me to tomorrow. Yeah, I just seen that schedule. Get me to tomorrow. I can't wait.
Right, aLLeY?
He said it.
Yep. All right. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get us to tomorrow. We're going to lock this desk down and close it out, because we're going to head home and try to go to sleep as fast as possible, because tomorrow is the day that we have all been waiting for. It's Championship Sunday. Take a look at the venue, King's Theater, and tomorrow we're going to crown a king, but who's going to come out on top? LA, New York, Atlanta, OpTic, Texas, we have no idea yet. But check this out. New York, they have to win outright, because in front of them are the Florida Mutineers. NY just has 1 game to go. If you lose, you relinquish your spot at Champs to the Mutineers. If you win, you're gonna join the greats for the biggest event of the year. You don't wanna miss it. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for some more Call of Duty action. I love you so much, and thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow is gonna be a blast. See you there.